That music is a trip. It's like it's going normal and then like the record starts slowing down.
Very
Yeah.
interesting.
Sorry, we're trying to get some uh, people up here. There's a lot of developments here coming pretty quickly, Jim. So I'm trying to catch up with that as well. So if you want to get some invites out there,
Yeah,
we'll
me
get
too.
launched here in just a
I'm
second.
looking. Yeah.
Let's see here.
What do you think is next, Jim? And why did 81 people vote against him if he's the only person running? It doesn't make sense.
Well, so Austin Scott is not someone that anyone is sitting around saying, "Hey, we really need Austin Scott to be speaker," but he's in the moderate crowd, and he's just trying to be an alternative. And you got a group of folks there, what I call the Tom Cole wing, that are just kind of intransigent about. Now, I'm positive about Jim doing it, and I actually think he'll probably be a really good speaker if he gets across the finish line here. But there have been people who've questioned him at times, and so. But I'm going to tell you this: the House Freedom Caucus wing and the vast majority of the Republican Study Committee wing really do like Jim, have confidence in him. And I think it was telling and positive that Kevin McCarthy, when he said he was supporting Jim for Speaker, mentioned that he's by far the most prepared of anybody. One of the things that a lot of people haven't talked about a lot with this, Jim has built the House Freedom Fund out to raising millions of dollars for candidates that they're trying to help, that would be members of the House Freedom Caucus. He's got some good people on board there. He does know how to talk with folks. He does pretty good on his PAC fundraising, which means he's connecting to some of those kind of groups already. The other thing that he would do is really help bring small dollar donors back in, and then I think he's going to pump up the grassroots. That's something that has not sunk in with those 81 people just yet. But right now, the argument is with them. They didn't like the folks that voted, the 99 that voted for Jim the first time around on the Scalise vote. Well, now it's their time to step up and decide that they're going to do something, and their numbers are smaller. I think you're going to have a lot of discussions, and I'm actually, especially since McCarthy came in, I'm relatively hopeful Jim will be there. Now, here's the other problem. What's his staff going to look like? That's a really important issue. I don't have all the answers to that just yet, but you need staff that are going to really help you run well, and so we'll see how that plays out also. But anyway, that's why.
When you say staff, do you mean leadership?
No. I mean actual staffers that work for him, his chief of staff, whoever that will be, and the staff in the speaker's office that he brings in. If he brings in a lot of McCarthy people, then these are overwhelming jobs. Like having run two congressional staffs, I can tell you, you really do need a chief of staff that has your back and is doing what you need them to do and enforcing it. I was always that for the two guys I worked for, and I consider the two guys I worked for peers. So I just kind of put myself into a subservient place to help them out. He needs someone like that. He needs a group of people in the speaker's office because there's a lot going on, and you have to
And it
rely
seems
on
that
getting good information because those people are out gathering it. So those are really key issues in my mind.
yeah, and it appears that he only got 154 votes, which is the internal vote, but he need about 217. Uh, Obviously, that's a large shortfall, and how he's going to be able to make that up will be interesting. I'm not exactly sure what deals he can make to bridge that
Again, I want
gap.
to welcome everybody for coming in, share the space. There's a lot of news that's going to develop around this.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things that we're going to dive into here uh, shortly is what happens if we just can't come to a consensus here? are we circling back to, and I want to know this from the audience actually, are we circling back to maybe bringing Donald Trump back into the picture? Does that sound, like a possibility? It might be. I don't know, because we're getting to the point where, hell, if it just came out that there was a follow-up vote, actually, within the caucus, behind closed doors, asking the entire conference, will you vote for Jim Jordan if we put him, up for a floor vote? And about 60 people said no, they won't. That was just now. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey, Nick,
it begs the question: what happens
what's
next?
up, Nick?
Yeah, and I think that it also
Go ahead,
shows
bro.
how divided the Republicans are. They're not in agreement at all. They can't find a candidate that everybody will get behind. So that's quite sad, because it also brings essentially bring the system to a halt when you can't even choose a speaker in the amount of time that they've had, and then having to have several votes constantly. It's not ideal.
Well, to
Right.
be fair, the 81 people who voted against Jim Jordan in private are not going to be the same 81 people who would vote against Jim Jordan in public.
And let's be clear, too, the establishment's biggest weakness is they want to spend money, and they can't really go back to spending money business as usual until they get a speaker. So time is actually working against the establishment.
Those are good points. I wanted to ask Nick and Jim. I apologize if any of this is like repeat. I just jumped into space, but what do you guys make of McCarthy publicly saying like he supports Jim Jordan for speaker? Because I mean, I think McCarthy is swampy at best, and like Jim Jordan seems like he's clearly like much closer to somebody who's trying to do the right thing, even whether he's got his own flaws or not. And so, do you think like him supporting him is like because he thinks he's got ability to kind of flex some control over what he might do if he does get in? Is it almost like an anti-signal, hoping that means, the Mac Gaetz supporters of the world might kind of like not want Jim Jordan because McCarthy is supporting him? Like, what do you think is his strategy in supporting him? I'm curious.
Listen, everybody on the conservative wing of the caucus is absolutely going to be voting for Jim. I just don't see any departures from that. The question is the more moderate ring. I think I don't know for sure. I'm calculating this here in my mind, but I believe that McCarthy came out and said that because he was like, "Listen, this is the only way we're going to get this done." He doesn't hate Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan was loyal to him in certain ways, and so he was willing to do that just to try to push it over the line. He also knows that Austin Scott is not the guy. Like Austin came in there because the moderates wanted somebody and no one else was willing to do it. And Austin Scott is, I'm not a big fan of Austin Scott at all. Now, in terms of Jim, listen, Jim is going to do some things that potentially, because of trying to juggle all this, that not everyone in the activist community is going to like, but I don't think he's going to do so much that it'll be fatal. I think it's going to be a net good. That's my calculation, and we'll keep an eye on it. but I think that's the reason Kevin did it. He's like he made an accurate statement. Jim is the most ready for this of anyone that's willing to try to do it, other than Scalise. Scalise was ready for it in terms of all the functional stuff. But
Yeah,
he's a little bit of a swamp creature.
that dude
Jim isn't
supported
really
Liz
a
Cheney.
swamp creature,
No,
but I
thank
think
you.
he's pretty good.
He supported Liz Cheney. No, thank you. But are we like pretending? I'm not saying like at all like a dig Jim. I know a lot of people say like moderate. Are we pretending like moderate doesn't just mean like rhino at this point?
Oh, no, moderate is rhino. Like the people that are holding out are the most rhino of everybody in the caucus. Like they're the worst of the worst. They're the people. And, the story of all these wranglings that we've had from the time that I was working in Congress when John Boehner was speaker all the way until now is that the moderate wing has been our problem, not the House Freedom Caucus, not the Republican Study Committee when it was good or the good members in it. It's totally this moderate rhino wing. They love big government. They have this idea in their minds that they're all going to lose their elections if they don't act in a moderate way. It's a canard, but that's what they believe. And that's why they cause so many problems. So if you're trying to move some of this things like a Jim Jordan becoming speaker past the gate, they've always been the holdup because they have this idea that, well, they're because they're swamp creatures. I mean, that's just basically what the problem is.
Aaron,
Yeah, Nick.
welcome up.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, it seems to me, and I watched Kevin McCarthy give those words. I think Kevin McCarthy has done a couple good things overall for the benefit of Republican Party here through this whole process. Number one, when he stepped down and didn't re-enter, that was actually a positive. It was a good thing. The deals were obviously falling through with the Democrats in the background. And listen, I don't have all the inside baseball but from the outside, it's what it looked like. So him coming up and trying to give a somewhat unifying message in that clip, even though he did reference some stuff. At the end of the day, I think they all would like to get back to session, right? So they can.
Hey, Trash, sorry to jump over you real quick. Hey, Nick, I'm going down. I'm going to reboot my phone. For some reason, I can't hear him at all. That's the second time.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, Jim.
So it just seems like I think they all just want to get back to business as usual so they can start looking at what they're going to be doing as far as funding in Israel and start going and looking at war and banging the war drums and doing a bunch of spending and try to get this omnibus passed. And instead of doing continued resolutions, like I think the push is going to be there. Jim Jordan will probably be the speaker. I think most of the work's done. Now it's just going to be the negotiating and what each people want. I think it is important to note the moderates, right? Those are the frontline people that Gates talks about, the purple district people, or they are Democrats that ran as Republicans, so on and so forth, because their districts are the way they are. So that is going to be something. There's going to be some concessions that need to be made. But at the end of the day, that is it. Jim Jordan, by being put forth with not just the moderates, they're going to be in a better position to negotiate to get this done. So I don't suspect this goes on like it did when they selected McCarthy, because those concessions were important. We had Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz had a space last night. I was able to ask him a few questions, and we talked about this. And one of the things I was asking about was the rules committees and the hang on to the purse. Those are going to be the two most important things going forward. And the last thing I'll say is this: Kevin McCarthy, obviously being the chief fundraiser in the Republicans, I mean, over $1 billion out of California, and so it's going to shift the way the politics are. The Republican Party if Jim is the speaker, and the way the donor structure is set up. So my guess is that Kevin's going to start playing some ball so he doesn't start losing access to all that donor money and having some influence and power within the House. So I think Kevin is a big piece of this as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense. Now, what I think is going, I'm trying to figure out here, trying to get some information on who exactly is pushing back on the whole Jim Jordan idea. I mean, we have some names, but the problem is because all of this stuff is done behind closed doors, it's it's hard for us to know exactly who is stomping their feet and whining about having a principled conservative as Speaker of the House. So, but we're trying to get as much information on that as humanly possible. But Millie, I don't think you jumped in yet.
Yeah, so I think I've heard from both sides of the spectrum in the conservative political world. So I've heard from some of the more centrist MAGA conservatives who feel like Jim Jordan just isn't going to do enough of what they want to see done. Some people were concerned about him voting against removing McCarthy. And they saw that as allowing for people to not be held accountable for not keeping their word, if that makes sense. Meaning you could say whatever, promise whatever, but as soon as you get in there, you can veer from what you originally promised and not be held accountable. So some people in the MAGA world have expressed those opinions, whereas I think on the more staunch conservative Rhino side of the spectrum, they see Jim Jordan as being too MAGA, right? So the irony, though, is that's why Jim Jordan's probably the most likely, he was the most likely candidate to actually be put as speaker, in my mind, was because both sides are discontent and yet content at the same time with Jim Jordan. So it makes for him being the middle ground, if that makes any sense.
Well, and keep
Yeah,
in
it
mind,
does.
yeah, and keep in mind, you still do have to work with everybody. And I'm not trying to excuse anything, but Jim, hopefully, if he does become speaker, will push a more hard MAGA agenda, and that would be great. The challenge is the constant frustration that you have with these 81 people that might end up voting for him and what they want. And by the way, I agree that doing it behind closed doors is a real problem, and it makes people suspicious in ways that is not helpful. But Jim can, ameliorate some of that problem by just coming out and making some statements about what the direction is going to look like, just to make it clear for everybody. But I want to share this story, which I've shared before, but there might be people listening who haven't heard this. I remember in 2010, when I first showed up in DC, and all the frustrations that quickly developed with John Boehner, because we just had this massive Tea Party wave. There were 63, I believe, brand new Republican members that came in on that wave. And immediately they went swamp creature, immediately. And what I always said was, what John Boehner should have done is he should have looked over to the moderates and said, listen, guys, we have the majority because of these guys. And I'm going to have to do some stuff for them. And you've got to be patient with it, because we don't have a majority without them. And the American people want some of this stuff done. And then turn over to the new Tea Party wave of people and say, but listen, guys, these people want things too. And I got to figure out how to let them get a few things as well. So, you got to be patient with that. And then we'll do this together. Had he made a comment like that, and then followed through with it, even with some criticism he would have received in the conference along the way, he'd have been considered one of the greatest speakers of all time. And any speaker that can and wants to do that will be able to. Jim's going to have to make those kinds of decisions as well, too, if he becomes speaker. And that's going to be frustrating, and I'll call him out if it's bad enough as well. But that's the balance that's there. And our problem is we need to get rid of rhinos, and we need to go find people who are current state legislators and good folks, and then find other people to come up through the system so that in the long term we can make positive changes there. But that's the challenge that's there. That's not an excuse. It's just an explanation.
That's a great setup. And Nick and Jim, I'm only seeing like 3 hard no's against Jim Jordan, Ann Wagner of Missouri, Austin Scott of Georgia, and Don Bacon of Nebraska. That's kind of a pretty good starting position, because it would take 5 to sink him. And they could just kind of incentivize these people to just not vote at all. Like, as long as they don't vote no, it's not going to work against them. So, I mean, maybe some more will come on board, but that's a pretty good starting position when he hasn't even willed and dealed yet, right?
Well, and a lot of those 81 are people who don't necessarily dislike Jim entirely. Some are, and some of them will have to swallow their pride to vote for him. But he doesn't have a lot of bad will there that's all around, like he did a few years ago. Now, again, that's something that we also got to watch on our side. So there's no exoneration there. That's just the dynamic.
What kind of, do you think they're going to try to work out some sort of deal? Almost like Matt Gaetz did when back in January when McCarthy was put up on the floor. I mean, is it? It would obviously be working against us, more conservative people. But is that a possibility as well, that they're holding out because they're going to try to get rid of a lot of these deals that have already been made?
Well, and that's the thing they aren't talking about publicly, at least at this stage. It'll probably play out through the night. But those types of deals do tend to be made. I'm hopeful that Jim is not making side deals like McCarthy did to muck up the system. So we'll have to see what people say the agreements are. And now, if everyone votes, you're not going to see that same sort of situation play out on the floor if they decide to just go ahead and vote for him and get it over with, which, the pressure is going to be on even the rhinos to do. So we'll have to, and I'm researching that and asking around. We'll have to see what happens. But yeah, some of that's got to happen for sure.
Jim, can Jordan redo chairmanships and committee assignments completely if he wanted to, or do you anticipate that he'll just pretty much leave everything the same except for filling the vacancies that he's going to leave in his wake?
That is done by the steering committee whenever it's done. The steering committee consists of, I believe, 25 Republican members. The speaker has 5 votes on that, and then the rest are individual votes. And those decisions on committee assignments are typically made there. The speaker has some authority, but really the conference rules are such that the steering committee makes those decisions together. So I don't think you're going to see any major changes. They're going to keep everybody about the same. Got to make a decision on judiciary, obviously. And that's likely to be Darrell Issa that comes in. The positive of Darrell is he's got FU money and doesn't care what people think about him. And I know this because I'm acquainted with him personally. And he's a tough dude, but he's not very strong on immigration issues, or hasn't been. So that's going to be something to have to take a look at. Other than that change, I don't think you're going to see likely any shakeups on committees, unless there are some deals made in that regard to bring in the rest of those 81 people, which might happen. It's hard to tell yet, but that's where you would see any change if something like that is necessary.
Jim, so you worked on the Hill for a while, and then I'll go to Phenom, and we'll get to the rest of the hands as well. But I want to ask, because we are talking about 81 people that voted against Jim Jordon. Did you ever, in all the years that you worked up there, being a boomer and all, I guess you probably have a lot of experience up there. There were probably a lot of years, Jim. A lot of years. I'm sorry. I'm just.
I know, man. I get it.
But anyway, I just got to mess with. I got to poke at you a little bit anyway. But did you ever see votes that were this divided, even in the conference? These closed door speaker nominations and such. Have you ever seen anything like this, or is this just, unprecedented in modern times?
Sorry, no, it's not unprecedented. There's always a mixed vote. By the way, I just saw a report that the vote, Olivia Beavers was putting out the vote, apparently was 152 to 55. So on whether they'll support Jordan. So there are 55 people to move. Anyway, so no, it's not without precedent. You always have mixed feelings. And keep in mind, as he and I were talking on the phone, Tim Huelskamp, who I worked for, a former congressional member from Kansas, is fond of saying that he was the very first person to vote for Jim Jordon as Speaker of the House. Because that very first time in 2011, in January, there was a move afoot, and he voted for Jim. He did not vote for Boehner right out the gate. So that mix has always been there. It didn't matter that year because the majority was much larger than it is now. But it is this way pretty commonly because the Republican Party is filled. It's a coalition of different thinkers that think the way they want to think for various reasons, good and bad, mostly bad, but good and bad. So that dynamic is not brand new. It's just that the tenor of it is different this time because Gates got the vacate of the chair accomplished, and then in the beginning of the year you had 20 people with this thin majority who were able to push and press for things that we tried to do in both 2011 and 13 unsuccessfully, to the point that if people don't know the story, there were enough votes to keep Boehner from becoming the speaker in 2013. Tim Huelskamp had sent me an email privately and he told me I'd be fired if I shared it, that had that list of people. He was looking at that list while the vote was happening, and they stopped this privilege since then. But there was a Politico reporter up in the observation deck there who got his camera on Tim's iPad and took a picture of that email. And that allowed leadership to go after these people and threaten them. And so we weren't able to bring Boehner down at that time. So this is more rancorous than even that was. And that's why I think you're seeing it play out the way it is.
Yeah, no, and it's just going to get more and more interesting, folks. It's going to turn into an even bigger fight. So that's why we're going to keep on this, trying to get as much info as we can. Phenom, you're an expert in pretty much everything I've ever heard you speak on, so jump in.
I actually just have a question. Thanks, Nick, and thanks, Millie. Thanks for the invite. Hi, Jim. So I was wondering if you already talked about Mike Rogers from Alabama and some of the murmurings that he might be threatening to have some folks vote for Hakeem Jeffries. Is there any truth to that?
Well, that discussion has been out there. There have been 10 people, as reported over the last 24 hours, who were having discussions to see if they could find some bipartisan compromise. I don't think that's going to play out. It might. And if it does, I'll tell you this. You want to talk about anger in the caucus those are going to be the people who are going to lose their elections the next time. But anyway, do I think it'll play out? I don't, because I don't have a sense that they may not like Jim Jordon, but I think they're going to be with McCarthy. McCarthy was putting his footprint on that, I believe,
Jim,
by coming out publicly and saying he's supporting Jordan.
What do you think the top issues are that are preventing the rest of the conference to go with Jim? What do you think the main holdouts are, the main holdout issues are?
I think that there are still people in that group, which I guess is 55 now, who do not like how Jim founded and supported the House Freedom Caucus and what they were doing there. That's just a personal issue on their part. And I think that's one big reason for the holdout. The other one is that these people have gotten sweetheart deals that they feel have allowed them to get reelected and to have power from Boehner and Ryan and McCarthy, and they feel like they're going to lose that leverage. So I think it's mostly a personal motivation, any risk of what they think they're going to lose in terms of power or their perception of losing their seat and thinking that things are going to go awry. I think that's the biggest part of the issue. I think what they're going to find is they may not have as much power necessarily, but they're not going to be shoved off to the corner either, I don't believe. So it's probably mostly just that personal disgust. And I don't know of any more specific issues than that.
I don't know, Jim. See, I've heard, I that might be the case for some of the people, right? But your average person, I've heard, and even General Flynn came into a space yesterday that I was in, and it seems like the consensus, it wasn't something like they had a personal beef with him as much as it was they felt like if Jim Jordon was the speaker, that he was kind of going to just be inactive, and that certain things that they wanted to see done, he wasn't going to do.
Well, that's what McCarthy was addressing today when he said of all the people trying to do it, Jim is the most prepared. I mean, McCarthy understands that. By the way, for good or for bad, or we'll have some discussions on that. But I think McCarthy came to the decision where he said, where he wanted to address that very issue. And I think he did effectively. And I think he's right, honestly, for once, because Jim is prepared to do this. He can do the fundraising. I've seen it because Jim's PAC fundraiser is one of my closest personal friends and friends in DC. And he worked for both of the members that I had as well, too. And so, and I know Jim as well, too. So I just, I've seen what Jim does in his fundraising. And that is a factor, or at least for the caucus. I don't know if it should be a factor for speaker, but it is. And so that lethargy issue, I think, gets addressed in the fact that Jim has actually done a lot of work to raise money in the House Freedom Fund. And so that's why I think McCarthy was, in making that statement, was trying to say, no, guy, you can have whatever disagreement you want. That ain't the one. I think he was trying to project that.
Just an FYI, we have a tweet from Representative Carlos Jimenez. Quote, as a firefighter, I can tell you there was no white smoke today. Our Congress is still without a Speaker of the House because 8 Republicans joined all the Democrats to plunge our nation into chaos. I'm still okay. Only Kevin. He should never have been removed to begin with.
Oh, jeez. Now, see, as Matt Gaetz said yesterday during the space that he had, the only people that believe that the nation has been plunged into chaos over this are Congress themselves, okay? Your average person, this is probably good for them, because we're saving a hell of a lot of money, guys. We're not spending, Ukraine has only gotten $200 million over the past week and a half, 2 weeks at this point. Okay? Instead of the 20-something billion dollar package that they wanted to push through. Think about it, that's anything but chaos to me.
Well, and by the way, there's been no chaos at all. And I think that what Gaze was sharing there, I think that's exactly speaks to this personal vendetta type thing. Like, these are whiny babies. Almost all of the rhino type people are whiny babies who, when they don't get their way, they get angry and they make every excuse and they lie about it. They're just like your standard typical politician, and they get mad because they have this sense of ownership, like it's owed to me, and they definitely do not listen to the American people. That's not their concern. Their only concern is their own little, and I'm using air quotes here, career in Congress. But the other thing that's at risk to them sometimes is that their support of people like Boehner and Ryan and McCarthy is their conduit to their $400,000, $500,000, $1 million, $500,000, $1 million a year job in the lobbying effort that they hope to do when they do leave Congress. And many of them do, and most of them are of that sort. That's a big part of this as well.
So I think we should get to a couple of hands. I noticed we've had some hands for a while, and I wanted to get your guys' take on Jim Jordon. What do you think comes next, right? That's the topic here. What do you think he's going to do? What do you think his stance will be on Israel? What do you think his stance will be on securing the border? Do you think he's going to actually investigate the Bidens? What do you think is going to happen? Your pros or cons, whether you support him. Go ahead, Mike.
That's a question for the audience too, by the way, in that bottom right-hand corner, because it's the audience questions kind of drive our conversation. So even if you don't want to speak and be a part of it down there, bottom right-hand corner. Who are you calling on, Millie? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes. So put that in the comments as well. Let us know what you guys feel, what you think. Mike, I was calling on Mike.
Hey, thanks, Millie. Nick, good to see you. Jim, good to see you as always. Jim, quick question for you. So I'm really fascinated by the transitions that are going to be coming up here. So I was doing some reading, and apparently, excuse me, that Jordan doesn't necessarily have to vacate the House Judiciary Committee chairman and be speaker at the same time. Now, I know that hasn't happened in modern times, but I'm interested in the transition about how that would happen. I know Darrell Issa is kind of a dog. He's got that dog mentality, and he's been in there longer. But, Ken Buck has the immigration. He has the book out. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, how do you see that transition happening? Who do you think outside of Issa would be a front runner? And then I also have to ask, and again, kind of echo some of the things that Trash has said in the past. I think Matt Gaetz said to McCarthy, if you don't do this, we are going to do this. And at the end of the day, he could have been all alone, and he still had the guts to do it, and he pushed it forward. I got a lot of respect for Gaetz just for that, because somebody in Congress actually said they're going to do something, and they did it. So what is Matt Gaetz's play in all of this? So it's the transition. Who do you think the front runners are? And then what do you think Gaetz's play is in all of this?
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say before you jump in, Jim, Matt Gaetz has been extremely transparent. He has been probably by far the most transparent member of Congress when it comes to this entire process, even coming on, our measly little Twitter spaces here to talk about it. and we'll see if we might be able to get him tonight, especially because Congress has decided, or the Republicans have decided, they're all going home. So maybe he'll have some time to join us a little bit later tonight. But Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz is just trying to get process in line. He wants single subject bills, which, by the way, I agree with. I think it would be, if they could ever do that in Congress, it'd be fantastic. He wants the appropriations bills to be on the floor as single subjects, and with the opportunity for members to offer amendments. Those are two major things. I mean, his thing is just these process issues that are important to him, and I think that we all agree with. That's really his game here. He's going to be pleased with Jim Jordon being there. He has a lot of trust and faith. Every time I hear him say it all the time, and I've seen it in many ways. I think that he'll hold him accountable if things go awry. He'll press the button, and he's not going to be afraid to. And of course, he's kind of go for broke with it right now. And I think that's a good thing. So that's what I think that Matt wants. This is a healthy process. Like, sometimes deconstruction is a good thing because it helps you construct better. And I think that's what we've just gone through here, hopefully.
Yeah, but Jim, that House Judiciary Committee chairman, I mean, that is a powerhouse. They've got control over basically everything. So, do you think that they're going to put someone in like Issa, the senior guy who's a little bit more of a dog, or do you think that someone who's more has that conservative kind of drain the swamp immigration viewpoint? Do you think Ken Buck or someone like that has got a shot to? How do you see that transition working right now? Do you see that's it?
Yeah, the seniority right now. And they've always tended to go with seniority, but the seniority is Issa then Buck. They're the top two guys. I presume that Darrell Issa is going to want that. Ken has been rumored to be looking for a CNN job. That's been going around there. In fact, in Colorado, I haven't talked to Ken about this, obviously, but in Colorado, that's the word in my mind, is that was, at least in the past, a serious thing. But with this possibility, maybe he's changed his mind. Who knows? But that fight, I do not think Jim's going to do both. In fact, I'm certain he wouldn't. So it's going to be one of those two guys. And I'll say this: Darrell Issa is not like the biggest, right-wing conservative guy. But if you want someone to do the investigations, he's very capable of it. I think he would be committed to it, it seems to me. He's a very smart guy. He's very capable. It's just this immigration issue is the problem, which Ken would be better at. Ken is capable as well. And so we'll have to see. I think it's going to be tough for Ken, maybe, because the rumors have been that he's going to leave Congress. That was going around publicly. I'm not saying anything privately. That's a public thing that people discussed or speculated upon. And if that's the case, you might get some pushback from the steering committee on whether they want to accept that or not. But I imagine, and he's a former prosecutor. I mean, Jim and Darrell are not lawyers by training. So Ken is. So that might be an argument for him to do it if he has interest. If he doesn't have interest, I don't see Mike Johnson's on that committee, and I think would also be really good. That'd be a really cool pick for judiciary. But my guess is that Darrell Issa is going to want preference, and the conference tends to roll with seniority for good or for bad.
Hey, so Will, welcome to the stage. I believe this is the first time we've spoken, but so you say you're a conservative political voiceover artist, and I'm actually really eager to hear a voiceover from you at some point. So, but anyway, jump in. What are your thoughts?
I voiced Marjorie Taylor Greene's campaign and a whole mess of other ones here in the past. So yeah, just hit me up anytime you like. What I was going to say is I'm here in the cheap seats here as far as just watching a lot of this stuff unravel. And one of the things that I've seen that just kind of really disturbs me is there's a whole lot of really conservative people on Twitter that just don't like Matt Gaetz for whatever reason. They have an axe to grind. They got an axe to grind with this entire process. They think it's a waste of time and this and that. And they sound like an echo chamber. They sound like Fox News pundits. They sound like Charles Krauthammer, God rest his soul, but he's come back from the dead and he's making all these, glorious pronouncements of how to do business in the Congress. And you always get the sense from these people that there's nothing you can do. It is, hashtag surrender caucus forever. Okay. We're going back to when Cruz took a stand against Obamacare. You remember that whole defund fight, and you're hearing from the same exact voices, but there just seems to be more voices I've found in conservative circles that believe that we're at the behest to all these moderate to left Republicans in the Congress that control everything, and there's more of them than there are conservatives. And my belief has always been that good leaders can bend them to their will. And I believe that's what Matt Gaetz did to begin with. He put a line in the sand for accountability. You go past this line. This is what's going to happen. That's what Jeff McCarthy did. I love Chip Roy, but personally, Chip Roy should have signed his name to the original 8. But that's looking in the past. I'm looking at the future right now. But and the other thing, the other narrative that was out there is that, well, Matt Gaetz, what's his plan? What's his backup plan? And it's just like, well, it looks like his plan worked, whatever it was. Just because you weren't privy to it didn't mean he didn't have one, because apparently whatever he did worked. And I just think it just takes a handful. It takes a minority to move a majority. Okay, it just takes some loud people that are going to stand up and are going to say, no, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to vote for speaker. Okay, we're going to set up some rules. They have to apply by these. And I think that's why we're seeing Jim Jordon right now. And I this idea that it hasn't happened in the past, it has happened in the past. You have to go all the way back to Newt Gingrich, what he was able to do. But there was plenty of squish Republicans in the House back then. This idea that you can't do a dang thing unless everyone is a diehard conservative, I think is total bunk. And I think we have to detach ourselves from that and really look at real leadership. And that's where I think Matt Gaetz has stood up, and regardless of how you think of him, I don't care if you hate his guts. The fact is, he was the one guy that was willing to stand up and take the bullets and take the fire, take the arrows, and he did the right thing. So, and at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. But anybody want to jump in on that, that'd be great.
Just a quick
update.
Real
quick, we got a message from Austin Scott.
Yeah, I was just about to read. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I wanted to get to some hands.
Sorry, do you hear me? Oh,
you're cutting out.
No, we're back now. I disconnected and was able to reconnect somehow. Saved the space. I don't know how, but it worked.
That's why. So real quick, Austin Scott said in a 5:08 p.m. tweet, "I highly respect Jim Jordon. He is an asset to the Republican Party and our nominee for Speaker. Our conference has spoken, and now we must unite behind Jordon so we can get Congress back to work." So he's effectively taken himself out of the speaker race.
So we've only got 2 hard no's.
And again, so okay, that's actually a good sign. It kind of goes to what I was saying earlier. I think now, like I was going to say, through all this, it seems to be like it's positioning. They don't have to be in lockstep when they're in the nomination phase. People are going to jockey for what they want to try to get out of the negotiations that they want. I mean, that to me, that's a glimmer of hope of somewhat semblance of a healthy republic, much like what we saw 9-10 months ago. But another thing that I would like to point out specifically, and Matt Gaetz had talked about this, and it's kind of going to what Will was talking about. But remember, like Kevin McCarthy was I'm going to say it again, a fundraising powerhouse, and he got a lot of these people elected. And so you have the turnkey donor class. You've got a lot of people that were elected under this old apparatus. You've got a ton of these consulting class and all these different people that swirl around DC and all the money. And so, of course, they're going to go out there and say, this is an attack on our democracy and how dare he do this and blah, 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 blah. Because, again, status quo business as usual pays really well for all of these people involved. And when you start exercising what our constitutional right and demanding our elected officials be held to account for what we want, why we put them there, that is happening on the other side, too. You can't forget that a lot of people that are opposing this, that's what they're for, too. They were put there to say this stuff. So I think it's healthy. I think they'll get down to it. At the end of the day, all of them want to get through these bills, and very few of them want to go line by line and would rather go back to business as usual and the continuing resolutions and funding bigger government and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's what a lot of them want. So I think once the people that are kind of holding out, the 55 or 54 now, I suppose, the people that were holding out, I think they're all positioning themselves to come to the negotiating table to start pulling back from it. And I think it seems to be inevitable. I know I don't want to be blackpilled like everyone's saying, oh, they're just going to vote 3 times and then they're going to have to go back and pick somebody else. I've seen that. I get it. I just, this seems to be that this is just the negotiation for the other side versus the turnkey that everyone expected when McCarthy was chosen 10 months ago. So I'm all about it. I'm here for it, and I think that the more we can start chipping away at this business of usual type behavior in Congress, the better off we are for it. And I expect them all to be melting down who just want business as usual. So thanks.
And by the way, breaking news, it might have been mentioned, but this is official. Olivia Beavers of Politico was reporting that they are breaking for the weekend and the vote will be Tuesday. I figured it might be Monday, but it's going to be Tuesday, apparently.
And look, as much as I'd prefer to have somebody like Matt Gaetz, obviously, it boils down to what's possible, because we have to consider that we need to have all the Republican votes. We need to have enough votes to actually get a speaker in. And so that's why I think, it's very probable that Jim Jordan is likely going to be the next Speaker of the House. I think just the way things are going, I think that's the most likely outcome here. Now, I want to kind of get around, and if anyone as a speaker has a strong opposition to that, raise your hand, and we'll hear you out on your strong opposition to Jim Jordan. But first, let's go to Phenom.
Thanks, Millie. So I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts on this. It's kind of reading the room, listening to what Liz Cheney was saying, Adam Kinzinger, even the pundits on Fox News. I think that what we might be looking at, and the reason for the closed door, is to see who's really behind there's a lot of people in the US and globally that want to open up Iran. Their 20% hold, what they own of natural gas, their resources there, to a more global investment market. So we saw that China has put like $400 or $500 billion into investment there. And so you'd say, why would they suddenly throw somebody like Scott into the race? And we all saw recently some of his trades in the gas industry. So I think that it's been closed because people like Jordan are less apt maybe to go in that direction. The more America First are less apt to do that, but there's a lot of money behind some of these other members of Congress, how their campaigns were funded. So I'd like to hear everyone's thought on that, because since the polls are switching, going more towards America First and Trump, I think they're looking at kind of a narrowed timeline of how they could get in there if they really want to.
Absolutely. Thank you, Phenom. Okay, so Dustin, when I asked about if anyone as a speaker had an opposition to Jim Jordan, I saw your hand shoot right up. So let's hear it, Dustin.
So it's true. Anybody who's been in the spaces knows that I'm not, right? It's not like I don't trust Jim Jordan at all. I think he's Trey Gowdy 2.0. I think he talks a big game on Fox News, but when pushes come to shove in battles against big tech and battles against big pharma, I've watched him cripple our ability in the subcommittee level to get anything done. With that said, right, listening to Matt Gaetz and watching how this all has played out, I'm coming around to the idea that he's probably the best that we can get at this point right now. Right? We don't have like a broad, overwhelming coalition of like America First people, right? To get I loved your idea yesterday. I'm so in love with it. Stupid. Ron Paul would be like my dream come true, right? It would be so perfect, but we're not there yet because we haven't won the elections necessary to be there. And I will say Gaetz, last night was very compelling about what Jim Jordan could bring to the table. Not maybe exactly what goes through the House, but what impact a Jim Jordan as Speaker impact would have on House races all over the country, which is with him at the head instead of McCarthy. I do believe that we would see more J.R. Majewskis. We would see, who's the guy in Washington? Somebody help me.
Joe
Kent.
Kent.
Yep, right. We'd see more funding for Joe Kent and less funding to like the squishy Republicans favored by Kevin McCarthy. And so having to balance out, which any legislative process is actually about, right? When you put 435 people and they have to come to a majority, right? Or some kind of threshold for a quorum on voting, right? It is compromising and coming up with the best of what's available. And I don't see, listen, if if Steve Scalise can't put the votes together and Jim Jordan can't put the votes together, who's left in the House or anywhere in the country that has any chance to put the votes necessary together? And as much as I like teasing the idea that I'd love to see us go to 1,000 votes, right? That would be detrimental to the overall 2024 election chances if this thing drags on beyond a week or maybe even 2 weeks, right? But if it dragged on indefinitely, I think it would be problematic for our election chances. And so we got to get somebody. And right now, I don't see a better choice than Jim Jordan, who has a legitimate path to the speakership.
Okay, Dustin, let me ask you real quick though, because this was put from the audience as well, actually several times. So bottom right hand corner, guys, this is what I'm sitting here doing is I'm just scrolling through the comments now. But Dustin, at this point, do you believe that President Trump would actually have a better chance of becoming Speaker of the House than Jim Jordan?
No, like right? You would be hard pressed to find as many narcissistic egomaniacs than you would members of the House. So the idea that they go outside of their own to pick somebody, I think, is pretty low. And then secondarily, you still have McCarthy and his buddies who are a part of the necessary coalition to get to 217, right? And there's no way that McCarthy or this Austin Scott clown in Georgia, or Tom McClintock, who I used to love Tom McClintock. This dude is like blood. I don't know what's happened to him. It's crazy.
He's lost
He
it,
went off the
Dustin.
deep end or
He has
something.
gone into the tank. He's horrible now.
But that's still part of whatever the necessary coalition is. The idea that they would go step outside and accept a Trump for speaker candidacy, I think, is right non-existent. And so we're gonna have to look from somebody inside, and I think that's got to be Jim Jordan at this point.
And by the way, Dustin, I just want to add on the Trump thing. Listen, if Jim Jordan's having a tough time with the people that remain that didn't vote for him, Donald Trump has a worse time because those people hate Donald Trump more than they hate Jim Jordan, whom they hate. So, that's I have to agree with you, Dustin. And but the one thing that Jim will bring that will not be disappointing is exactly what you said, Dustin. Of course, he's behind the eight ball in recruiting candidates, although there might be some opportunities he can take advantage of. But this far into the election cycle this time. But in terms of getting the energy of the base out there and moving things in that way, and then remember the loyalty that the newer members, even if they aren't as good as we want, will have to him as the speaker moving forward is a positive benefit so that he can move less conservative people that might get elected. He's going to have influence over that in various ways. That's where you're going to see the best benefit of Jim Jordan. In terms of legislatively, I think there'll be some benefits, and I think he will be able to get the 12 appropriations bills thing done next year and then maybe work through this situation now positively. That's going to be his first really big test, by the way, is getting the appropriations done before Thanksgiving. It's going to be a huge challenge. But that campaign aspect of it, and I think even the fundraising, because I think McCarthy's going to help him. That's what I'm guessing. That's going to be the best benefit.
And McCarthy has come out right in support of Jordan at this point, so we are starting to see that consensus build. I'll say this: the one thing I'm most concerned with Jordan, and the thing that I'm going to be pushing hardest to extract like a serious commitment from him on, is going to be releasing all the J6 footage. Like some of his comments around J6 are less than ideal for any of us who are concerned about the J6 issue. And so, like, making sure that we get the concession and commitment from Jordan that he will at least release all the footage to the public, I think is a necessary like step. But I think we can make that deal with him, right?
I think that we need to push really hard on that, because there are two things that come into play negatively to that end, which are the people that aren't supporting him probably don't want that release. They're the ones that have been the worst asshats in pushing back against that. And he wasn't aggressive enough in that area, although I think he was sort of pushing, but he was definitely not aggressive enough for that when he was on judiciary as well. So, yeah, I think that's something to push hard on him.
And I think that's worth doing. I do feel like he is accessible enough to for us to be able to make that deal however we have to make it. Listen, I would take a handshake deal on it. I really would. Right? If he'd look us at the eye and make, a proverbial handshake on releasing the J6 footage, right? And with some kind of enforcement mechanism, right? So we still get back to what happens to the motion to vacate the chair, right? And so there's a lot that still needs to be hashed out. For Jordan, it's a tough balancing act, man. Right? Like trying to unite these different coalitions, the McCarthy, the establishment wing, and then also, right, the MAGA wing that we do have. It's not a huge caucus at this point, but it's enough because the majority is so thin. So I get the difficulty from Jordan's perspective. I will warn people though, right? Like just, don't fall too in love, right? Keep his feet to the fire and it'll be the best possible outcome. Just don't fall in love.
By the way,
Aaron, you don't ever have to put your hand up. You just jump in, man. Oh, but BY, well, I'm sorry. I think BY was there
Sure.
first.
I'll just go real quick here.
No. Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Breaking news. Liz Cheney says Jim Jordan was involved in Trump's conspiracy to steal the election and seize power. He urged that Pence refuse to count lawful electoral votes. If ours nominate Jordan to be speaker, they will be abandoning the Constitution. They'll lose the House majority, and they'll deserve to. And by the way, that's the best endorsement for Jim Jordan. So there you go.
Yeah, I was going to say, also breaking news. I don't give a shit.
Cats sleeping with dogs.
Does anybody else here? Because,
In effect, that breaking news, Liz Cheney endorses Jim Jordan for speaker.
That's why I mentioned the interest in opening up Iran. That's exactly what I meant by that.
Sorry, maybe you don't go by Baby Yoda anymore. BY, jump in.
Oh, hey, yeah. Ironically, Jim Jordan's biggest weakness, his kind of love affair with big tech is actually one of his strengths here. Now he hasn't taken a ton of money from big tech, 10 grand a year type of thing. But if you actually look, there's been about $1.5 million funneled through the Heritage Foundation, and that's turned into large essential contributions to his campaign. But since the establishment loves big tech, and he already kind of has the writer wing of the party on his side, that'll probably help him with some of the establishment screwballs. And I do love Matt Gaetz was very realistic. He expects Jim Jordan to change his speaker. He doesn't expect, Jordan to do personal friendship things. About the only thing we can hope for is that Jim doesn't make contradictory promises. He's going to have to make promises for votes. Hopefully he just won't make the opposite promises to different people like McCarthy did. So the last point, and I don't think very many people have talked about this, all I really care about is subpoenas. I want the Speaker of the House to support every Republican committee subpoenaing the hell out of this administration. And when the DOJ weasels don't comply, I want the Speaker to back them up completely. All that stuff that Paul Ryan was too big of a pussy to ever do.
Yeah, so here's the I'm going to play devil's advocate here a little bit, not because I agree with it, but because it's a question that should be asked. Is there a strategic reason that and maybe, I don't know, for some reason, I feel like maybe Aaron could answer this question. I don't know why. Is there a strategic reason that maybe they're waiting on the subpoenas, especially, Jim Jordon as the chair of the House Judiciary Committee? Because of the fact that, if they subpoena Hunter Biden, or even Joe Biden right now, they may not have been able to dig up enough yet, because it seems like they keep finding more and more and more and more. And, if they wait maybe, until, let's say, February, March, April of next year, maybe they'll have a lot more to actually hit him on. Or else it might end up like the Benghazi hearing that they had with Hillary Clinton, where, they were basically just hitting her on things that everybody already knew about, and they weren't really able to trip her up too much.
I think
Does
you're
that
right,
make
though. I'm
sense?
just worried, like with Devin Nunes, by the time he figured out what they were doing to Trump and it got to proof, took about 2 years. I'm not sure we have that much
Well,
time.
okay, yeah, but again, like, okay, so this is something I've actually been talking about. I'm glad you asked me about this because I am the one paying the closest. I seem to be paying the closest attention to this because this is stuff I've been banging on about. I did not. I've said this, and I've been saying it. I'm going to say it again. I don't anticipate them actually going through any kind of impeachment hearings. I think they're going to drag out the inquiry. I think they already have more than enough. Matter of fact, just 2 days ago, the select committee dropped a few things out there. I can pull it up, but while I'm talking, I'll pull it up and I'll keep talking. So they have more than enough already, and they are continuing to find more things. I am concerned about what that means for the committees moving forward and how that's going to change and shift. But they already have enough. It looks to me that uh, impeaching him is not really going to do the country any favor. Instead, having the impeachment inquiry dragging out these hearings is just causing additional political fodder that can be used, weaponized against not only Joe Biden, but Democrats as a whole. They're going to start pulling the stuff out. I suspect we're going to see more and more along the lines of what Byron Donalds has been talking about and the Blue Star strategies and the bond schemes that are coming out. So I think you're going to see a lot of this kind of drag out. And I think that the political play is to keep getting it out in public and doing subpoenas, right? Getting people in there to testify. But you keep in mind, they've also got the other select committee on coronavirus. They've got that coming up on the 14th of November. So I think this is just a political push for gearing up for the elections. And, I know a lot of people want to see the impeachment. That's fine. But I think the longer this goes, the better the chance are to get a fuller picture, to get all of the info out there. And so I'm in no rush.
And those are great points, Aaron. I just want to say that the subpoenas aren't just about impeachment, but on the impeachment thing, I think you're probably right on.
Yeah, no, and the subpoena. Trust me, the meme is that give Trash Discourse subpoena power. Like this has been the meme for like the last month because I have a whole list of things that I'd like to see, and I keep pushing in the background. I do get to work with a couple people up on the Hill, like their staffers, to get them info, and it's popped up in the committee. So trust me, I got a whole list here myself, BY. But at the end of the day, I really think that dragging it out and going through this, and they're going to nail Fauci, by the way. This 14th hearing coming up, it's not just about Fauci or about Peter Daszak. This is about the CIA. This is a big one. And so I guess I'm not in any rush to see Joe Biden impeached because he's tanking himself. And anybody that they get in there right now anyway is still going to send the world careening into World War III like they're trying to now. So I think the best thing that we can do is actually focus on this House race, where the committees, where the money's being spent, how the rules are being formed. That way, the bills that are being proposed, omnibuses, continued resolutions, and NDAA that's kicking around not only in the Senate but in the House. And I'll comment on that real quick because I talked to Matt Gaetz about this last night. But that's more important. That's where I think their focus needs to be because moving forward, because it's very precarious over the next year what we're going to see. And lastly, I'll say this: I asked Matt Gaetz directly last night on the space. He let me ask him a few questions. It was really great. I found out he's got an entire team that does nothing but monitor NDAAs and what censorship stuff is going. They're going after CISA. So we're going to see a lot of stuff about censorship, and they're going to start exposing pieces of the NDAA. They're going to start exposing pieces and stuff that's getting proposed that is going to add additional censorship to Americans. So there is a lot of that going on. So I want to see him maintain some power. I want to get through this process, but we need to get the rules in place. We need to get the money in place and the judiciary in place. Once that happens, we can start looking at what the next thing looks like.
So on the Biden thing, we have a saying in campaigns that what do you do when your opponent is destroying themselves? Let them. Like, get out of the way and let them destroy themselves. I think that's wise. Like, look at some of the Biden stuff at this point, which is Congress is seen as a circus. They have the literally no popularity. It's low single digits or right single digits as far as like their national popularity of the Congress as a body. And they can do almost nothing at this point but screw up the 24 election, in my opinion.
Now, I asked the question before about, who was in strong opposition to Jim Jordan, and we only had like a couple people, maybe mostly Dustin. but it's okay, Dustin. I feel you. So is there anyone who is strongly for Jim Jordan? Rage,
Well,
if you want to
Thomas
speak about
Mass,
that.
yeah, Thomas Massey's out there, but Wagner is a strong no. What else did I look up here? Hold on, there were a couple other people. Carlos Jimenez is going to nominate McCarthy. And then just for those who might have just joined us, Austin Scott did pull out of the race and offer his support for Jim Jordan in actually very nice terms. He said, "I highly respect Jim Jordan. He's an asset to the Republican Party." So that's what I've got so far. I've still been flipping around. That's just my quick answer. Others might have something.
Yeah, that Jimenez is the most hilarious one. Like, if there was ever a simp for another congressman, Jimenez is like the guy.
No, and Tom McClintock. Jim, I know you're in the same boat with me because you've been around long. And Tom McClintock used to be like a rock star of fiscal conservatism and small government. Like to see him like prostrate himself in front of McCarthy yesterday with that letter, it kind of shook me a little bit. Like
Dustin, I got to tell you, Dustin, I have been in dozens and dozens of private meetings with Tom McClintock and other members, and where he has gone totally floors me because he was a rock star. And you know this, Dustin, from California stuff. Like, he was the guy that you wanted to take down Arnold Schwarzenegger and become governor of California back when that was a possibility. And I think you agree with me. Every one of us would have thought Tom McClintock would be a rock star. He was elected statewide. What was it? I think Secretary of State or whatever. I mean, he was amazing. Where has he gone? It's crazy.
No, I guess I don't know. For me, during my Tea Party years, Tom was like a trusted person in the Congress that I could go to. He would provide like all of the inner workings, how you needed to move things, right? He was there for us. And I always knew him as just a stalwart, like anti-establishment, small government, Tea Party type. And everything I've seen lately, I was so floored by that, having known him like you did, Jim. I had lots of meetings with him, gone to him for advice. For him to just like go crazy, like on behalf of the establishment like that, I don't know. It's one of the side, like maybe the second or third order effects of this whole thing is we are really watching people expose themselves. It's why I really wish that they had done more of this in front of the American people. And good on Matt Gaetz because he's been accessible to all of us, but they should all be presenting to us what these negotiations, what the process looks like, what they're bidding for, what they're trying to get, what they're negotiating, right? That stuff would help us get clarity on who are the people who are still on our team and who are not. Because Tom McClintock shows that like we have to update that list, that it's not set in stone. It's crazy.
I'm going to tell you, Dustin, and this is why you always have to, even with your rock star heroes, you always have to really pay attention to what they're doing, because I'm with you, Dustin. Tom McClintock, he was always a kind of quirky. By the way, I just want to say that he was just a little bit quirky from time to time. But if you had anyone that you could trust for things, it was Tom McClintock. And to see this downfall, as I would describe it, very disappointing one. This is why, even with Jim Jordan, and I love Jim Jordan, and to be candid, everybody, I'm really excited about Jim Jordan being speaker. I know not everybody is to a certain degree, and I respect you, and I want you to push back. But that's the thing. Even the people that you trust and believe in, you always have to verify and on a constant basis, because there are a whole lot of people there that hear certain folk, like everyone was fooled by Dan Crenshaw forever. I was personally never fooled, but that's just because I saw or heard things from the inside, and I don't blame anybody for not being. That's just kind of the talk I get. But Dan Crenshaw was a rock star in people's minds for a long time because of things he'd say when he would get on television, and he hated every one of you the whole time, and he hates you more now, and he hates you more now after this too, by the way, because I guarantee you he was one of the 81 votes against Jordon because he's such a jerk. And it's just amazing. So anyway, you always have to validate with everybody that what they're saying is what they're actually going to do, and put their skin on the line to make it happen.
I just wanted to quickly point out that McCarthy did apparently speak in support of Jordon and said he thinks he'll get to 217.
Yeah, he did say that, and he also made us. If you didn't hear what we said earlier, and some coming in here may not have, but he also made the statement that of everybody, he thinks Jim Jordon is the most prepared to do this. That was a pretty strong statement. I believe he's going to be whipping for Jordon and telling people, and he may not be the strongest advocate, but I think he's going to get that message around. That's going to be helpful to bring people around it. Probably not everybody. And I don't think McCarthy's going to put his neck on the line for the hard holdouts, but he'll probably make the case because he's done it publicly. He's committed himself. So,
Doc, welcome to the stage, my man. What are your thoughts? I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts. You always have a lot of thoughts.
So as I understand, thanks, Nick, and thanks, Millie, for the invite. As I understand the situation, the conference has met, has selected Jordon. Do we have any idea? This is the question I have. Do we have any idea if he has enough votes? Does he have the 216 or 214 out of the conference, or is there expected to be some stragglers?
I think that.
So right now oh, sorry, go ahead, Dustin. I'll let you.
Well, no, Jim, go ahead. Give us the update. I was just going to relay what you've been telling us anyway.
Yeah, well, I'll just make quickly this statement and then shift to Dustin because I talk a lot. It was there were 81 votes against Jordon in the conference meeting. That's what's been reported. So no, not everyone was there. If you may have heard me as you were coming in say that Kevin McCarthy.
Doc, you have a ton of background noise, man.
I just stopped it. I stepped outside.
So McCarthy has endorsed him publicly, says he's the most prepared. So that's kind of the general thing, but I'll let Dustin fill in because he's got some. He'll be able to do that.
So there are still some stragglers. I'd be surprised if it goes through on the first vote. However, it seems like the no's against Jordon are more malleable than the no's that we saw against Scalise, where they weren't willing to budge. It seems like the people who are holding out for specific like deals or reasons. My guess is Jordon gets it on the second or third vote.
He's always been, one of the top three guys, irrespective of where we go on the calendar. Was it a year ago? When McCarthy was up, or years ago, when McCarthy and Scalise were leading the minority representation in the House. He's always been a guy. He has a sort of a that history at the school where he supposedly knew about some abuse but didn't say anything about it. Sort of a tepid charge. I don't think that's anything that's going to take him down or be used as fodder against him in this circumstance. I am disappointed from what Mr. Gates said in Dustin's Space the other night that Jim Jordon apparently has said he will not investigate the January 6 issues. I'm concerned about the House's support now for what I expect to be war in the Middle East based on Israel apparently right now is going into Gaza full force. And the U.S. apparently has stated that they have Israel's back and will support them. So there's obviously, at least in my mind, going to be a reaction to that, a very violent reaction, whether that rises to the level of conflict with Iran, which we have senators now calling for direct conflict with Iran, well, not just senators, big time media influencers. So there's a bloodlust and
The only one I've heard, though, is Senator Lindsey Graham, and nobody cares about what Lindsey Graham says. So is that...
Yeah,
Right, Lindsey
Is
Graham
that,
wants.
has there been anybody else that wants to bomb Iran? I
well,
mean,
yeah,
the
Laura,
dude probably
Dead John
wants to...
McCain.
yeah, you know that.
How do you... Oh, my God,
Yeah.
yes.
So I don't want to get stuck on that one point. I do think that even saying something like that just just shows that we're no longer swinging right in the middle of sanity. That there's a tending toward extremism that's going on, whether it's on the left or the right, whether it's in MAGA or in Rhino. Its passions are very, very high right now. So I'm okay with Jordan. I always was okay with Jordan. I don't think we're going to get the sort of change that we had hoped for. And I really don't know what his priorities are going to be. I don't think Matt Gaetz really knew what Jim was going to agree to in terms of the final House rules, what the committee chairmanships will change, if the vote to vacate the chair will move from 1 to 5 to whatever. I don't think it makes a big difference if it's 5. It's symbolic. We've had 8 and up to 20 Freedom Caucus members always be willing to buck everyone else in the party. So I think if Jordan went sideways like McCarthy did, I think they'd still be able to muster the political response and pull the speaker's chair again. But between now and the election in November, I think Jordan is astute enough and a good enough politician, not a great politician, but a good enough politician to steer a middle course, and that's what I expect. Keep the party together in front of the 2024 elections. The other question I have is who are his lieutenants going to be, right? Who's going to be the whip? Who's going to, I forget the names of all the different officers, but if we get pushed into another omnibus bill at the end of the year, whoever's in that leadership is going to make a huge difference. So I'm looking at that as well.
Thank you, Doc. So I think that it's clear with Jim Jordon, his stance on Israel, the statement he put out directly following the attacks on Israel. I'm not going to read the whole statement. It's a little bit long, but the end of it, he basically says, we must continue to support our great ally as it expels this invasion, overwhelms these extremists, and works to prevent Hamas from ever harming Israeli citizens again. So he has expressed that he is on board with further supporting Israel. And, that kind of, to me, signals that he's going to be okay with basically giving more, whether financial aid or military aid to Israel. And I think that's part of the reason why some of the more staunch conservatives are getting behind Jim Jordon. Now, I think a lot of the more centrist MAGA conservatives, they don't want to go to war, right? We want to fix the problems here. And I also think that Jim Jordon is the guy for the job to some degree on fixing the border. Because if you look at some of his statements, he has been very much a hard stance on securing the border and stopping all of the illegal immigration and the abuse with the asylum seeking that's going on. He's actually, the Washington Post recently wrote an article calling him out, basically calling him crazy for basically demanding that before Congress members should come together and pass a bill to keep the government open, that he's demanding that there be more restrictions on the asylum seeking process and on the immigration process that's happening right now. So he seems very determined to kind of help with the border problem. So I do see that might be one of the, I guess, pros in this situation, because obviously we have to figure out how to stop the massive influx of illegal immigrants coming into this country right now from God knows where. Go ahead, Phenom.
Hey, so Rich Barris is reporting that even though Scott and McCarthy are both now solidly behind Jim Jordon, that some of the Scalise supporters still are attempting to derail it. They're saying that they would rather work with Democrats than vote for Jim Jordon. He's not naming who they are, but
Sounds like the DeSantis coalition to me, Phenom. What do you think?
that, or again, this, I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but the Iranian gas situation. That's why Liz Cheney, that's why, what's his name on Fox News last night, like tried to go crazy on Vivek. And then Senator Mullins, they just found out that on September 13th, he bought Raytheon. So there are people who want to move quickly and make sure that they get a chance to invest in that area as they watch the country wanting to move away from war. And then as well, Lex Fridman did a 3.5 hour podcast with Jared Kushner. And on at least 3 different timestamps, they praised President Trump's, work in the Middle East. And Jared gave all the credit to Trump. He said that he was basically, a helper of Trump, but that every decision they made in those peace agreements was ultimately Donald Trump. So we see a lot more kind of hearts and minds opening up to what that foreign policy was. So I think there's some panic, and that's what I think is holding up these votes.
Well, it could also be too that, every time that a vote gets delayed because they don't have your 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 votes support, that those holdouts are looking for something in particular. They're looking for a gimme. They're looking for a get. So, but you absolutely could be right. But it doesn't. It's hard to say, right? Because we don't know the numbers. It's all rumors. But it could be just people. Look, I want to get this committee chairman, or I want you to get this subpoena. Single issue kind of votes. That would be my guess.
So what's interesting is the ousting of McCarthy, right? It happened before the attacks on Israel. So I almost wonder, would McCarthy have actually been ousted had the attacks on Israel taken place before? I mean, I almost am thinking that maybe things wouldn't have gone the same way had the attacks on Israel happened prior. I think they would have been more hesitant to remove someone, because it seems like now we're in this really weird situation where there was this, they got rid of McCarthy and now we're trying to figure out who the next speaker is, all while this new escalation happens in the Middle East. And it seems like we're in a pretty opportunistic time for our enemies to just continue to cause problems. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Let us know in the comments section what your thoughts are. Do you think that that McCarthy would have been removed still if the attacks on Israel had happened before he was voted out?
If they happened before Matt brought it to the floor, I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I don't think so. I think that the political fallout that would have been used against him, how dare he do this in a time when people are dying? I don't think it would have happened.
I think you're absolutely right, Aaron. I mean, you got to think about it. These people use, I know Hillary Clinton's people were the ones that, and actually it may have even been Hillary Clinton herself, that said never let a good crisis go to waste. These people are experts at doing that. They're absolute experts. Okay, that's the reason that they are where they are, and we've let that be the case for so long, where people have bought into the narratives that these elites in Washington were spewing at us. I think we're getting to the point where we're learning, and more and more people are catching on to that fact, and they're not being duped as often, which is fantastic. But they do still have that ability, and I think you're right. I think that they would have been able to play that card and stop McCarthy from being removed. So even though Matt Gaetz had been warning, even publicly on the House floor for weeks, that McCarthy was out of line and that he should not, that he was going to end up being removed. And, and then that's when McCarthy came out and said, bring it. Okay. And guess what? Matt Gaetz brought it. Here we are. And I don't feel bad for Kevin McCarthy at all. Okay. I've met the guy. He's an asshole. He deserves what he got. So, just being totally honest with you. No, he scoffed at me when I said I was an independent reporter. So
Yeah, but
That was only 2 weeks or 3 weeks before. I'm just saying.
yeah, but Nick,
Off
again,
topic.
I pulled out these clips from when Matt was on Timcast, and I pulled them out after like 8 or 9 months and threaded them all out. The demands were very specific. They told him why. And McCarthy was not. He was dragging his feet. There was nothing getting done. They had warned this. They were specific about the demands. It was agreed to. McCarthy agreed to it, and he agreed to the single motion to vacate rule. So he knew that check was there. And Matt even said, he's like, look, the reason I did it was because I was tired of having McCarthy on my side of the fence, and like I was having to babysit him. So then I put him up. He said it was time for me to put him up and either let the Democrats have him if that's what it was going to be, or we were going to remove him and then we're going to get somebody else in place. It's not complicated, but it's just they tried to, with the messaging, they really tried to keep the status quo and the turnkey just recently. But to answer Miller's question, yeah, I don't think so at all. There would have been zero appetite for it. Politically, it could have been suicide for a ton of frontline reps that are in 50, 51, 49 areas. So yeah, no, I don't think so at all.
So, great points. Real quick, Rahm Emanuel was behind the "Never Let a Good Crisis Go to Waste," and I also, by the way, see a legend in broadcasting in the audience in Lou Dobbs, which is pretty epic. Congratulations to this panel. Like, Lou Dobbs has been a rock star, like, for conservatism for a long time. So to see him down there, just wanted to shout him out, man. Like, and real quick.
Yeah, no, I've watched Lou Dobbs. That's kind of what got me into the business world here. I watched him on Fox Business every single night. So I definitely appreciate him being down there. But go ahead, Dustin.
I used to watch him when I was a child too.
Being as old as I am, I go back to watching Lou Dobbs on CNN, and he was fabulous there. I'm telling you that, Lou.
Man, Jim, you're making me feel old now. But on the right, never let a good crisis go to waste thing, I actually think an unintended third order effect that has been great for our country is that we can't write they can't write an emotional blank check to Israel and to Ukraine and for war with Iran, right? While everybody is emotional over the terrorist attack in Israel. And so the fact that there is this motion where they're forced to take a breath before throwing money at yet another foreign war, yet another foreign problem, I think is a huge benefit to us as a country. And I don't think it was intended, but thank God for it.
Well, and Dustin, I was just talking about this. We had a space that we ended it abruptly, but this is something I was talking about. So a few days ago, we noticed that there's 17 days left in the strategic petroleum in our reserves left. And I'm just now seeing reporting of the insane, almost a straight line up of domestic oil and gas production in the United States. So the Biden administration has completely taken the toggles off of the leases. They're taking the toggles off of the restrictions and all the red tape and everything else, and we're starting to heavily produce. When I look at that, and then I look at all these banks and all the in the real estate sector and all these things, like 465 financial institutions and different institutions have filed bankruptcy since 2020. And then I'm looking at where we're at with inflation, how we're diving neck deep into a recession. There's only two ways out of that. You either raise your GDP, which we have no intention of doing under this administration, or you go to war. And so everyone's banging these war drums. And I think the point you just made is that no one is talking about the fact of oil and gas. Yes, they're talking about heating their homes. Yes, they're talking about filling their cars up with gas. But you can't fight a 2 or 3 front war and any kind of effectiveness with everything else that we've been dealing with, and then also have energy crisis at home, inflation problems at home, recession fears at home, and expect to actually come out of this ahead. So this deep breath, I think, is very, very important, and that's why I support it.
You make a good point there, Trash, because if we get involved in this war in Israel, it's going to completely take all the focus politically off of the gas prices, the inflation, everything going on with our economy. Because since these attacks on Israel have happened, everyone has been completely glued. Everyone's following what's going on in Israel and Palestine and Gaza, and the narrative has completely shifted. Everyone's solely talking about those issues for the most part. And so I think it does allows for a distraction right before the 2024 election, and it might actually help Biden's polls to have him be this, this leader going after Hamas and the terrorists. Like, I hate to say it, but it might actually help his polls, and maybe that's a reason why he would want to go full force ahead into another conflict and into the conflict with Israel. So go ahead. I saw Brick Suit, Phenom. I saw you guys have your hands up. I don't know who was first. Might have been Phenom.
Brick was.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Brick.
Hey, just been listening in. I decided last minute I want to go see the eclipse, so I'm driving from San Diego to Utah for that. But I haven't heard anybody talk about the fact that President Trump, came out for Jordan as speaker relatively early. I mean, once it became, he was an option, Trump was on record as endorsing Jordan. And I don't follow DeSantis close enough to know if he endorsed anybody. I'm wondering if the panel knows, was anybody else endorsed for speaker outside of Scalise by other candidates, or including Scalise? And, did anybody else who's running for the Republican nomination even venture any support towards any speaker candidate at all?
Not that I've heard.
There
Well,
are
I
groups
think
that tend
I think
to.
I think that's just a positive for Trump. I think that's going to look good going forward. Personally, I could have lived with McCarthy if he had kept his end of the bargain. He didn't. I've never met him personally, so I've heard some people call him some names here. I don't really know. He didn't keep his word, and that's why it's on him that he's out.
Well, and listen, I was making the case for some time since January, even though I would not have wanted McCarthy to be speaker. But I made the case that if he would keep his promises, people would consider him one of the better speakers ever. And that's all he had to do. And they would have gotten good things done, and he wouldn't be out. So, I mean, it is on him. He's the one that messed that up. It wasn't Matt Gaetz that messed that up or anyone else.
All right, let's go, Phenom.
Hey, I just wanted to say that I really agree with like MTG and DC Drano, Seb Gorka, and that I think that the impeachment of Joe Biden is important. I think we need to rip off the Band-Aid. Look, everyone knows that it's not Biden making these decisions, and the faster we uncover that, because these policies are going to continue even with Joe Biden gone. And it's the constitutional thing to do. It's the right thing to do. We have more than enough, not just what's happening with, the 75 million to Palestine, plus the 6 billion unfrozen to Iran, plus what's happening at the border. We now have Border Patrol agents their lives are being threatened. They're offering ransoms to give addresses of Border Patrol agents more money if it's their mother's address, and saying that they will show on social media pictures of torturing Border Patrol agents. So I think it's way past the time. I think that I just think it has to be done, and it will help uncover who is behind it. I mean, we all pretty much know, but it's just, we can't have the charade anymore.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Phenom. Welcome, Vinny. Welcome. So, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts, Vinny? Like, what's your thought, Vinny, on Jim Jordan? It's looking like he's going to be the likely Speaker of the House. It's not set in stone yet, but it seems to be going that direction. What are your thoughts?
I think Jim Jordan is probably going to let us down, unfortunately, just because a lot of people, including myself, think he's Trey Gowdy 2.0. He's a lot of talk, no bite. I'm really hoping that Matt Gaetz is right, and that it's one of those things where it's really when someone doesn't want to lead, that they keep pushing it away, and eventually enough people go, no, you're the person for the job. And a lot of times that means they're the best person for the job. So it's one or the other. Maybe Jordan all of a sudden feels, empowered, and all of a sudden gets his spine back and becomes this, this force. That's what we want. But if all of a sudden he kind of just is willing to, take BS answers and not, try and expose them and hold them to account and, use the ethics manual to hold them to certain values, then I don't think it's really going to matter.
So,
right. So this is basically the moment of truth for Jim Jordon. Go ahead, Trash.
yeah, I was actually sitting here thinking about what Phenom said because my statement earlier about the impeachment, whether it's good or bad, and you guys know me, like the reason I'm paying so close attention to the impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden is because there's a lot of stuff I've been working on for years, is tying this stuff together and getting all the evidence collected. I've been following the Senate committees way back when, like this has been my thing, and censorship's the other. But politically, so this is my only concern is a blowback politically. So I think Jim Jordon is going to have an interesting time navigating both these committees that are going on, the one I brought up earlier, the select subcommittee on coronavirus, the impeachment inquiry that's going on, a lot of the other committees that are going on, what Ways and Means is doing. And so it's going to be tough to juggle all of that. And with that being said, the more I teased that out and thought about it, I'm already starting to see fatigue from people, even in this Israel-Palestine deal. And I think that's why a lot of things are ratcheting up in the streets and trying to keep that up and moving, because I suspect that I know for a fact a huge swath of the American population really cares about getting down publicly to the bottom of Dr. Fauci and coronavirus and the jab and all these things. I know that. I don't think they're never going to tire from that. And matter of fact, I've only seen it galvanize. It's crazy. And then number two, the impeachment inquiry, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, all of that stuff. I'm not seeing the fatigue there either. But I suspect we're going to start hitting war fatigue, much like we saw with Ukraine, pretty quickly. And I just hope it doesn't get worse, because a lot of people are going to be dying over there, and it's going to be bad. But what do you guys think? That are they going to be able to maintain the political momentum with these committees and what's being investigated with what's going on with Israel and Palestine, and potentially even worse down the line? How does that play out?
Well, one of the things to keep in mind in regards to that, in my mind, is Jamie Comer is going to continue pushing as hard as he has been on his committee. So that's a positive thing.
Is he pushing hard enough, Jim?
Huh?
Is he pushing hard enough? That's actually an
I think
audience
Jamie
question.
Comer's been doing a better job. I think Jamie Comer's done a better job than Jim Jordon, in my estimation.
Well, yeah, and that was actually the question: is like, why hasn't Jim Jordon done more as the chair of the Judiciary Committee?
Yeah, and I think
that's a very fair question.
No, it is, and I'm going to tell you, it was a staff issue, in my opinion, and so that would be.
Is that a good excuse?
I don't know. No, I don't think it's a good excuse. I think it's an explanation, and I know of people who have been very frustrated with the judiciary staff, to be candid. The other issue, though, is that McCarthy was not moving on subpoenas. So I don't know the degree to which Jim was trying to push for certain subpoenas, particularly of Hunter Biden, for example, that Jim would have wanted and he wouldn't do. But I don't know that dynamic for sure. But
is he required to do so? Or
oh yeah. They gotta.
He has to be part of the picture in order to have a subpoena.
Yeah,
and by he, I mean
the speaker has
McCarthy.
to, unless there's a rule or an agreement that is passed by the House, the speaker has to sign off on the subpoenas. So now that's something, Dustin, that should be pressed for with Jim, is he should sign off on those subpoenas as speaker. And that's an ask, in my opinion.
I think that's an incredibly smart ask. Like, as our team tonight will go through and put a package. This is far from a done deal, by the way. Right? I think we'll see a vote, maybe 2 votes. Right? I think we'll get an idea of how big the gap is that Jordon needs to close. And in that moment is our time where we have to step up and make these pushes on the January 6th stuff. And I think what you just talked about there, Jim, because the speaker is essential in order to get the subpoenas necessary to keep the investigations going. To Trash's point about the pushback, depending on what world events are, it really comes down to the evidence, which is if the case that they present to the world is solid of the Biden corruption, which I think those of us who are here know to be true, if they do a good job presenting it in a way that is concise and digestible by the regular person, then I think it's a no-brainer. If, however, right, it's a lot of circumstantial stuff and you don't have all of your I's dotted and your T's crossed, that's where I think the potential blowback comes, is if it turns into the traditional congressional circus. In fact, they need to hire Trash Discourse and Name Redacted and a bunch of people who've done the homework to get in and start like consulting with how they make and present this case. So what the Democrats did with the J6 committee, right? There were a bunch of sedition hunters and a bunch of like people who done research through open source intelligence who were brought in to consult with the committee on how they could present their nonsense case that they turned into all Trump. But in the same way, like this would be an opportunity for new people. I'm curious, Jim, do you know, or does anybody know, like, what does it look like? What's the Judiciary Committee look like? What does the subcommittee on weaponization look like with the change in leadership? Obviously, Jim Jordan can't hold both positions at once.
So, just as a recap for folks, we talked about this a little bit before, so I'll be brief. But Darrell Issa is next in line from a seniority basis. That is typically how that is handled. It's not common for someone who isn't at the top, at the next step in the seniority, to be able to become that chairman. That's typically on both sides of the aisle what happens. Ken Buck is second behind Darrell Issa. I think Issa is probably just going to be chairman. I think he's tough and would be good in certain ways. He's not as strong on the immigration thing, but he's the richest member of Congress. He's got FU money, and no one's going to intimidate him, assuming that he does the strong things that we want. I think there's a chance in some areas he will, but we'll see.
So, unpopular opinion, I worked with Darrell Issa to pass the United States Postal Reform Act in I think we passed it in 2014, but like we worked on it throughout 2013. Richest member of Congress. I know that there's been issues with him and MAGA and certain people calling him establishment. I've always found him accessible and able to work with. I don't mind him. Ken Buck would be an absolute disaster based on the crazy statement he put out. He voted to depose McCarthy because McCarthy was too in support of the idea that the 2020 elections were stolen. Like it was another statement right there with Tom McClintock's that just left you like scratching your head, like, what is this? Who is this guy like talking for? Like, well, this crazy. So Ken Buck would be a disaster.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, honestly. I mean, there'd be a couple areas he'd be good on, but yeah, he's just gotten weird. So I have been in the past very good friends with Ken and his now ex-wife. Ken's just kind of one of those people that has gone downhill in an odd way. In fact, he's just very hard to pin down on what the heck he's thinking. I would not want him to be judiciary chairman. Darrell, I'm with you. By the way, there are a couple reservations maybe with Darrell here and there. I got to know Darrell fairly well the last time I was working on the Hill. I found him to be tough. I found him to be, he's a very intelligent guy, very capable guy who actually does things. This is the one thing. If he's trying to work on something and the people working with him don't get it done, he doesn't put up with it. And that's a good thing if he also does some tough stuff there. And with you, Dustin, I have found him to be thoughtful and helpful when you're talking to him. So it's a net good, I would say, for Darrell to become the chairman.
Hey, he's not a lawyer, right? He's
no, he's not. He's not.
He actually did. He invent the Viper car alarm system.
He did. He did. In fact, it's kind of interesting. I worked for Thomas Massey. He had 30 patents, and you'd think he'd have the most of any member of Congress, but Darrell's got over 100 patents for Viper, and he did car alarm stuff and car starting. He was in sort of that accessory business for cars, and just a huge business that he built there.
Hey, Jim, do you have any idea why we, under Jim Jordan
Might
and
be
the
a good thing that he's not a lawyer.
judiciary, that we didn't end up with an
Yeah,
actual
sometimes I mean, if you have a lawyer that's like Jim
Chris, you're
Jordan or Daryl
Yeah.
Issa, that can be a good thing. But being the lawyer is not necessary, in my opinion.
Can you guys hear Phenom? She's trying to talk. I know she's
Oh,
talked
I
to
didn't.
somebody
I'll
here
go down and back
sometimes.
up.
I couldn't either, so
I'll wait till Jim comes
Well,
back up because I kind of
I'll
want
drop.
to hear
yeah, but
his answer.
in the meantime, we're definitely going to get into this topic a little bit because that seems to be what the audience wants down to the bottom right hand corner. But I think it brings up an interesting point to say, okay, President Trump said that he would jump in on an interim basis if needed. Is it a good idea? Should he do that? While Jim Jordan tries to whip the votes. I don't know. We get some thumbs down on the panel. We get some hundreds on the panel. We get some laugh reacts on the panel. I mean,
I got to be honest,
that's why I
like
need
Nick.
some. That's why I want
Yeah.
some audience sentiment before we get too far into this in the bottom right hand corner. But yeah, I mean, Trash. You want to give while we wait for Phenom and Jem to be able to communicate? What do you think,
Yeah.
Aaron?
Yeah. No, dude. Like, listen. Like, that's all well and good. Right now we are in a very serious situation. Sure, he could fix things and shake things up, but I think that would be that would be the actual chaos that I don't really want right now in the House. And you guys know I'm a Trump voter. That's not something I see ever happening. I think Dustin made the best point about this earlier, about the egos that swirl around in the House, and then obviously moving forward with these committees and everything. The last thing I need is that to happen. And number two, they're not going to put an outsider in there. And it seems to be that this is the path moving forward. I don't know, man. I can't with that one. Now listen, the memer in me, the S poster in me. Oh yeah, burn it. Let's go. But like, I mean, practical, no.
I'll say this, Trash. Like, I love what Congressman Troy Nels put out, which is if we can't come to a decision by Sunday, then I'm digging my heels in and only voting for Trump. Right? That now, if this thing and listen, there's no guarantee at all that Jim Jordan is going to get the votes. Right? Like again, the idea that you're going to get some kind you can only lose 5. Right? And the idea that anyone, Jim Jordan or anybody, is far from a done deal. If this thing stretches too far out, then I would 100% be okay with Donald Trump stepping in to like clear the mess.
Agreed.
Right?
But do you think Trump would have the votes? Because I think if any,
How does Trump get the
but
rhino votes
Yeah, if
if
Jordan
I
Jordan
think
doesn't
can't
what
get
get
the
them?
votes, Trump's
That's
not
the
going to
thing
get
I
the
can't get
votes.
by.
that's what
Because
I
we
mean. Like
primary
there's
them.
a bunch of rhinos that hate Trump. So if anything, it might just be a good litmus test for us to see who hates Trump. I mean, so that next election we can vote him out.
Exactly.
Right. Trump loses in a recorded vote, and we know who our enemies are.
Absolutely.
Well, I'd put it like this too, which is this is only if this is turning into a full blown clown show, right? So imagine we're a week from now or 2 weeks from now, and just about every member of the House has been put their name up for consideration and got smacked down, probably by bigger and bigger majorities, right? Like Scalise and Jordan are probably the most likely 2 guys going in who had the biggest shot out of the gate to actually win this thing. But if we're 2 weeks from now, the pressure from Democrats and the pressure from the media and the pressure from the war machine to get their money, right? Like, listen, now people are starting to like stop care about Israel again. Like, we're gonna lose the chance to like cash in on this. Like they're going to be hitting the panic button through the media and applying all kinds of pressure. And at that point, anything can happen. But I'm with Millie. If we're going outside the House, Trump's got to run for president. He's got fucking work to do. I think we bring Ron Paul back on an interim basis. That to me would be the best possible outside the House candidate.
Dustin, I want to bounce something off you super quick. What about, because he understands it, Vivek and the whole idea of getting the government on blockchain?
Yeah, nah, I'm not on board. Too young, doesn't have the institutional knowledge, and can't put him to be 2 heartbeats away from the presidency.
Yeah, this is the thing. As much as I love, the idea of some of these outsiders, especially like Ron Paul, like I would love it. But it's not going to happen. Like, you have too many staunch rhinos in there that are not going to allow it to happen. So as much as I would love it to happen, hey, we want to make it happen. We need to show up on election day. We need to be getting more people to be voting red in such huge volumes that they can't try to stuff enough ballots to steal the elections from us.
Is there a chance that like we reach a point where there's so much dysfunction that the Democrats are also pushed to vote like for somebody other than Hakeem Jeffries?
They're already
right?
talking about it
I
with
think
Henry.
I think everything we've been talking about is under the assumption that the Democrats remain in lockstep behind Hakeem Jeffries, no matter what. But I could foresee 2 weeks from now, a week from now, no speaker, the pressure's being applied, that like some Democrats start to get peeled off for some, let's just call them like consensus picks, right? Like could be an interesting dynamic, right? And maybe McCarthy's buying his time to hope that Nancy Pelosi lives up to his deal to backstab us and bail him out, like when it's all said and done. I don't know. That gets very House of Cards, like conspiracy-ish. So it makes me feel icky.
Well, keep in mind with Hakeem Jeffries as leader of their caucus, to have people splinter off in some way, that's, in my opinion, something he does not want to do. And so I'd be really shocked if he were to allow anyone to break ranks from their caucus. I guess it's a possibility, but I doubt it. And I also think these holdouts that want to work with the Democrats on a so-called bipartisan choice, I just don't think it's going to materialize. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens through the weekend, because the vote is on Tuesday. This will play out again on Monday. So we're going to keep our eyes on this, because it's going to be a really interesting thing.
Hey, Jim, now that you're back, I want to just finish what I was going to start to ask you so I don't forget. So who do you think was really behind us having these subcommittees instead of a full-blown church-style committee? I remember, I think it was last January when Tucker still had his show, Massey was on. Tucker recommended a full church-style committee. Massey was totally for it, said he would get behind it. So I was wondering, was it Jim Jordon that prevented that from happening? Was it McCarthy? Do you have any insight on that?
It would be McCarthy and the caucus. The subcommittee approach is just working the same system through the existing subcommittees in Judiciary and OGR, the Government Reform and Oversight Committee. So that's the reason it went into subcommittees, is they just work through what already exists. The conference would have to create a J6 style committee to make that happen. And that's a special committee, so it takes a special vote of the House.
So why did no one bring that up? There were people even kind of running on that promise in midterms.
Yeah, because you've got people like these folks that don't want to vote for Jim Jordon, who aren't interested in what the things are that we care about, that we're concerned about, that we want to find information on. And a lot of those people still believe that Donald Trump is some sort of traitor. I mean, there's never Trumpism in that caucus. And I think that's a big part of it as well. So McCarthy could have done something, and he didn't. He could have pressed them to do that, but that just didn't happen.
Let me jump in here real quick. I did hear, only because my wife still watches it, a bit on Fox News before I left the house, and it was hallways full of reporters talking to the exiting congressman from the Republican caucus meeting. And Mike Rogers was one who said he would never vote for McCarthy, never. And there were 55 votes that didn't vote for Jordan. So those are votes that are going to need to be convinced. They're going to have to be bought off. Jeffries also was on the mic for a few minutes, and his whole response was, just look at the chaos on the Republican side, right? They're the ones who are keeping us from doing the nation's business, and they're a disaster. And I would expect that would be the position the Democrats would take going forward. Just sit there and let the
So
thing...
I want to get real quick. We brought Tom Fitton up here, President Judicial Watch. You have a hell of a lot of Capitol Hill experience Tom. And we have these GOP congressmen saying, oh, well, it's just chaos right now because we don't have a speaker. Is this actually chaos, or is this, kind of good for the country in a way? What are your thoughts?
Well, I guess we can argue about that. And we had 7 weeks of an August recess that is kind of what's happening now, except all the members are together on the Hill trying to figure out the direction of their caucus for the next year or so. So in many ways, there's actually more activity on the Hill than is typically occurring. The committee hearings are still taking place. They passed a continuing resolution that funds the government outrageously until the middle of next month. So there are really no big issues pending. Israel is going to be able to defend itself with or without the House Speaker being in place. So that's just a pressure point that's being dishonestly used to try to leverage a certain result in the House race. Now, I've been thinking about this. I'm not quite sure, process-wise, why we think it's a good idea, or why anyone would think it's a good idea, just to have this going on in secret for weeks. Why are we expecting a result other than what's happened, which is there's no political incentive because there's no public accountability to come to an agreement for a Republican Speaker of the House. And if this process were taking place on the floor, there'd be a speaker by now. They just wouldn't be able, to maintain the dissent that is taking place against one candidate or the other, and we'd have a speaker. Whether it be the best speaker possible, I don't know. But if the goal is to get a speaker, this is the wrong way to go about it. And if I were Jim Jordon, or even, I don't know the name of Congressman Scott, who is an alien figure to me, because I don't know who he is, I'd be seeking to resolve this on the floor as quickly as possible.
One thing, Tom, you may or may not have heard is Austin Scott did come out and endorse Jordan, so he's off the table. And you probably
so now he supports Jordan. Okay,
well, he's on board. And then you probably have seen that Ann Wagner and some others have this idea of possibly working with the Democrats to find a bipartisan choice. And so, these people are the problem, it seems to me. Don't you agree?
I think, to a degree, you're going to have, that sort of behavior is going to happen when there's no accountability. And I think, a public process, I don't think that would wash in a public process where people are voting on the record in front of the American people. I mean, we got to get to that. I'm not quite sure why Republicans decided to do it this way. I'm sure there's all sorts of tactical reasons they were thinking of as they went into this. But now it's week 2. We got work to do. We got to defund the deep state, protect Trump, protect civil rights of other Americans' innocence, defund the invasion, defund the censorship, stop the mutilation of children, the killing of the unborn through defense dollars. All those things need to be on the table. And if I were running for speaker, and I think this is a mistake that Jordan has made thus far, and it was a mistake that ended McCarthy's career as speaker, is that there has to be a willingness to draw a line in the sand on something. And, I would suggest that something be 3 or 4 or 5 things, but maybe even just one thing. And I think that would be one way to rally votes around you, saying, look, I'm not going to, government is not going to get funded as we know it, as long as we're being invaded at the border, or as long as the Justice Department's trying to rig the election. Pick your battle. I would pick more than one. But Mr. Jordan has suggested that he would support a continuing resolution through April, which, how is that any different than the last speaker?
Well, that was one of the questions that I had is, do you actually have faith in that Jim Jordan, saying people can talk and they can say anything they want to. Do you have any faith in the idea of him being able to accomplish any of the things that we're talking about? Like, especially the continuing resolutions, the omnibus bill. I know that was one of the things that Matt Gaetz was demanding. That's what Thomas Massey said, that he would not vote for Steve Scalise because Steve Scalise would not commit to backing off of putting out these massive omnibus bills. And just for the audience, an omnibus bill is this, I mean, literally, I mean, thousands and thousands of pages of a budget bill that funds everything from, lesbian basket weaving to whether or not dogs can be gay, okay, to the tunes of tens of billions and sometimes billions of dollars. And Matt Gaetz is demanding that we put a stop to that. Tom, does that seem like a possibility? Does Jim Jordan have
No,
any
it's not.
ability
It's
to
not
do
a
that?
possibility.
And
I
why?
don't see how, given this way the Senate is made up, how we're going to get anything other than an omnibus bill through this appropriations process. And the question to me is, what is it that conservatives would be willing to agree to in order to get an omnibus bill? Now, I understand philosophically why a member might want to oppose it, but they're going to pass. And the question is, what is there? Is there a line that the Speaker or the House Republicans collectively, won't step over in terms of funding an omnibus? Are there any policies that they will extract, any concessions, reforms, or protections for the Republic, which I think is required given the current crisis, that they would require in order to vote for an omnibus? There's going to be an omnibus. They're not going to agree to an appropriations bill with the provisions of that the conservatives are putting in the various appropriations. The Senate is going to agree. So we're going to be in this situation again. I would submit. And so, the question to me is, what lines in the sand are you willing to draw and defend and, shut the government down over or shut part of the government down over? And so I just don't see anything other than omnibus, even though I think it's a terrible way to run a railroad. But, politically, there's no way around it. And this is why you have to fight over the policies, given the political situation we're in. That's what I would suggest. But, it's politics. So, if other people have different views, it's not the end of the world. But I just want to stop the attack on our republic. And we got to pick those battles right now, because I don't think, all of this could be pro forma for a banana republic in full in 6 months.
All right, so I'm going to go to an audience question here real quick for you, Tom. If Jim Jordan becomes speaker, is Ukraine kind of toast? Do you think that might have to do with the hang up here as to why you're seeing, over 50 Republican congressmen saying that they will not vote for Jim Jordan under any circumstances? Now, obviously, some of those will flip, but it's a question as to whether or not you can flip, the vast majority of them, because, obviously, just to remind everybody, Jim Jordan needs 217 votes on the House floor and no less in order to become Speaker of the House. So, but
I think there's going to be support for the Ukrainian war. And the question is, what is the nature and amount of the support and what checks are in place? I think that's what is likely to happen in the end. So I don't think Ukraine is necessarily factoring into the speaker's race at this point. It's whether, people being upset about Jordan not being speaker anymore are willing to sign on to Jim Jordan. And I'm not, as head of Judicial Watch, I'm not telling people who to vote for speaker. As Tom Fitton and playing political analyst, and I don't know if Marjorie Taylor Greene has an idea on this, but if I were a moderate Republican, I think Jim Jordan would be a perfect speaker. Because I think what they need as a speaker is someone that both sides trust to kind of tell them what's up and what's down. And McCarthy, tried to be, and it's not a criticism of him necessarily, and I could criticize him for a lot, all sorts of things. But he just didn't want to do that, right? And he tried to take care of everyone, and you can't do that as a leader. You have to point to a direction and take into account the views and values of your individual caucus members and representatives, and see if you can take care of them now and again. But if they know where they stand with the speaker, that should be satisfactory to all the members. And I think Jordan probably fits that bill in a way that, maybe there are other members that fit that bill too, but certainly he's the candidate for for consideration now because there's, according to what you tell me, there's no one else running against him.
Yeah. So we actually have Congressman Thomas Massey. Welcome up, Congressman. It's great to talk to you. It's been a while.
Hey, great to talk with you all, Nick. And I'm in my truck headed home, but now that I'm connected, I'll pull over so we can have a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have more insider knowledge than anybody up here would possibly have. Besides maybe, I know you worked with Jim in the past, and Jim's a great guy, good friend of mine. And he's been giving us a lot of insider knowledge that he learned, working with you up on the Hill. But what is going on, Congressman? I mean, I'm going to ask you a very general question at that point. What the hell is going on Capitol Hill right now? Is this actual chaos, like your colleagues are saying?
No, I don't think it's chaos. And I think it's going to be easier to get Jim Jordon to 217 or 218 than it was to get Kevin McCarthy. But I want to say right off the bat, anybody who is listening, you have got to get on the phone with your congressman and tell them you will accept no other name out of their mouth other than Jim Jordon on Tuesday.
Yeah, and so that was a question that I got earlier, Congressman Massey, is does calling your congressman actually work? Do they actually get the messages? Does it make a difference? Or is it just shoved into a voicemail somewhere where, they never actually hear it? It sounds like you're saying, yes, it is actually effective.
It absolutely works. In fact, I wouldn't waste your time using any other method other than direct contact at a town hall or a fundraiser. You've got to make phone calls. Real people answer those phones. They are sitting in the office. We can hear the phones ringing. I've got a suite of offices. There's like 4 rooms. But when the phones start ringing, when I'm sitting in my office, I can hear it. And then when you walk out to go vote, your staff is like, you can either tell they're frantically taking calls or they're not. And so it really does make a difference. You've got to pour the calls in and do it on Monday afternoon.
And hey, Thomas, can you give, you'll have good insight into this. Can you give people a sense of what it will look like with a Jim Jordon speakership, both the ups and the downs, but the net positive of this?
The interesting thing here is exclusive, satisfy all of the promises people thought you made. Be a little bit of a reset here in terms of promises. You got to understand that the CR, the continuing resolution, is our strongest play because we've got a 1% cut that is built. And I took a lot of criticism for voting for the debt limit increase. But the one thing we got was this automatic CR, or corporate cut that went around April. And we believe that will drive the people that, that'll drive the people to the table to do the 12 separate bills. So that's part of Jim Jordon's plan. If you are a never CR person, which I think was just sort of an allergic religious reaction that was recently made up, then you're not going to be happy because he's resetting the plan, but it needs to be reset to get our priorities done in these spending bills.
Well, Congressman Massey, thank you so much for coming in. And that actually leads into my question as well, because Tom was making a point earlier, and I'm glad. And thank you for being accessible. This is great. It seems to me that Tom's assessment was his personal assessment, that these big bills will continue to go on. It's just how they're constructed, what's fought for. And so part of the asks when McCarthy was voted in by Gates and crew was not only just like the individual bills, but then also the adequate amount of time to review them. Is that going to be kind of the ask of not only negotiating parts of these bills in or out, but also having the extended time for review so they can ask for the appropriate deals? And just to recap what you said there's a 1% cut that's built into this deal that kicks in April that you believe will drive a lot more success forward. I just want to make sure I heard that, because you were cutting out.
Yeah, sorry. This we until the last day of McCarthy's speakership, we did not violate the 72-hour rule. I'm on the rules committee, and I insisted. Sometimes they tried to wear me down until 2 a.m., but I insisted we never violate the 72-hour rule. So that's one of the promises McCarthy kept. I was in the room in January when the deal was negotiated with Kevin McCarthy, and some of the claims of things that he's violated, he did not violate. But it's no use litigating the past. We are where we are now, and I believe, I assume I'm still going to be on a rules committee. It's called the Speakers Committee. I assume I'm going to be there, and we'll be in a position to make sure we still get the 72 hours. And Jordan does not want to do an omnibus. I think he's got the a real 1%.
Is he out of bars?
Yeah,
I believe
I was making sure it wasn't me. So we'll keep that up. Yeah, because Congressman Massey is actually, he's on the front lines of this entire thing, not just because he's a congressman and part of the GOP caucus, but because he was one of the first ones that came out and endorsed Congressman Jim Jordon. I don't know if he can hear me right now. Maybe he can. Maybe he can't. I know where he lives. He lives in a one of the most beautiful counties in the state of Kentucky, where I live. Actually, I don't live in the county, but I do live in Kentucky.
Yeah, I know
But
the area
the
very
problem
well.
is
Lots of dead spots.
lots of dead spots, so that's pretty. It's small town America is what it is. So hopefully we can get him back here very shortly. But in the meantime, Dustin, or actually, I'm sorry, Jennifer, or let's see, Tom unmuted, then we'll go to Jennifer. Go ahead, Tom.
I would just echo his direction to call. I mean, listeners really should call the members, even if the call isn't picked up because of the volume. As he noted, they do note the ringing in the offices, and this is why it's important that it gets to the floor, because that's when the recalcitrants, and may not manure to Jordan's benefit, but I suspect it would. That's why it's important that it get to the floor, so that this participation by the voters can have a more direct impact.
And by the way,
right now it's they're having the equivalent of private high school meetings, and the results are what they've been, which is relative dysfunction in terms of getting the speaker selected.
and by the way, Thomas texted me. He's going to come back in. He got in a dead spot.
Got it. Perfect.
But yeah, Tom, I mean, I think that's an important point. What? Sorry? Oh, Tom, I think that's an important point. And by the way, I got dropped myself when Thomas was answering me, but I think that's the point, and you've alluded to this a little bit too. Like, everyone that might be excited or even questioning of Jim Jordon, I mean, there's just going to be some things there that are not necessarily going to be to everyone's liking. But I think Thomas is right. It'll be a little bit better, or at least stable in a process issue, better maybe. But the other big thing, Tom, I think might be there for Jim is that he can energize the base potentially. He can get a lot of small donor fundraising that helps the Republican Party. That may be one of the things that a lot of people are overlooking that might be a positive for him doing that, even though some folks are holdouts.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have the Trumpian figure in the speakership if Jordan wins, and you're going to have someone who's able to articulate conservative values in a way that's going to get the attention of the electorate that no House Speaker in recent memory has been able to do. And so, policy achievements aside, having that sort of orator, that ability to communicate is going to be a radical step up if Jordan is the speaker. And there may be other members who are able to do that, but Jordan's proven time and time again he can articulate these issues in a way that makes it accessible to virtually anyone who wants to pay attention. And to have the base involved in congressional politics that way because of Jordan's involvement, that's going to be an X factor that may get us some better results on some of these spending fights that we've had to date.
But Tom, would you agree with me? I mean, my experience with Jim is he's a tough guy. He's very thoughtful. He doesn't talk a lot, but he does know how to communicate with people. But he is a real steady hand with a lot of things. It's always come across that way to me, and that's my impression. Maybe you could give your impression of him too, having been around him.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't go off half-cocked on stuff, and he takes the stuff under advisement. But when you talk to politicians who take things under advisement, they do. You're usually getting the blank stare, right? But when you're talking to Jordan, and when folks that share his values are communicating with him, he's listening and he's considering. And so it's having a Jim Jordan type person as speaker is going to be very different for the House of Representatives. And like I said, there's going to be so much more and better attention paid to the House. I think anyone who wants to get things done there is going to benefit. And that's why, in the end, I think he may be able to get over the hump.
If you don't mind,
Well, I will get right to you, Dr. Jen, but I promised Jennifer for the past, and I don't even know why she's been so freaking patient with me. Jennifer, you've been trying to speak for a while.
Nick, she's waiting to ask Congressman Massey a question. She ran out for just a second.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So he'll be back. Okay, all right, Dr. Jane, go ahead.
Thank you very much for
that. Wanted to ask Tom Fitton a question.
Well, let's go to Dr. Let's
okay.
go to Dr. Jan, then we'll go to Phenom.
Wait. No, I can wait.
Oh.
Let her go ahead, please.
Okay,
no, it's okay, Dr. Jen. I don't mind. Go ahead. You haven't spoken.
No, but it's relevant to the topic at hand. So go ahead, ask your question.
Sorry, we're trying to get the co-host here. We're trying to get Congressman Massey back on in the background. That's why we're kind of all over the place.
Okay,
so go ahead, Phenom.
Well, first of all, I think we all were very understanding when a minute ago, Tom said that our republic is in a very fragile position. And the work that you have done with Judicial Watch in cleaning up the voter rolls, I don't know if everyone understands the importance of that. I think 400,000, some names just in New York State, a couple million other places. So I want to thank you for that. But my question, it is related to this because the elections are really how we get these members that aren't, doing what we want. But with motor voter being added in Pennsylvania by edict, and most of the analysts there see Trump ahead by 6 or 10 points to win Pennsylvania. And when you look at like during the Obama years before motor voter went to Oregon, 33,000 people in the 2004 to 2008 cycle registered. In the second year of Obama, 45,000 registrations in that 4-year cycle. But suddenly they add the motor voter, the AVR, and you've got 350,000 registrations. And then from 2016 to 2020, 400,000 registrations. So it's totally bloating our voter rolls, which causes a lot of the, whatever word you want to say, some people like fraud, some people like maladministration. And because this does affect who we bring to the House and to the Senate, what are your thoughts on how we can get like grassroots and just people really to understand how critical it is to keep the voter rolls clean, to have verifiable elections?
Yeah, and we'll let Tom answer the question. I just want to let everybody know in the audience that Congressman Massey has graciously rejoined us. But Tom, go ahead.
Well, thank you. I think it's kind of a self-evident point, but dirty voting rolls can mean dirty elections, and cleaner voting rolls can mean cleaner elections. And the left wants dirty voting rolls because they want to be able to steal elections when necessary, and that's a pool of illicit votes from which they can draw potentially. And we cleaned up rolls in Kentucky. Thomas may recall this. We have a consent decree in Kentucky cleaning up the rolls. So it's like Republican and Democrat states, we've been able to come in and clean up the rolls, and it's just part of the solution. But there's got to be a kind of I think, a full-throated defense of election integrity. a back to basics on elections. And another way to deal with it is for I'm just playing political analyst here, is that if Republicans just have to win bigger, right, to overcome the alleged maladministration or potential fraud. I mean, that's typically what Republicans have done in the past. They put a little extra in because they just assumed the other side was cheating a bit. And, that may be a more significant issue in the next election.
What about it being added by edict, motor voter? I mean, that's obviously.
Well, I think there's going to be legal challenges. I mean, motor voter is what you're referencing is that anyone who gets a driver's license in Pennsylvania will be automatically registered to vote, and that just invites multiple registrations and eligible people being registered to vote and such. And there's a question of whether that's legal under Pennsylvania law. I'm not quite sure where the challenges have been filed or if there haven't been filed yet, but that's going to be of controversy. But it's an example of rigging the system in a way that undermines confidence in the system, and they want to jail you if you object. I mean, that's where we are, and that's why a republic is tottering.
Yeah, so I want to remind the audience, bottom right-hand corner, questions for Congressman Thomas Massie. I'm going to go through them. I'll get off my pedestal, and I'll let people on the panel ask questions, actually, and as well as the audience. But, Jim, go ahead, and then we'll let Jennifer get her question.
Yeah, I wanted to throw in here. So, Thomas, I thought on that point, what, if any, like it seems to me that there are very few constitutional options that we want Congress related to what Congress could do, and that we really don't want Congress to get involved in election procedure. But what are some things that Congress actually can do, like rescinding some of the laws that might not be all that good to begin with?
Well, first of all, I apologize for the bad signal that I had. I have pulled off of the interstate so that I can talk with you. So one of the things, Jim, that we can do, unfortunately, a lot of states have gone to massive mail-in balloting, and I think it should be reserved for people in nursing homes and for the military. You should have to have an excuse to use a mail-in ballot. But if the post offices are now going to become the precincts, then we need to make sure that the postmark is sacrosanct. And so I introduced legislation, and I think it actually became part of one of the bills we passed in the House this year that's waiting in the Senate. I could be wrong, but that says to make it illegal to use a post office postmark to lie about when the ballot was sent. And you would think this is already illegal, but it is not illegal. It's illegal to fake a postmark, but it's not illegal if you're at the post office and you used postmarking equipment to backdate something. And so that's like one of the things we can do. Obviously, the post office is in the Constitution. It's one of the few constitutional things we can do. That is an example. And by the way, thank you, Tom, for helping clean up the rolls in Kentucky. And I would remind folks, the cheating happens where the races are close. And cleaning up the rolls helps us in Kentucky on, the state rep and state Senate races and the governor's race. But the presidential race is usually not that close in Kentucky. So we need to go to the states where it's close and clean up those ballots as well.
Hi, Congressman.
Is there any? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
It's okay. No worries. Hi, Congressman Massie. Thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate, you making yourself available to us. And over the past couple of days, we've been holding large spaces. We also had Congressman Gates in here to talk to us. And I think it's something that is really necessary for people like yourself in the House of Representatives to come into these spaces and talk to the people, because I feel like there's been such a divide between the people and Congress over the last years, and it's just getting worse and worse. And I think opening this dialogue between us and other representatives like yourself would make a tremendous difference on how people view government. Another thing that has been a major topic other than war spending and closing the border is the release of the January 6 tapes. This is something that's really, really, really important to the people. And we want the truth to come out, and we want those tapes released. Are you willing to make sure that those tapes are released and then that we can get an investigation into what happened? Because I myself have looked at thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours of January 6 footage, sir. And if you look at it, it paints a completely different picture to what the media has sold us with this narrative. And I think repairing this relationship between the citizens and Congress will go really far if our Republican representatives stand up and make sure those tapes are released so it can be used to free people who are innocently being held in prison in horrible conditions. And I'd like your feelings on this. Thank you, Congressman.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I would release all of the tapes. If it were up to me, I would release every second of every tape. As it turns out, my staff and I are allowed to view these tapes. And so even though I have limited staff, I have one of my staff members who's spent probably at least 100 hours on one specific part of the tapes, and that was the pipe bombs and how they were discovered, because it's so sketchy, and there's so many unanswered questions there. So I was able to get some tapes released that had never been released before. And if you go to my Twitter, you have to go back a few months to find that. But the thing that one of my staffers found by pouring through these tapes is he found what is apparently the second person, the person who found the second pipe bomb, which has never been talked about. If you know about, you've seen video of the alleged person who plants the pipe bombs. We've heard of the name and the person who found the pipe bomb at the RNC, but we were never told how it was found at the DNC. And I was able to get video of that and get it released. But the way I was able to do that was because there was a hearing and we had the FBI director there, and I wanted to show him the video. And because I had a formal reason to do it, it was a little bit easier for me to get that portion of it released. And it was something that I found. But if it were up to me, I'd release them all. If you guys have specific questions to Jim Jordon and how that all went down and what it means, I know I faded out before, and I'm sorry about that. I'd love to answer those questions because it's still fresh in my mind. I just lived it, a couple hours ago and for the last
Yeah,
week.
I think that's really important. And with that, we want to go to some other hands.
Yeah. Well, actually, we're talking about Jim Jordon here because I'm going to the audience questions here that we got in the bottom right hand corner. I want to ask you, Congressman, do you trust the promises that maybe Jim Jordon has made? I mean, you were the one that came out against Steve Scalise and said that you weren't going to vote for him because you had a personal conversation with him, and he would not commit to ditching the omnibus bills. So, do you trust that Jim Jordon will be able to follow through with that? Or, even if he intends to, will he be, capable of whipping the caucus together to make sure that we don't have these massive, hundreds of hours worth.
Oh, and
you're rubber banding, Nick.
But I think I heard enough of what Nick said to answer. If you can hear me,
Coming through loud and clear, Congressman.
Yeah. Okay. I'll answer. I trust Jim Jordon more than anybody else in Congress to be Speaker, and I know he will put every effort into this. He has a plan, whereas, as you said, I was the first person to come out publicly and say I would not support Steve Scalise. And that was based on questions that I asked him personally. And I think I was the first person to tell Steve Scalise I was not backing Steve Scalise. And then I spent 20 minutes in his office. And then yesterday I spent a couple hours in his office with another group of congressmen. And he basically said, trust me, I've got a plan. but he said, I don't want to transmit what I plan to do because then the Senate can anticipate what our plan was. And my analogy to that is Scalise wanted me to get in an airplane without a parachute. And I've been in Congress 11 years and I've seen the plane crash every December, for 10 years. And I'm not getting on that plane without a parachute again. So Jim Jordan's got a plan. He's going to leverage the 1% cut that is now built into law that Joe Biden has signed, a 1% automatic cut that kicks in April if the 12 bills aren't done in some form or fashion. So I trust his plan. I don't even have to trust it. I know what it is. And I trust that he will get it through. And because if he can get elected, this is the thing we need your help on and why I got into this space tonight, because we're in phase 3 of this, what I would call plan to get Jim Jordan elected. Phase 1 was, seeing that Steve Scalise didn't get elected. Phase 2 was getting Jim Jordan out of the secret conference on the secret ballot. Phase 3 is the public vote that you all get to see and in front of God and country. And that's where I need your all's help to get Jordan in there.
Yeah, and Colin, we're going to help as much as we can. We'll all use our platform to do it, and I trust in that, because we were actually talking before you came into the space, and we appreciate everything you're doing in that regard. Do you believe that, because it looks like there were over 80 votes for, I'm going to call him the other guy, because to be honest with you, I don't remember what his name is. The guy that was basically the repository for the anti-Jordan votes, the congressman from Georgia. And then we dropped
Austin
to once
Scott.
the second, Austin Scott. Once the second ballot came through, and that second ballot was, will you vote for Jim Jordan if there's a 4 vote? And I believe it was a little bit over 50, between 50 and 60 votes. So you had some people that did flip, their support to Jim Jordan. Once we have an open public ballot on the floor, would you expect the majority of them to flip over? Like, what's the hang up right now? Why are they so apprehensive to Jim Jordan?
Okay, let me give you those exact numbers, and then let me tell you how I think it's going to go down. On the first vote, Jim Jordan had 124 votes. Okay, that's significant because Scalise a few days earlier had 113. So Jordan got more than Scalise did, not when they were head to head, but when we had the vote between Austin Scott and Jim Jordan. On the next vote, he got 100 on the question that was posed to us. It was a yes or no question. Will you support Jim Jordan on the floor? I was guessing. I wrote the number down. I was guessing he would get 150. He got 152. But you've got to understand the psychology of taking that vote. Everybody who took that vote on a secret ballot knew that their answer could influence the outcome of the day, and they wouldn't be held accountable for it. So I believe that 152, if it had been public, would actually be 180. I think in the first round, I'm hopeful and fully expect that Jordan gets about 180 votes in the first round on the floor. That will be Tuesday. But some of the votes will go to McCarthy, because some people said, I'm going to vote for McCarthy no matter what. They feel like, I believe, to uphold that commitment to their constituents and to the claims they've made, they may have to vote for McCarthy once. The same thing goes for the votes for Scalise. Even though he's not a nominee and may not even be nominated from the floor, there will be people who vote for Scalise. There may even be 1 or 2 votes for Donald Trump, but that's in the first round. I think in the second round, Jim Jordan goes to 190, maybe 200. Now we're getting close. We need 17 more votes. And that's when the pressure, by that point, people will have exposed their preferences to their constituents and phone calls can start being made. And who knows, Donald Trump might even start making phone calls at that point. And that's when the pressure really ratchets up on people to do the right thing.
Yeah, and so just, before I go to the hands here as well as the audience questions, well, actually, this one is an audience question. do you believe that this is possible at this point? Because we saw Steve Scalise drop out with, seemingly less opposition. Is this possible? I mean, do you believe that we're going to see a Speaker Jim Jordon at this point?
Well, the hard part is done. We had to get him through the swampy part of it, where everything is a secret ballot and nobody is accountable. Jim Jordon, we won the inside game. Now it's an outside game, and this is where Jim Jordon excels. He is a household name in Republican households, and people have seen him. They know him. They trust him as they should. And, what you had in January with Kevin McCarthy, it was actually popular to vote against Kevin McCarthy on the floor among our base. And so that's why I think it was so hard for Kevin to get to 218 or 217, whatever the threshold was at the time. I think with Jim Jordon, it is popular to vote for Jim Jordon. This is literally the first time we've had a conference selection where I think the choice is popular. And so as the votes go on, I think his votes increase because his outside game is strong.
So, Representative Massey, thank you so much for your time today. Now, I noticed you said that he needs to win the outside. He needs to win favor amongst the people. One thing I will say amongst the conservative base as a whole, there's a lot of concern about our borders. Millions of illegal immigrants pouring in. We don't know where these people are coming from, if they're part of terrorist groups or drug cartels. That's something that people are very concerned about right now. I believe that if Jim Jordon came out and made a statement about immediately addressing the border crisis, that would get a lot of people, the grassroots, to be accepting of him. Is that something that he's willing to do and make that promise that he will do everything in his power to address that immediately?
Well, keep in mind that H.R. 2, the border security bill that we passed in the House, came through our Judiciary Committee. That's the committee that Chip Roy and I serve on, and Matt Gaetz, Andy Biggs, Tom McClintock, a lot, and I'm leaving people out, but a lot of conservatives, and Jim Jordon is the chair. That was our work product. And it came to the floor and it passed. We missed a hell of an opportunity. And I think we had 21 misguided people when we missed it on September 29th. McCarthy put on the floor a bill that would have cut government, our discretionary government spending 8%, and would have included all of H.R. 2 except for E-Verify. And 21 conservatives voted against that. Now, I think they were just stuck on no, and they were voting against whatever Kevin McCarthy put on the floor to try to avoid the shutdown, even if it was conservative. If Jim Jordon puts that same bill or something similar on the floor, I think it passes. That's the difference here. Jim Jordan's not going to apologize for securing the border. He is a rock-ribbed conservative on the border. And the only thing he and I disagree on is E-Verify. He would include E-Verify. I would not. I think it's foolish to create another set of criteria for getting a job, another list that the government keeps. But that's a sideline. That's a small little bit of HR 2. And but I think, you get this. And, I heard from moderates in our conference this week. I talked to a lot of moderates that I've never talked to before, some from New York, and some are actually just strong conservatives, but they're in vulnerable districts, so they can't be raging conservatives in their votes like, I might be. But what they told me is, listen, give me something, even if we're in a shutdown, as long as you give me something I can beat Chuck Schumer over the head with, I will go into this fight with you, even though I'm in a vulnerable district. Give me something like securing the border. So even the moderates in the GOP conference right now are hungry to have a fight and use the border as the thing we fight over and bludgeon the Democrats with, because it's good policy and it's good politics now.
Absolutely. Thank you. Go ahead, Trash. Go ahead. And then Dustin.
Thank Millie. Congress, Congressman Massey, thank you again for showing up. And we were talking before you faded out, but that actually brings up a good point. This is a question I've been really wanting to know. And Dustin, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll get you next. What is the moderate portion of this holdout? What are they asking for besides what you just suggested? Give me something like the border. What seems to be that conversation that they're trying to hold on to, that they're trying to fight for, that may either be a hurdle or something that can be accomplished quickly?
Let me clarify your question. Are you talking about the moderates who may be planning to vote against Jim Jordon?
Yes. Yeah, like the one,
okay.
or at least having the like some asks. Yeah.
Okay, because it's a different. I mean, this is a new Congress. You can't treat the Freedom Caucus as monolithic anymore, and you can't treat the people. I don't like to call them moderates because, like I said, a lot of them are very conservative. They're just in vulnerable districts and they want to get reelected, which we want them to as well, because we got a majority of 5 or 6. So what are the people worried about voting for Jim Jordon? Well, they're worried that we're actually going to get cuts to spending. So there are a couple groups within our conference. I don't know if it's fair to call them moderates. They may be in blood red districts and they may be raging social conservatives, but they may love the farm subsidies or they may love the military industrial complex. These aren't people that might show up on, your scorecard as moderates because they know when to vote the right way when the scorecards are scoring. But they are worried that this 1% cut that's built in could affect let's say, some of the farm spending, some of the infrastructure spending, and some of the military spending. And I think it was Steve Scalise may have been promising them. This is the vibe that I got. I think he was promising them that he would protect them from that evil 1% cut. Whereas Jim Jordon is saying, we're going to use that 1% cut as, a negotiating position to get our 12 separate bills. Now, when we do the 12 separate bills, we may not cut the military. We may cut other things more than the military. But we're not going to shy away from that 1% cut that's built in. But that's what the people who may be planning to vote against Jordon are worried about. They're worried that 1% cut will affect their military industrial complex spending or the farms subsidies or things like that.
And thank you for that. It seems like that 1% that you were highlighting when you and I were speaking earlier before you dropped out, that's why you keep highlighting it. It seems to be a very powerful tool that is built in here. So I appreciate the answer. Thank you, Congressman.
Well, it's a powerful tool because the shutdown is not as powerful as you think it is. I'm not afraid of shutdown. And a lot of Republicans are not afraid of a shutdown. But when you've got 100 Republicans out of 221 who are afraid of a shutdown, and a dozen of them who absolutely will walk across the aisle and co-sign a discharge petition with the Democrats and put Hakeem Jeffries in charge to avoid shutdown, then what you come to realize after being in Congress for 11 years is we don't really get leverage on a shutdown. But what we can get leverage on is a 1% cut. That doesn't make people so irrational that they'll go join Hakeem Jeffries.
Congressman Massey, we'll go to Dustin real quick, but I'm going to hit an audience question because I promised to. I thought this was a pretty good one, actually. And it was something that I mentioned earlier. Is it safe to say that when you don't have a speaker, because I asked you earlier, is this actual chaos, as some congressmen on Capitol Hill are saying right now? Is it better? Are we saving money by not having a speaker? Is this maybe the proper way to go?
Well, it's basically like August recess. Honestly, you're safer because Congress isn't meeting, and there was some discussion about whether Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry could bring stuff to the floor, and there's been a lot of pressure on him to go outside the constitutional bounds of this continuity of government position that was created post 9/11 to Patrick McHenry's credit, he's not collared outside of the lines. And we haven't done anything. Literally, the lights are turned off in the House of Representatives. And I believe you have been safer because of it.
So no more billions to Ukraine this week. Okay, that's fantastic. Saves a lot of money there. Oh, and for the audience, if anybody doesn't know, and I'll try to find the tweet, Congressman. I'll pin it to the top. Congressman Massey wears a on his pocket of his sport coat. He wears a real time U.S. debt clock that tells us, and I mean, I think you mentioned, what is it now, Congressman? It's $72,000 a second in spending,
It went from $68,000 a second 3 weeks ago to $75,000 a second this week. The debt is $33,567 billion because I've got the debt clock in the cab of my truck with me. And I built this thing myself. It's got a little computer. It goes to Treasury's website once a day, gets the actual debt to the penny, which they publish once a day, and then figures out the debt per second over a 1 year rolling average, and then displays, the debt every millisecond on my lapel.
It's almost like
So for the audience, actually, I have to say real quick, I pinned it to the top because Congressman Massey, actually, you went through it the other day on in a tweet here. Kind of outlining because you designed it and built it, which I think is awesome. I'd love to have one. If you want to build it for other people, I'll wear it around gleefully. And but anyway, yeah. So we'll jump to Dustin. Justin, you have a question for the Congressman?
Yeah, Congressman Massey, I want to echo what everybody said about the importance of we can't have accountability without accessibility, so that you and Congressman Gates have taken time out of your day to come discuss what's happening behind closed doors with us has been hugely helpful in restoring some level of trust. We've directed thousands of people to make contact with their members of Congress over the last couple of days around this issue, specifically on the ask of bringing it out of the back rooms and bringing it to the floor so we can see the horse trading and what's going on. Does Speaker Pro Tem McHenry have any sense of urgency at all? He took a 1 week break, and now I believe I just heard you say that we're not going to see a vote on Speaker Jordan until Tuesday. Is there going to continue to be this horse trading behind the scenes for Jim Jordan to try to get the votes he needs to win? And what are people asking him for?
Oh, well, these are good questions. There was some sense maybe we should try to strike while the iron is hot and vote for Jim Jordan this evening or tomorrow. I think there are a few problems with that. Number one, we discovered there were 8 or 10 Republican members who went home yesterday. Okay. Warren Davidson, I love this man. He got up and made a motion to basically do a roll call, vote by name to figure out who the 8 or 10 were who were not with us. Because, I mean, some people may have some legitimate excuses for not being in D.C. when we're trying to pick our next speaker, but they literally put us in the minority. We can't gavel in if 8 or 10 people are not in town. And there's some thought maybe we could get them there by tomorrow. But the reality is Jim Jordan does need to make a few phone calls to people that he knows don't plan to vote for him. He needs a little bit of time. This was where Scalise messed up. Scalise tried to snap the ball and run straight into the end zone, and it didn't work for him because he just didn't have the vote. So there needs to be a little time for Jordan to get those votes, the holdouts, use a little inside persuasion. It's not horse trading. Jordan, I'm certain he is not trading things like, chairmanships and bills coming to the floor and things like that, because he knows at the end of this, and this is the other reason not to have the vote tonight or tomorrow, it gives you all time, because Jordan's strongest game is the outside game. It gives you all time to make phone calls on Monday and Tuesday.
And that will increase his numbers when he goes to the floor for the first time. With somebody like Scalise, he was hemorrhaging votes every hour that went by that he didn't take it to the floor because there was no outside game. Actually, the outside game was the one you guys were doing. I heard every member of Congress that I spoke with tell me, I'm getting tons of calls. I mean, I know I'm voting for Scalise here, but I'm telling you, these people, they want Jim Jordan. And if this goes to the floor, I'm going to have to vote for Jim Jordan. So that's the reason why, I wouldn't flip your conspiracy bit yet. I mean, there are times that you should, but right now, I talked to Jordan, I talked to other people on the floor, I talked to Tom Emmer, the whip, and there are legitimate reasons to not to try to have this vote right now in the next 24 hours.
Well, no, thank you for that answer, Congressman. That it sounds very reasonable. And again, we will continue to encourage people to call. Also, to put pressure on Jordan around like very specific issues that they want to see him commit to around the speakership. Is it possible that Jim Jordan or other members, like your other colleagues in the House, would be willing to do what you and Congressman Gates are doing and keep the activists who are so engaged in the battle by coming in and just spending a few minutes with all of us?
Maybe so. I mean, Jordan, the thing that he does that I love is he will go on the Sunday shows and he spits out words like a machine gun spits out bullets. I mean, he's a great communicator. Um, I'm happy to come on this show, but I don't have all the responsibilities that he has. So, and I think the base is going to have to give Jim Jordan some room here to operate. You know, some of the even Matt Gaetz is not demanding the same things of Jim Jordan that he demanded of Kevin McCarthy. So,
and we want to go to more hands, but Thomas, kind of lay that out there. I mean, it's kind of a tightrope. I think Jim's capable of doing it, but kind of lay out a little more of that expectation, because I think it is going to be a challenge for him. I think he's up to it, but there's a lot that goes behind this, and you can never get perfection, but you can get the perfection of something much better, it seems.
And the question is, what is much better? First off, Congressman Massey, I have an enormous amount of respect for you. Is this the real?
If somebody's speaking, I can't hear them. Is somebody speaking?
Yeah, Jan's speaking.
Is this the real
I cannot hear. So Jim, you'll have to
MPD
moderate.
that's speaking? That's here?
Say that again,
or is
Jan.
it
Sorry, because Nick couldn't hear you, and he was testing with us. So go ahead and say it again, Jan.
Okay. First
it's not
off,
the real one. It is not the real one.
I didn't think so. Okay. Congressman Massey, I have an enormous respect for how you have constantly put your neck out. And I want to thank you for that. Without going into my background, because that's not why I'm on here, and some people know who I am and some people don't, but I've spent my life in restructuring organizations and bringing diverse groups together. And I wrote an article that, frankly, I don't feel anyone in the House is capable of being speaker. Now, last November, I wrote an article as to why Trump over McCarthy should be speaker. But in that article, I had outlined the devious things that McCarthy had done. 2020, I was all for Jim Jordan to be speaker. But what has happened, because the Congress, meaning the House and the Senate, are the two most dysfunctional organizations that exist within our government. And right now, what needs to happen is you need an outsider. The speaker doesn't have to be an elected person. You need to bring in. Now, if I had my ideal, we'll set Trump aside because he could really kick it. But Devin Nunes and Kash Patel, and I'm not here advocating for them. It's only my point of the type of people that need to come in to help you move through how dysfunctional your organization operates, and get people to use the power of the purse, the power of subpoenas, stop these endless hearings that go on, and to be far more strategic in the ways in which the opposite side has shown that they can do. And I think you would be much better off. I mean, I love Jim Jordon. I've met him. I know his wife. I've spent time with them. And if it comes out that Jim Jordon is the speaker, he is, frankly, the better one out of this entire bunch. But if you could bring someone in who understands how to get you to operate differently, because that's the key issue. You are all stuck in your status quo of the way that you do things. And we've got this group of 8 that's innovative, but it would be really great if you could bring the other people along. I mean, why? Why should Matt Gaetz or Nancy Mace be condemned? Why should the leaders of their committees think about throwing them off? The Republican, the GOP, our House members are not the military. No one says they have to fall in line, but they have to come together. And when this would be incredible if the GOP could get everyone to focus on what is a
Well,
common
let
goal.
me let me let me answer some of that. I'm pulled over in a gas station on my way home to do this phone call, so uh, let me
I
answer
can't
some
hear
of
any
that.
of this, so I'm hoping you didn't say anything ridiculous. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Congress.
Rep Massey's talking right now.
Oh, okay. If I could answer some of that, look, the you may think you have a magic speaker that you can just put in this chair and they'll make everything work, but unless you're suggesting a hypnotist, that's not going to work. You have to get 218 votes and to pass anything in the House of Representatives, and you can't at the same time say that somebody's going to come in and run it tops down and force outcomes while you're also at the same time saying 8 people should have the ability to flip the table at any point and throw the pieces everywhere. Those are two opposite arguments. The reality is you need somebody who can bring 218 people together without losing more than 4 of them. And it's a really hard job, but I love the way it's structured. The founders made it hard to get anything done, because even if you can get 218 out of 221 congressmen to agree on something, then you got to get it through the Senate, then you got to get a president to sign it. So it's designed to be hard. And but there's no speaker is going to bring the magic sauce to solve all of our country's problems. So I guess what I'm saying is I probably should manage expectations down a little bit. Jim Jordan is going to be the best speaker we've ever had since I've been on this planet, but it's not going to fix everything.
I have one quick question since you said you're at a gas station. Well, 2. 1, what's the price per gallon? And 2, are you going to hold Biden actually accountable for using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to gain the local elections for the 2022 midterms? I mean, we're in a position now where Qatar is closing off their natural gas to Europe as winter enters the northern hemisphere. And I understand that they have been, trying to use lawfare and whatever policy positions they can take to ensure the Democrats win, but they are literally jeopardizing the economic health of the United States and the whole West at this point if they're relying on us. So I'm just curious. I understand there was a number of investigations going before this House Speaker issue came up, but I mean, we all know he emptied the SPR just to try to get more seats in the midterm, and now we're in a position where if this escalates, we're going to need that.
Well, I talked about HR2. That's a border security bill. HR1 is the energy bill in the House. And, we've got the power of the purse. The only way you get any of those policies, frankly, even halfway implemented while Joe Biden is president and Chuck Schumer controls the Senate is you use the power of the purse. And the only way you can do that, frankly, is if we do the 12 separate bills. There may be a way to stick a rider onto an appropriations bill like a CR that has the border security on it, or a CR that has elements of HR1, which was our energy bill. But Jim Jordan's the only one I trust to sort of architect that and get 218 of us to agree on it. And I can't see the price of gas here, but it's probably nearly $4 a gallon.
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, this isn't just limited to the SBR release. You know, when you look at it, the offshore leasing for the next 5-year period is going to be at record lows. He's weaponized the EPA to go after nuclear, to go after coal, while our geopolitical rivals have never been building more. I mean, there are tools. Do you have any tools that you believe you can use to rein in the excesses of the bureaucratic state? That's, you know, it's clear that a lot of these people are funded by lobbyists who are heavy in the green energy pipe dream, et cetera. You know, the average American is struggling and hurting. So I would like to hear if you have any actual concrete positions you can do to ensure both the American consumer and citizen and our allies in the world can rely on us, because energy security is national security at this point.
Well,
And that's clear.
I agree with you 100%. Go look at HR1. It's like a smorgasbord of things dealing with energy leases and permitting and all of that stuff across all the sectors. So I'm here on an iPhone in my pickup truck and I don't have access to the bill at the moment.
Yeah, and
Take
so
a
let
look.
me just. Oh, I'm sorry, but let me just mention real quick. I want to remind the audience we have Congressman Thomas Massey, who is sitting on the side of the road in rural Kentucky because, you know, the GOP conference seemed to kick everybody home at this point because they, you know, can't get their stuff together. They have to spite Jim Jordan and vote against him for, you know, really no good reason, probably besides because of the fact that they won't fund like lesbian basket weaving or whatever in an omnibus bill. But, you know, Congressman Thomas Massey is sitting on the side of the road right now talking to us, answering our questions. And, you know, we sincerely appreciate that. And I'm going to go to an audience question real quick before we move on to Aaron or Tom here. Congressman, the audience wants to know, how does it feel to no longer be the most hated man in Washington?
Well, it feels pretty good. For a while, you know, the most hated person was a woman. It was Marjorie Taylor Greene. And it's good to have people to share that role with. And by the way, I wish I were in rural Kentucky. I am barely outside of Washington, D.C. I just got about 60 miles out and pulled over.
Yeah. Well, either way, that's absolutely awesome. So, and
That
we
means
definitely appreciate that.
right. It must mean you're doing something right. That's all I have to say.
Right. Aaron, jump in.
Yeah, Congressman Massey, thank you again. Thank you so much for speaking with us today and taking the time and sitting on the side of the road. So, you know, I think what you talked about with your forecast and how the votes will play out, I think that was a really important analysis to note. And so moving forward, I just want to recap kind of where we're at. So the 72-hour rule has been in place and will continue to be in place. But what do you see? Like, again, I'm trying to kind of get down to it. So, like, right now, there's no negotiating, really. It's just a matter of, in private, I even understood what you were saying about, listen, there's promises made by these other congressmen. They're going to do a public vote. Then we get down to the nitty gritty. Maybe there's some negotiating. What would you see is probably going to be the largest hurdle to get, you know, that Jim Jordan is probably going to have to kind of cross to get to that threshold of 218, 217? What do you think is going to be the biggest hurdle? I mean, you mentioned the 5149 reps, right? The front lines, but what do you think will be the biggest?
It's actually not the people in the marginal districts, the 5149 districts, the Joe Biden plus 13 districts. I think Jim Jordan's got most of those people on his side right now. It's people in ag districts, in R plus 25 districts that want to keep their farm subsidies flowing. It's people in you know, red rural districts that have, let's say, a military base, not a base, but like an industrial base where they're building jet engines. And it's those kind of people that the Republicans who are addicted to big spending, and they're in safe districts, and they feel somewhat safe, and that's why they feel like, they've probably been there 20 or 30 years, and they feel safe in voting against Jim Jordan. And that's good. Those are the people. I don't have a whip list for you. I'm going to get one pretty soon, so that you can direct your calls to the right people. And so what's going to be the big issue that they get hung up on? Some of them are going to have issues that aren't going to be solvable, because Jim Jordan's not going to give in on this 1% cut, using it as leverage to get the 12 bills done. He's just not going to give up on that. Some of them are just going to need public pressure to get to the right answer. They're just going to have to want to get reelected bad enough that they do the right thing.
I agree. And a quick follow up. This was my main question. I kind of got sideways there because we've been talking about so much since my hand's been up. But I asked Congressman Gates last night about this question, because obviously Kevin McCarthy is a powerhouse in fundraising, and the donor, it seems to be with Jim, it's going to be a shift in how, like, donations and collection of donations, and who is going to have some real power behind future candidates like the Joe Kents of the world, or Jeremy Majewski, Carolyn Levitt. So, and the shift in the funding and the donors, how do you see this game playing out? Because it seems like it's going to be a big hole and a power move. Is that going to bolster more America First candidates in the long run? And do you see, even people that are in these more challenging districts, is this going to have a positive effect on them? In my opinion, in my very limited opinion experience, it seems like it would be beneficial to them.
Well, listen, Jim Jordan's crisscrossed the country, and he's raised money for people who are on the Judiciary Committee and people who are on the Oversight Committee. Frankly, regardless of whether they are that conservative or not, although almost everybody on those committees is, he does it because he's, got a role in those committees. He's also crisscrossed the country raising money for the Freedom Caucus, which specifically, it has getting a call from 3 other congressmen right now. He's, so he's raised money, but now he's going to have to raise money for the entire conference. And he's going to have to raise money for people who are more moderate. He's going to be working to get everybody reelected. And you're going to have to be okay with that, because we want to be in the majority. But here's the good news that, I've always lamented that the Speaker of the House is the fundraiser in chief for the majority party. And it presents sort of conflicts when you do your legislative duties. When you preside over the chamber, you can't forget the people who wrote all those checks. Well, the good news is Jim Jordan draws from the grassroots as well. And he pointed this out when there were members of Congress. Maybe this shouldn't have been a criteria of whether they vote for him for speaker or not, but they wanted to know, Jim, can you raise the money? And Jim said, I can raise the money from the big donors, but more importantly, I raise money from the grassroots. And that will help our entire GOP conference. And I think he's right. And so if raising money, which is a necessary evil, I'm sorry, if it creates a conflict of interest, the good news is the conflict of interest will be that the grassroots has more of a voice.
Perfect. I was hoping you were agreeing with that. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking time with me
Hey,
today.
real
Thank
quick,
you.
And before we jump to Justin, I just want to remind everybody. Well, Jim, I'll go to you right afterward. But I just want to remind Congressman Massey. One of the first things he said when he came in here was, "You have to call your congressperson." Okay, you may not think it's effective, but he said, and I was a skeptic, to be honest with you guys. But he said he's sitting in his office, he can hear the amount of times the phone is ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. Call your congressperson. I pinned it up to the top. It's 202-224-3121. Call that number. Demand that they support Jim Jordan for Speaker of the House.
Yeah, and real quick, Nick, if I may interject, You can call them this weekend. It will go on their answering machine, and that won't hurt. But please call them also on Monday and Tuesday, because there will be people in their office taking those calls. By Monday afternoon, these congressmen will be walking into their office, and they will hear these phone calls. And it does make a difference. It has helped us get to the point where we are. We are about to move into the final stage where the phone calls are the most important thing. And don't call other people's congressmen. It's a waste of your time and theirs. Trust me, when I do something conservative, I get all kinds of phone calls from California liberals who are mad at me. I'm sorry, we don't care. You got to call only one person. Don't bother calling your senators about this either. They don't get to vote for speaker. You got one person to call. That's it.
And by the way,
Yeah. So
I want to add to what you were just saying a minute ago, Thomas. The fundraising aspect is really crucial. Kevin McCarthy walked out of HC1 and made a comment, fairly nice support of Jim Jordon. He said that Jim was the most prepared. He even mentioned that Jim could do the fundraising. I'm just curious, first of all, your impression of that endorsement and what you think it means. And then secondly, do you think McCarthy is going to be a little bit helpful in the fundraising with him as well?
So let's talk about McCarthy and the fundraising. Toward the end of McCarthy's speakership, there was some speculation as to whether he would work with Democrats to get, to survive as speaker. He only needed like 4 Democrats to vote for him. In fact, all he needed was 8 Democrats not to show up. Okay, all the Democrats would have to do is not to show up that day, and he still could have been speaker, and there wouldn't have been many fingerprints on it. But number one, he did not seek their help, and number two, left to their own devices, those people, all of the Democrats, ultimately decided it was best for them to take out our biggest fundraiser, which is Kevin McCarthy. They want to be in the majority. And a lot of the Democrats who you might think would have helped Kevin, let's call them blue dog Democrats or moderate Democrats, they actually reside in seats where the NRCC spends $10 million against them. And Kevin is the biggest fundraiser for the NRCC. So ultimately, even though for a lot of those Democrats, you might have thought it would have been in their best interest to keep Kevin McCarthy, they decided it was in their best interest to get rid of him because he was a big fundraiser. I think Jim can fill that role. Again, he may not raise as much right off the bat from the big dollar donors, but he's got grassroots donors, and we're going to need help. Will Kevin be able to help going forward? He will. He's still a congressman. We don't want any congressman Republican to resign right now. If 3 or 4 of them were to resign, we could go into the minority. So we want it because it takes a while. The governor can't appoint a congressman to fill a seat, and you wouldn't want a California governor, Gavin Newsom, appointing that even if he could, but he can't. So the seat goes vacant if somebody resigns. But Kevin will still be a congressman. He can still help with fundraising. And I think he will. It won't be as tremendous as it was before.
Congressman, I've been going through the audience questions here, and one of the ones that we're getting, and by the way, guys, audience, right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner, it's very easy, big purple button, it's very obvious. Is the uniparty actually a thing? Okay, because Congressman Gates was on the floor, and he actually mentioned the uniparty, saying that they were behind Kevin McCarthy. Is this real, and what is it?
Well, the uniparty is a thing in the Senate. It is definitely, in my opinion, a uniparty in the Senate. They don't pass any bills unless it's, with Republicans and Democrats. So there's kind of a coalition government over there, a power sharing government anyway. Even when they appoint judges, like the Democrats get 2 and the Republicans get 1. It's kind of weird that way. In the House, the danger, if we don't get Jim Jordon, let me talk about the danger here. is that we go into a true uniparty government, coalition government that's more similar to the Senate than anything else, where, like in the state of Texas, some Democrats share power in leadership, or maybe they get committee gavels. There's some states that have done this, and that's the concern. I'm worried that the swamp, the next thing they try, if we can't get Jim Jordan across the line Tuesday, is there are already people talking to Hakeem Jeffries about trying to do an actual honest to goodness, open and transparent uniparty control of the House, and that would be horrible.
Hey,
Yeah. So Dustin, jump in.
Yeah, Congressman Massey. So that list, that whip list of people like big government Republicans who are holding out, I don't know if it's against congressional decorum for you to put that list out, but we have been training and incentivizing thousands of people to make regular phone calls to their members of Congress to get engaged on these fights. And if there is a way that you can just tweet that out or get it to us, we will absolutely light the phone lines on fire in order to put an end to that nonsense.
Well, you can kind of create your own whip list. In the race between Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise, there were reporters keeping lists and publishing those lists of people who were openly for Jim Jordan and people who were openly for Steve Scalise. Now, those were both short lists because most people didn't want to say who they were for. Okay. But a lot of those people who were for Scalise have probably switched to Jordan, but it wouldn't hurt to call their office and find out, have they switched?
So we have Congressman Massey. We have Lou Dobbs on stage. Actually, one of my idols. I have watched Lou Dobbs since I was 14 years old, and he actually got me into the first business that I ever did, and I have a lot of respect for him. So, Mr. Dobbs, welcome to the stage. You are currently a host on Fox Business. You've been wildly successful throughout your career, and I'd love to bring you in and maybe have a dialogue with Congressman Massey. Welcome to the stage, sir. You have to unmute bottom left-hand corner.
Push that red button, which is a line through a microphone type thing.
Yeah. And it'll turn into purple.
While Lou Dobbs is joining us, I want to thank him. He retweeted the poll. I ran a poll on my Twitter between Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan, and it got over 100,000 responses. And the result was like 96% for Jordan and 4% for Scalise. And the reason that poll was consequential is a lot of other congressmen watch my Twitter account. And when they saw that poll go so lopsided for Jim Jordan, that was also another signal to them. And I noticed that Lou Dobbs shared that poll. And I think, but when he quote tweeted, he was worried that I was trying to form my own opinion by tweeting that poll. I can assure you my opinion was already formed, but it's an honor to be on here with Lou Dobbs.
So I just messaged him right now, letting him know exactly how to unmute. And so we will hopefully have input from Mr. Dobbs here very shortly.
Let me throw this in there.
Nick,
real quick, Phenom. Hold on. Lou, it says Mike is.
What do you?
Oh,
Jim?
I said sorry.
What do you
I
think?
said Lou. There's it says Mike is off at the bottom left of the stage area there, and just click that red button there.
Yep, I DM'd him a screenshot, and he followed me so I could DM him a screenshot, and so hopefully we'll be able to solve that problem here very soon. But
when I first joined you all tonight, I had my privacy settings. I don't let Twitter use my microphone, so I had to go fix that too.
And while we wait for Mr. Dobbs here, Congressman, I we went to somewhere. It was a farm in Virginia at one point I think that was the first time that I met you. I don't remember what it was called. It was something you were speaking at. way out in Virginia. It was a farm. I don't know. Maybe you remember, maybe you don't. I know you speak at a lot of things. Maybe it'll just come to me at some point. But Lou's dropping and trying to come back up. So just letting everybody know.
Was it Joel Salatin's farm?
It was Joe Salatin's farm. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's exactly what it was. But you were telling me all about the stuff, like, and you work in government. You're a congressman. You have a lot of more access to stuff than I do, and you were going through this and being like, this is what you need to be careful with. I have an iPhone, but I make sure that I have this off, this off, this off, this off. Like, you're very, you carefully analyze this stuff, and it's terrifying to think that what the government could possibly have access to.
There are 3 nation states plus our own in my phone, I tell people. So I make it hard for them. I'm not going to pretend they can't still get in it.
Don't tell the audience exactly what you have turned off, because we don't want them then having workaround. The alphabet agencies having workarounds here. We're bringing Lou Dobbs back up right now. He's back up on stage. Mr. Dobbs, it looks like you have your mic unmuted now.
Well, I'm hoping.
Yes, you do, sir. Welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you very much. I've been listening, Nick, to you and everybody for a couple of hours now. And I have to say, it's been immensely enjoyable and enlightening and time well spent. So I want to just say thank you to you and to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, but so we have, I don't know if you just cut out there or not, but we have Congressman Massey here on stage, and I would love for and he had nothing but nice words to say about you, Mr. Dobbs. I mean, absolutely fantastic words. And maybe, Congressman, maybe you want to open up with what you were saying before. And I'd love to hear a dialogue between the two of you.
Yeah,
I have a lot of respect for both of you.
I don't know if Lou heard me before, but I wanted to thank him for sharing the Twitter poll that I did between Jordon and Scalise, because it ended up being, 96-4 or 97-3. And we had over 100,000 people respond. And what happened is other congressmen saw that poll, and I think it affected their vote today and may have been consequential in making Jim Jordon our nominee.
Well, good for you, and I hope that played some role, because I thought it was a timely poll, and I give you great credit for putting it out there. And I was delighted to retweet it or repost it. Excuse me. It's just this is a fascinating historic moment for all of us, and I have to say I think the country is engaged as I've seldom seen in the selection of a speaker. This is really quite something, and I guess we have to go all the way back to January to see something comparable, and that was quite a different script. But this is, I think, it's galvanized the public attention.
Yeah, and I told Matt Gaetz today. I talked to Matt a lot. I said, Matt, I disagreed with your vote to vacate Kevin McCarthy, but I will apologize to you, Matt, if we end up with Jim Jordon. I will thank you, Matt. But if we end up with something worse, I'm also going to blame you. He agreed to it.
Well, it's good for Matt for taking both credit and the potential blame. He right now looks like he is the lead dog in terms of coming up with the motion to vacate, and frankly, and you all have touched on this. This is straightforward. Kevin McCarthy made a deal, and all he had to do was keep his promises and to honor the negotiation that he had in January to become Speaker. And he failed to do so. And to Matt's credit, he meant what he said, and he, having said what he meant, he proceeded to bring the motion. It's been a great lesson for everyone watching this to see something play out precisely as originally scripted. That seldom happens, I understand, in the swamp, Congressman.
Yeah, it does seldom happen. Now, I would have preferred Matt waited a few months to make a judgment call on whether Kevin broke his promises or not. I was in the room when the promises were made.
Right.
Matt actually wasn't in that room. He ended up voting present for Kevin in January, I believe, along with 5 other people. So those guys didn't. They just agreed to disagree in January, and they weren't in the room cutting the deal. I was there. I have a slightly different, more charitable version toward Kevin than what Matt has. But, again, I disagree with what he did, but if it turns out for the better, then we would have to give him some credit.
Well, I'm perhaps giving him then too much credit, but I'm so excited about being able to give any congressman credit for the impact that resulted. And I will give that to, I'd be delighted to share that with 435 members. It is just a remarkable sequence of events that led to a position where I really believe that what happens Tuesday could well be republic saving. This is, I believe, one of the things that, I personally believe should be in the conversation in this country is just how dire the circumstances are facing the republic. This is, the politics of it are all about the survival of the republic. And we are on to me, at least, it seems a knife's edge as to whether or not we survive as a constitutional republic or we do not, because the swamp has been nurtured. It is swelling with power, and it is, I think, very close to being dominant to such an extent that the republic could easily be eclipsed. I don't know what everyone else's opinion is, but I truly believe it's that critical.
Yeah, so I actually want to go to TJ Roberts on that one. Welcome to the stage, TJ. And I want your thoughts on. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can finish your question.
Well, no, I wanted your feedback on what Mr. Dobbs was saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it is a remarkably unique time. Like, I've never seen so much fervor for people like getting involved in the speaker's race, and it's awesome that that's finally happening. I will say I defer to Congressman Massey on a lot of issues, including this one, just on the grounds that he's been there. He was one of the people who was involved with ousting John Boehner. I still remember him telling me his best moment in Congress was when John Boehner was ousted, and then his worst moment in Congress was practically the very next day when they brought in Paul Ryan. The one thing that I think is fascinating is we're going to see next week whether or not the dynamic has changed, where people are finally going to be listening to the American public on this matter, and whether there's enough of a critical mass in Congress where we can pull off things like this, and we can pull off ousters that actually result in a better speaker. Because the thing that I was scared of was being right next to Ohio, where they have a Republican majority, and yet Democrats are overwhelmingly running the legislative priorities of Ohio. You can see it in Texas, where Democrats are committee chairs despite Republican majorities. And that was the thing I was scared of, was seeing, frankly, what John Kasich was proposing of like, well, let's get us a speaker that'll have the moderates on both sides and will ostracize the extremists, which I'm pretty sure by extremists they mean every single person who's on this stage, Congressman Massey included. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm hopeful, and just I think that we're going to see next week of like whether or not this is truly going to pay off, and whether or not the House is truly becoming the people's house again for a change. So I'm hopeful.
TJ, to your point, one of the speeches I gave behind closed doors to other congressmen, who, by the way, really are mad at Matt Gaetz, I said, listen, you can be mad at Matt Gaetz, but if you fail to understand what he tapped into, that people are so upset with us, if you fail to understand what he tapped into, and you just give every member of leadership a promotion, after Kevin leaves. In other words, move the majority leader to speaker, move the whip to majority leader, and move the chief deputy whip to whip. The people will never forgive us. They will be disenfranchised completely with the only portion of government where Republicans are in the majority. So please don't do that to us. And I think it was somewhat compelling, hopefully so. I'm going to, since you guys have a bigger celebrity than me, you got Lou Dobbs on here. I'm going to hop off here in just a few minutes. I got to put gas in my truck tank, drive back to Kentucky, spend about 48 hours on my farm, and then come back and elect a speaker. In the meantime, you guys need to do your job and put those phone calls into these congressmen's offices.
Yeah. By the way,
Thomas,
guys, it's up at the top. The what do we call it? It's either the jumbotron or the nest or whatever people call it nowadays. The phone number, it's 202-224-3121. Congressman Massey endorses calling your congressman, which is something, again, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was effective.
Yeah. And by the way, Thomas, I appreciate you coming in. We're just glad to get you past Frederick, Maryland finally. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Representative Massey. And you're so right. Like, they do hear us. Even in spaces alone, I feel like our voices have been heard and the people's voices have been heard. And we appreciate you coming in and taking the time to just talk with us. And I think you really helped clear up a lot of people's maybe unease or hesitation towards Jim Jordan. I think people are feeling a lot more confident after you coming in today. So we appreciate your time.
Yeah, well, and let me just remind the audience here is Congressman Massey is pulled over on the side of the road driving home from Washington because he was forced to, not because, he, decided to do it on his own. He's pulled over on the side of the road talking to us on a Twitter space. So if you want transparency, you got it. That's it right there. So I am proud to say he's from Kentucky.
And as I leave you, I will keep it on listen until I lose the signal, but don't turn my mic back on. So thanks so much, y'all. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Thomas. I appreciate it. And again, I do want to let people know, because having run Thomas' office, having been up there for a time myself, he's absolutely right about what a flood of phone calls does. It totally makes the entire office busy, busy, buzzing. And there's no doubt when you're walking out of the office and that's happening, it's a lot going on. It makes a huge, huge difference. But again, I just want to remind you what Thomas told you. Call your congressman, because no congressional office is it necessary for them to answer calls from another district. If they figure out you are, because they'll usually ask you up front, then they're going to have to let you go and get on to constituents. So just kind of keep that in mind. Your best effect is to your congressman. And it's really exciting, Lou Dobbs. I'm glad that you came on here, because I think you've got a lot of great insights. And I just want you to know, when I was a kid, I'm 58. When I was a kid, a teenager even, I listened to Louis Rukeyser and you, and it was a big thing that helped me with my understanding of economics. So very grateful for all you've done, and curious your impression, more of your impression about what you think is going on here.
Well, thanks for the kind words, and I appreciate that. Also, I want to say to the Congressman Massey, well said, and I'm delighted. I would have loved to have been able to hear that conversation between the congressman and his colleagues when he was explaining the reality of the body politic in this country right now, because it is really a moment in which there will either be great disappointment or there will be great joy on the part of, I think, working men and women in particular, our middle class. Right now, they're coming out of a period that has been just disastrous in terms of wages. After the Trump administration had, for the first time in 30 years, restored wage levels, there had been no real wage growth in this country for 30 years until Trump took office. And that's a remarkable thing. And to see what has happened to those wages once again, and in very short order, the damages are significant, and it won't be resolved quickly, but at least there will be an election in 2024. And that's me assuming that we'll get to that election. I hope that we'll see some real sense return to our legislative and executive branches in particular. Uh, a lot of what is happening right now is there is so much that is dispersed across our economy that there isn't a concentration. It's expressed in terms of the United Auto Workers Union. It's expressed in markets when they fall or when they rise. But in our nation's capital, there seems to be a constriction that is the opposite of what I think the founders intended. And to listen to you all talking today, I mean, my wife and I have been sitting here riveted as we listen to you and cheering you and learning from you. And I just want to say thank you for that. And I'm going to show up in this space frequently, if you don't mind.
Oh, absolutely. We
Make
love
sure.
having you. And I think your insights are incredibly helpful. And one thing I'm curious about, Lou, you know, it's been since 1997 that we've had a Congress run through regular order all 12 appropriations bills. And, you know, we had massive increases in spending during the Reagan administration. There were reasons for that, and we don't have to dig too much into that. But you're observing that very closely in the 80s and 90s in all your expertise and analysis. What do you see as the difference now compared to before 1997? We had a lot of problems then and frustrations about spending, but it just kind of seems to be on steroids now. What, from your perspective, what does that look like right now?
Well, I think there are two channels of just utter irresponsibility. One of them, obviously, fiscal policy that has beset the country. And the other is monetary policy. The Federal Reserve has gotten this peculiar thought in its head at various points, and under Jerome Powell, the idea that they can lead markets rather than follow them. It's madness, and we are right now at an inflection point. Whether this Fed decides to raise rates another 25 or 50 basis points is an open question. While we know for a fact that there is inflation, we also know that there is a very easily detected tipping point. And economic growth is not what we need it to be, and we have significant problems, including inflation, the prospect of a stagflation. And we still don't have a wide public discussion about it. Our corporate executives and business leaders are not talking about reality. They're talking about, as usual, their quarterly performance and how much that means to their personal compensation rather than the well-being of their employees. We are, in terms of fiscal policy, right now in the grip of something I never thought we would see, which is an administration that has just moved right by the founding fathers' concept of what the legislative role would be and what the Constitution demands it be. That is, and the Republicans keep talking about it with their majority, the slim majority in the House, as you guys all know. But he's walking right by that power of the purse. He is issuing edicts, fiats, and getting away with it. It doesn't matter to him one whit, apparently, or those in his administration, what the form of government is, because right now it is the Biden government. And there are no checks and there are no balances. And we have to look deeply at what's going on to see why they've gotten away with this. And part of that reason is we have a national media that is corporatist, that is sclerotic, that is for the first time in my career, disinterested in policy and disinterested in questions about what is happening in our society. There are no social critics working in national media. There are obviously ideologues and partisans, but objective, critical thinking about what is actually happening to our society, I can't find a single person. I don't know where they would be, because I'm used to, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. I'm used to very good minds looking out over what we're doing in terms of public policy and what we're doing in terms of just the federalist system of government and our way of life, and they're just not there. And if you can find them, let me know, because I'd like to start a list.
It really is a lot different. And Lou, I want to pick up on what you said about the Fed a little bit ago, but I want to set it up this way. When I look at the time that Ronald Reagan saw his economy start to skyrocket in 1984, just in time to get reelected, some of the factors behind that, certainly the tax cuts were helpful. There's no doubt about it. We had a rancid tax structure going into that, but that may not have even been the biggest thing. I think the reductions in regulation that the administration did, even though Congress ignored the Grace report, that was maybe even a bigger driver. But the other thing there are people who are some people that try to make comparisons between Paul Volcker's time at the Fed and now. So it seems to me two major things on that, and certainly address any of this, but I think the Fed thing is interesting to me. Volcker actually did a fantastic job as Fed chairman. It wasn't perfect, but there were a lot of good things that he undertook to get things back in order. He put us into a place, I hate Fed. I want to go back to the gold standard, but you know what I'm saying. If it's going to be a Fed chairman, he knew what had to be done and then did it. It did help a whole lot. But people think that the Fed can do today exactly the same thing. I think the circumstances are a lot different. I am not, and I'm curious your opinion, I'm not seeing the Fed really in control of anything right now, except for messing things up. What's your analysis of that?
Well, I think we agree entirely on the consequence of the policy decisions they are making, because it is messed up. But amongst the things that are different, and I think you're speaking to the points that are most important, that difference between then and now, to go back to the middle 80s, to look at what Volcker was able to do when we're talking about double-digit interest rates through the 70s, and his hawkishness in terms of rates and money supply was critical to an economy that was stabilizing. But the differences were that we actually were wasting money on a different level of spending. We were wasting money on a war in Vietnam that cost us dearly in terms of the national debt, driving price levels higher also, and interest rates. Right now, we're looking at a Fed that has 8.2, the last time I looked, $8.2 trillion on its balance sheet, which is not an appreciable diminishment since looking at all of the possibilities of stagflation and inflation right now. They're not going to be able to run that off. The implication is we'll have higher rates irrespective of the inflationary pressures for some time. This inflation level is not inconsiderable. And we were watching right now, the commercial banking system is just flourishing with these high rates, driving profits for the money center banks. And we still have regional banks and smaller banks that are struggling despite that interest rate environment. So yeah, there's a lot of problems. But politically, think of the difference between Ronald Reagan and Joe Biden. Think of the difference in Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan. Jimmy Carter ran the country into the ground, and I'm not talking about this in a partisan way, but the confidence levels in the economy, consumer confidence, investor confidence, and the state of being for most Americans. Jimmy Carter had just gutted public confidence in our national leadership. And we don't have, again, a dissimilar circumstance. I think that similarity is important because the attitude of the public is critically important for consumers, for savers, for business. And we're at sea right now in terms of public policy broadly, whether it's foreign policy, domestic policy. There isn't one area in which there isn't a great question in the American public about what in the hell is going on in our nation's capital.
And as liberal as Democrats were back in the 80s, I think if people really analyzed it, they think they were far to the right compared to what it is now. I want to go to a couple hands, let some people ask questions of Lou Dobbs, and we're so grateful for you being here. Very thankful. Dustin,
And by the way, everybody, if you have questions for Lou Dobbs, the legendary radio and TV host that we have on our space here, we're so grateful for you coming, Mr. Dobbs. Bottom right-hand corner, hit that purple button. You know, I'm going to be going through those questions while Dustin asks his question, and we'll try to ask them to Mr. Dobbs here shortly.
We're going to go to Dustin and then to Phenomenology and then Jennifer. Go ahead, Dustin.
I am so listen. I don't fanboy often, but for Lou Dobbs, you have been like such a leader, like thought leader. And to answer, just real quick to answer your question, and I'll give it to Phenom because I know she's been waiting patiently. But I think it's right here on X. So hearing that you would be a regular, I saw Nick put a tweet up. So did I. Like just in our enthusiasm about you being a regular on here, we really look up to you, sir. Thank you, and I'll kick it to Phenom to ask a question.
Yep,
Now.
and that tweet is now pinned to the top. Actually, the one about that I made about the legendary, in my opinion, the legendary conservative radio and TV host. Phenom, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. And since Representative Massey is still listening, I want to thank him for his generous time. That was really generous for him to pull over and spend that much time with us. So it's so appreciated. And Mr. Dobbs, wow, what a treat to have you here as well. Thank you. So my question really is with regard to the border crisis that we have. A year ago, November, McCarthy had said that if Mayorkas didn't resign, that he would be facing impeachment. Now, in December of 2021, Joe Biden signed us into the United Nations Global Compact for migration. Millions and millions of dollars are being spent giving these migrants, money cards and preparing them to illegally enter our country. In 2017 of December, President Trump made sure that we were not part of that. So my question is, what power, if any, does Congress or do we have, even the states have, with combating this terrible crisis and invasion of our border if we have signed a multinational treaty with the United Nations to allow these people from over 100 countries coming in our border? It's like giving away our sovereignty.
Well, you're right to focus on the United Nations and rather than a treaty and an agreement. It is not ratified by the Senate, but so many of these international agreements are not ratified by the Senate. And in fact, as I was saying earlier, President Biden is operating with capricious fiats and just unthinkable dicta, as if he were without question, some sort of emperor. And it's a very totalitarian administration, authoritarian in various respects and aspects. The border itself is a defensible border. There is no reason that the four border states are not, their governors, not calling this an invasion, because that's exactly what it is. And it is not hyperbole to say that Joe Biden has turned over control of the border. And it's very important for us all to understand this. On both sides of that border, the Mexican drug cartels are in charge. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to talk about it. But over 100,000 opiate deaths because of what the drugs, the deadly drugs that are being trafficked across that border. Why McCarthy did not follow suit with Mayorkas is beyond me. But so much about what the legislature has done and not done in the last 10 years is a mystery. Our Congress has not been.
I didn't unmute.
Millie, you're like,
what just happened?
Millie,
I think you got a hot mic.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. My mic was on. I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that, Lou. Go ahead.
No, I was just the point being that we have a government right now that's dysfunctional. We are not in control of this government, and I'm going to say something that I assure you I am absolutely sincere. It is, in my judgment, without exaggeration, our government is no longer in the control of we, the governed. Our consent is not required. What is required is our absolute obeisance to every fiat that does emerge from the White House or from any regulatory agency. There isn't a single regulatory agency or a single department of this government that hasn't been profoundly corrupted over the course of the past 20 years. And we have to come to terms with that. And it is not, I mean, it is a partisan issue on one level, but this is a existential issue for the Republic, because that is the reality. We cannot find any part of the U.S. Congress and the Senate that is capable of maintaining oversight over any agency, any employee of the federal government. And with that absence goes the idea that the consent of the governed is a relevant statement or standard or guarantee of our Constitution. It just isn't.
Going to go to Jennifer, but Lou, to follow up on that, I've been telling people a lot in spaces lately, one, to read the Constitution, but two, let's remember the preamble. Like it's we the people in order to form a more perfect union. We're the sovereigns, not the government. The government is to serve us, not the other way around. And within the constructs of the Constitution, if we could ever quite get back there. But I mean, do you agree with that? I mean, that's kind of what we need to be asserting at the ballot box and everywhere.
Exactly. And we need to understand very clearly what this country needs is what it has always required, and that is an informed citizenry, a citizenry that is educated, and a citizenry that is in no way to tolerate a tyrannical government for any reason whatsoever. We have sailed beyond that, if you will, the demarcation line. It is there is a penumbra that we cross, I would say, probably 10 to 15 years ago, in which we, the governed, are certainly not we, the people who are in charge of our government. We have turned this Constitution upside down and permitted it for far too long already.
No doubt. Jennifer, you can ask a question. We'll go through hands. Lou, want to not overuse Lou's time here, but Lou, we're glad you've come with us. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jim. And Mr. Dobbs, it's a great honor to be on stage with you. My dad I've watched you since I was a little kid, and it's a real honor to talk to you. You have been a legend in media, and in a time where our media doesn't represent us, and it doesn't even tell us the real story of what's going on. We, the people, are just feeling like totally tired, and we host these Twitter spaces almost every day, and we talk to people who are just like, they're just ready to give up. Right. And they don't know what to do. They see all that the Biden administration is getting away with, yet we see President Trump being the one who is being persecuted by this government. Then we have innocent people in jail for January 6th. What can we, the people, really concentrate on? And do you have any words of wisdom for people listening to this Twitter space that feel like, yes, some of this of what we're going through is unprecedented, but is it history rhyming and we're going through something? But, so many people have looked to you over the years, sir, as a leader and as someone who's brought them through some of the worst times in this country. And I just feel that your voice is so important right now. And thank you for being here, sir.
Well, thank you. And I hope everyone will call me Lou. My wife enjoys listening to how many people say they watched me or listened to me when they were 7 years old or whatever. She ribs me about my age occasionally, which, by the way, I'm 57. Okay.
I'd have guessed 48. I'm surprised. So.
Yeah. No, I'm with Jim.
Just when I was going to talk about truth in media, I had to say I was 57. Right?
Well, one of the biggest worries I had, Lou, was thinking like, oh no, he better not, because I know you're a veteran here. even if you were doing it since you were 7, maybe you were doing it since you were 7. I was always worried, like, I don't want Lou Dobbs to go off air, or else
Well,
I'm going to go back into the shadows and, not know anything. So go ahead.
well,
My question I have for you, Lou, and
hold on
great.
just a second. Hold
Oh,
on,
Yeah,
Millie,
let
because
him answer that.
Jennifer's asked her question. Go ahead.
oh, okay.
let me say that we have to understand we're in a fight. Um, we have to understand that we need fighters to represent us. One of the things that Jim Jordon, I've respected him for a long time. I can't tell you how gutsick I was when he decided to back away from the speakership and defer to Steve Scalise. Jordan is one of the people I think is really an outstanding congressman. Is he perfect? No, but then again, neither am I, and neither are any of us, right? Only person perfect I know is my wife. And the truth is, we're watching a Republican Party that should be the loyal opposition, but it doesn't oppose, and it's loyal, but to what and to whom? It's a time for us to understand that we've got to be seeking truth at all times. And when you talk about the media, what are we to do? I think that's one of the most important pursuits for any of us is to seek wisdom rather than any other earthly quality or element. I believe that wisdom tells us right now that our media is misinformation. Our media is not living up to the expectations of either the founders or your expectations or mine. We are desperate for independent, objective thinking, independent, objective media. And that includes, by the way, advocacy media. There's nothing dishonest about advocacy if you are straightforward about it and say, this is who we are. This is what I believe. And I think that's important for each of us as we talk to an audience to put forward the real you, the real me, and what we know and what we believe, and make a distinction between the two to keep it perfectly honest and real.
No doubt about that. Yeah. Go ahead, Millie. Were you going to say something, Millie?
Oh, yes. So I just wanted to ask Lou, and I wanted to thank you first of all for coming in and joining our spaces. I think that what you do is amazing, and the fact that you are coming in here and engaging with us all in these type of discussions, it really shows a lot as to who's real news, right? So It speaks volumes. And my question to you is regarding Jim Jordon. It isn't cemented yet as to whether or not Jim Jordon is going to be the next speaker. Who would you suggest if Jim Jordon, for whatever reason, is not able to get the number of votes needed to become the Speaker of the House?
Well, I have to say, I think I should be clear about what I was so happy about when Jordan decided to reseek, if you will, the nomination, and that is he was fighting, and Jim Jordon, when he fights, wins, and I was so afraid that he wasn't going to fight because I really have identified him for so long as a person I respect, as a congressman I respect, and it's important for us to understand that the conference will find another leader if it were to be Jim Jordon. But I don't think there is a leader that is obvious that would not be something of a shortfall from what Jim Jordon can do for the country and for the republic. And I really believe that has to be going through his mind, because I've seen the man turn down the idea of being the Speaker of the House. I've seen him turn down other posts because he didn't want to do it. He had other more important issues in his view, whether it be being the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, whatever it might be. So I am sold on Jim Jordon. And the truth is, the 435 member body, there will be a lot of able people that I don't know who could do well. I'm sure. And by the way, listening to Tom Massey here today, I was very impressed with him, and I'm delighted to see him where he is in support of Jordan and and a correct record, if you will, of events. I really was impressed with the fellow. And by the way, I want to be very clear. I'm impressed with you guys. This is a treat for me to hear so many people engaged on these issues that are so important, talking with such knowledge and interest and enthusiasm. And this is the stuff of which success is built. And it inspires me for the prospects in 2024 and for better lives for everyone, which after all is the point of the exercise that we call the United States of America, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
so
you're so right,
Lou.
Lou. I have to tell you, a lot of people like me being on Spaces because I spend a lot of time on Capitol Hill, but I have to tell you, I sit around in awe just like this. And I worked for Thomas, by the way, and he called me up when he was switching chiefs of staff after I'd already left and asked me to work with him, and I did, and I was glad I got to. And so people like to hear the authority that maybe someone that has experience has. But I have to tell you, I am totally in awe. I do these spaces a lot more right now. It amazes me the people that ask questions and want to do things because they're passionate. Every person on the stage here and so many people down there, and I know you're admitting this, but I'm just telling you, my experience with these folks over the last year of doing this, just it blows my mind how dedicated these people are and how purposeful they are. And it gives me hope because we saw what happened with the Tea Party movement. I mean, I think we've got another group of people just like that, Lou.
Right. And I think that's a great observation. And I have to say, too, this started out really well, this Congress, this 118th. It's historic, not just because there were 15 votes and a negotiation that was rough and tumble and unrefined and raw at moments. And, that was democracy. And the Republicans sort of started retreating back into themselves and didn't want to see the people to see what was going on in these nomination, what would you call them, preparations and pre-votes and test votes. I think the American public would love to have seen that. And I hope that when they get to the floor next week, they'll see it just like that. Because this is good stuff. It's the Republic working. And I take great hope from that. And you know what else I take great hope from? Is listening to you all and everyone on the space with all of your interest and energy. God bless you and God bless America.
Thank you so much, Lou. I guess another question. So for the people in the audience, we've got quite a few people listening here. First of all, I want to ask everyone in the audience to please retweet the space so we can spread this discussion, this message far and wide. But Lou, who would you suggest that might still be on the fence in the House, that people who want to help Jim Jordan's case for the speakership, who should they contact? Which representatives do you know of that are still on the fence?
Well, to be honest, I don't think that number is as large as is suggested here by some, even the test vote, which was what was it? It was 55 holding back. So on the fence, I think that that phone call should be made to everyone's representative right now, and as much as we use that number on our podcast, I can't remember. It's 202. What is that number? I have it written somewhere. But anyway, I can't find the paper.
You're talking about the
in
number
the
for
nest.
Congress? We have it pinned to the top here, actually. It's
right.
Yeah, 202-224-3121. That's the number.
And I think that it's really important to get it to your representatives. And by the way, I think it'd be kind of interesting to talk to a few representatives on the other side of the aisle. Uh, I won't, I think that it's about time we started talking about uh, real bipartisanship, which means Democrats coming over to the Republicans rather than Republicans always prostrating themselves before the before the
But
leadership of the.
Lou, I think we have 212 Democrats. I could be wrong, and somebody in the comments might correct me. 212 Democrats in the House of Representatives.
Right.
Okay, and we we're looking at the Hakeem Jeffries, and let me just warn the audience here real quick. And Lou, you might agree with this. Hakeem Jeffries will be worse than Nancy Pelosi.
I agree.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, this guy is he's pretty much an open socialist. He's going to end up being the next Speaker of the House unless we make dramatic change right now, unless we push back immensely, and that is terrifying to me. And but what I will say is, and Lou, you might be able to attest to this. It seems like the Democrats do not waver. I mean, those 212 or somewhere around that number of Democrats, every single one of them will vote for Hakeem Jeffries. None of them stand on any sort of principle. None of them have any sort of independent thinking. That's what they're going to end up doing. And so, are we actually going to see any of them cross over?
No, but I think the answer is probably no. But I do think just knowing that there is a beating pulse out here that is Republican and the loyal opposition, if you will, the counterparty to it all, I think might just do something, might be a perturbation in the universe that might set off some unexpected consequence. And it's also good preparation for a rough and tumble election come 2024. To your point, 212 Democrats, we have a majority, but we're not acting like it. It's a slim majority without question. But the Republicans just have to get over the idea that because they wanted the debt ceiling to be $2 trillion less than it is, just because they want to have a responsible federal government and one agency, whatever the issue may be, the conference is split by basically some one issue rhinos who have to be convinced. I would be calling them too and saying, for the love of this country, get your head on straight. The purpose of this government is to run a government that is functioning, that serves the people of the United States, and who, if anything, must fear the people rather than the people, the government. It's got to change, and we've got to get lucky too, to be just straightforward about it. We've got an opportunity in the next few days to change the course of history, and while it will be slow going, and why it'll be more graded, more gradual than we would like, it has to happen. And if it doesn't happen, slowly at first and almost imperceptible, it has to begin. And Tuesday is a great time for it to begin, because that is the critical inflection point. It's the incipient point that we have to reach.
Well, and Lou, and again, this is my name is Aaron. I show up as a different avatar, but I wanted to again thank you so much for being here, lifelong fan. And I would be absolutely killed if I don't say that the real political savvy who's down here listening is one of your biggest fans. And if I didn't bring that up to you, she would kill me. So I want to make sure that you know that. And Lou, I don't want to shift gears too much because I think you're hitting on a great point here. When we were talking about making some calls to our local congressman, I don't know why even Republicans aren't making the calls to the Democrat leaders in these areas as well. These are conversations that could be had, especially in the 51-49 districts. But I think that's something to note. But I wanted to pick your brain specifically, Lou, having a lifelong career, a very talented and decorated career in media. When we talk about things like what is going on in mainstream media and how it's, like you said, it's really disinformation that's out there. There's only a few handful of voices I could point to that really try to do their best and be diligent about telling the truth. And when you have platforms like X that we're speaking on today, like we're sitting at a kitchen table, I would be remiss if I wasn't sitting at your kitchen table right now asking you the question with your experience. You've seen all the changes in the medium. You've seen how the media and radio and the internet has changed things. And when we do Twitter spaces like this, and I get to sit here and ask questions of Rep Gates last night, Thomas Massey today, get to have conversations with Lou Dobbs. Like, in what world am I in? But there's a lot of us that spend an exemplary amount of time trying to get to the truth of things, trying to cut through the noise to get to the signal, just to try to counter all of the stuff that's out there that is harming our country because people are misinformed. How do you see it playing out with current mediums, and how important are platforms like this with independent, say, streaming and podcasting combining and kind of moving forward in the next landscape? Like, if you were to look at this as a career person, what does the media look like to you in the next 20 years that we're going to be dealing with?
Well, what it looks like is something that is so far beyond my imagination. But I want to say, in context, I've been humbled by telecommunications and media in this country. I was one of those people. I was a pioneer. My wife and I both went to work for CNN at its inception in 1980. If you can imagine that, we were the revolutionaries. We were taking on broadcast networks. We were stealing video out of the sky with our thieving satellite desk, and beating the big guys, as we called them at that point, to the punch in delivering the news. 24 hours a day. It never had been heard of, never imagined by anyone other than Ted Turner for that point. And it was a hoot. And the next thing you know, we're sitting here at 2023, and I'm on a podcast where I have the ability to reach an unlimited number of people with a minimal amount of equipment, a microphone, a webcam, and here we go, and broadcast to the world. And sitting here on Spaces on X, and I do think, say, Elon Musk, thank you, thank you, thank you for what you've done with Twitter and are doing. This is his baby, his ideas, and it's extraordinary. So if you think I'm going to pretend I can tell you what the future looks like in 2 decades, I have seen so much that I never anticipated or understood. Just develop out of this amazing economy that we have in this country and this crazy, tough society that we live in sometimes. But we have it better off than anybody in the world, and we do things that no one could ever anticipate, and we keep surprising this entire globe. And I think that will continue. Please, Lord.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Lou. I really appreciate you answering my question. Thank you.
You bet.
And by the way, what a difference CNN makes from when you were there to now. You know, it was kind of a moderate to maybe center left. You had some great, it was news oriented, by the way, and not only opinion oriented. You had a great mix of that. Man, what a difference a couple decades makes.
It's extraordinary, and to see what it's become, I have to tell you, it is not today the network that we built. It's not the network that any of us imagined with its value structure. With a new president at CNN, he's like the last half dozen cutouts, and I don't mean to slam him, but I'm slamming him. He's just what he is. When he talks about these Hamas, I get so mad when I think about this. The Wall Street Journal is doing it, New York Times, various organizations. These are not militants, but that's what the national legacy media is insisting it is. They are not militants. They are terrorists, and they need to be understood as such. in this free society of ours. We are not people who are guided by people forcing our language. We have to take on certain obfuscatory labels and apply them to what we know to be something entirely different. It is a network that is left wing. It is globalist. It's indifferent to its home economy and its home heritage and culture. This is America, and these products are American, and they're talking to an American audience, and they should in their own language, and they should with a common set of values that we have. We have joined a magnificent union and coalesced around its constitution. I see the opposite. I see a national media that is misinformation. It is partisan and won't declare itself and will not honor the truth when it's shoved in their face. It is really just a striking moment in time where truth is false, where right is wrong, where I could go on. It's an upside down world in media, and it's because they're allowed to do so, if not instructed to do so, by their corporate masters. We have to understand that the corporatists are globalists for the most part and want no part of what we, as the United States of America, represent. For liberty, freedom of expression, free speech, and no constraint and no insistence upon conformity. You were talking about the Democrats. 212 of them will march in unison and lockstep behind Hakeem Jeffries, because that's who they are. There is an authoritarian imperative within the left in this country, and they are not socialists. They are Marxist, and they are trying to debilitate family, the nuclear family. They are trying to destroy both our heritage, our culture, and our history. I mean, imagine this. Schools where the discussion is for their textbooks, will it begin with the Revolutionary War, or will it begin with 1877? And why pick those dates? Why not talk about the entire, what happened to Christopher Columbus and 1492? We are constrained, and we're becoming less free as a result. When we go to the search engines, whomever, but let's say mostly Google, when you punch in whatever it is you're seeking, you're not getting a very robust response, are you? And I think we can all test this out. Go in and look at, pick any subject, and you're getting very directed responses, not relevant responses necessarily, but directed. And that's quite a different change in the largest search engine, obviously, Google, Bing. It's really very, very concerning.
Absolutely. Not only that, but in our schools, they're also indoctrinating children with the environmental education curriculum, which has communist Marxist ideology woven into it. So there's a serious problem with the youth where, this is why young voters are overwhelmingly voting Democrat, because the Democrats are aligning themselves with Green Party politics. And that's what's being pushed on kids through environmental education in the school system. So they're literally brainwashing these kids. It's a travesty what's going on in our education system. But you were speaking earlier about how CNN started out as like a relatively honest media organization, and then look what it's become today. It's become the absolute archetype and epitome of fake news. Through your wisdom and your experience in journalism and in reporting for a very long time, Lou, what could you point us in the direction to regarding how these media outlets start out seemingly innocent and then turn into something that's corrupt and disseminating fake news, so that we can make sure that this doesn't happen through the channels that we're using today in the future?
Well, I've honestly, throughout my career, I have never I didn't think too much about who owned what in media, except at the very beginning in 1980 when we started CNN. There was a story about the budget. The reason Ted Turner did it rather than Bill Paley at CBS was because Bill Paley took a half hour of news, his financial people, looked at the budget for a half hour of news and knew and understood that 24 hours of news was going to cost 48 times as much as he was spending on a half hour of news. What he didn't realize, didn't take the time to investigate, was no. If you pay people less and use everything as one of our presidents, Burt Reinhardt, said in the early '80s, we've got to put everything but the squeal of the pig. We've got to put the whole pig on the air, and inelegant, but it got the point across. You talk about multi-purposing video. We would cut it up 3 different ways and fill up an hour, and then we'd fill up 12 hours, and then we'd get to 24. And that's what we did. And we did it for far less money than anyone dreamed. And the result was that Ted Turner was on the Fortune 500, the Forbes 400 in 1984. 4 years after we started it, he was a very wealthy man. And all because of being first and seeing what happened. Now, what happened after that is we were I still say we were acquired in 1999 by AOL, and from that point it became a corporate monster, and that's what's happened in nearly every case, whether it's ABC News, it's owned by Disney now, whether it is CBS, it just goes on and on. All corporatists, Comcast and NBC. It's a world of giant corporations that now control, call it 90% of the media, and and we're paying a terrible price for it. And I don't know how you change it unless you pay attention to who owns something and you talk to the ownership, because talking to the president of the network, you're just talking to the functionary who does what his or her masters say. So I would urge everybody to pay attention to Disney, to Comcast, to CBS, to each one of these owners that is, won't be influenced by anything other than a consumer and an investor. And we've got to come to terms with it. Think about where we are in terms of concentration of wealth and concentration of corporations. Corporations are now given more power than citizens because in law we deem them to be citizens. We have got to judge them for what they are. They're corporations, and they should be, in my opinion, purely, they should be regarded as corporations in our law and not given the same rights, privileges as citizens of this country. They are corporate citizens, but that's quite a distinct difference, and they should be carefully watched by not regulators per se, but nonetheless regulators, whatever the interest is of the public. And we've got to come to terms with it. These corporations are far too powerful, demand too much of the citizenry, and they demand conformity and obedience. And that we've reached a point where that's just too strong, and it has to be reversed, in my opinion.
Lou, does that mean you think that we need like a Teddy Roosevelt type of president to come in and try and break it up, or like a Taft?
I'm kind of partial to Teddy Roosevelt. He was spirited, and I really believe that that's exactly what we need. We need a Congress that is equally concerned about economic concentration rather than dependent upon those corporations for financing their campaigns. I'm not suggesting we have public financing of campaigns, because I'm not sure that would work any better. Then government would just have more control. I think we have to find and have some serious discussion and thought. I talked earlier about where are the social critics in our society. We have partisans, we have ideologues, but just plain social examination of who we are and what we're doing. You know, one of the great controversies right now is gender identity and transformation. And when was the last time you saw any independent objective study about why is this happening right now? And what is the responsibility of society? What is the responsibility of parents, the family? What is the responsibility of the federal government? And why is there suddenly an entire medical industry built on, and I will be editorially weighted in this, the mutilation of minors? This is madness, and no one wants to talk about it. Why not? It's America, and it's our responsibility as free men and women to talk freely and honestly and openly, no matter the subject and no matter how difficult. Why are there 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles, for crying out loud? Arguably the wealthiest state economically in the country. And why is it that a president can put 100,000 of our troops into the eastern flank of Eastern Europe, and we have no thought about it or say so, or our representatives are not consulted? This is madness, and madness leads to bad things. By the way, just as if I may digress just a bit, I have the privilege of being blackballed by two White Houses, one Republican, one Democrat. I have the privilege of being fired by two networks, one left wing and one right wing. So how am I doing?
That's
You're
awesome.
doing
You're on
fantastic. You're a
target.
legend, Lou.
Yeah, that's great. Sounds like you're very balanced. That's perfect.
You know, and I'm too damn proud of it. I have to be honest.
That's awesome that you like kind of went and started your own thing. Is that what you think we need?
I do. I have to tell you, I have absolute, well, I don't have absolute, I have greater freedom than I've ever imagined. We are dependent on the platform distributors, whether they're, you know, Spotify or Apple or, you know, Amazon and others. There's quite a few others. But, you know, there are ways around that too. And independent media, I have to say, I have never been more, that's not true. I guess I was a little more charged up when I was a police and fire reporter in Yuma, Arizona. But I'm pretty close to that right now. Right, babe?
Definitely.
So anyway.
Nothing like a good woman at your side. And that's really awesome.
And it's strictly a pleasure, believe me.
Let's go to some more hands. Let people ask some questions. Diligent, you had your hand up for a little while. Go ahead.
Oh, Phenom was ahead of me. You can go ahead and let her go first. Ladies first.
Well, Phenom, you're up.
Well, okay. Thank you, Diligent, for that chivalry. Appreciate it. Mr. Dobbs, you have covered so many presidential elections and so many debates. I even remember when you were interviewing Bernie Sanders in the 2016 midterms.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about how he thought amnesty and illegal immigration was so bad for American workers. Things have shifted so much. And you've also always been rightly critical about questions asked in the debates. But enter, Donald Trump, and he sort of disrupts the debate stage in a really refreshing way when he, just bombastically and honestly calls out the Bushes, he calls out the Clintons. And I just want to hear, your point of view from being inside the industry, a veteran of the industry. At that time, not now, but at that time, what were you and your colleagues saying about this candidate that just comes in suddenly and just changes the landscape of what the debate stage is?
Well, I have to be honest. My reaction was first utter shock as he went after McCain, and he went after the Bushes, and he went after Jeb Bush as Mr. Low Energy, forever labeling him, branding him. And as I watched for another 5 or 10 minutes, my reaction was, hallelujah, what have we got here? It's just a remarkable moment in history, that first debate where he took on all comers, and there were 16 there, and he was just absolutely a warrior, a warrior for truth. And people, they broke on whether they thought that was great or not great, depending on how well they liked one candidate or the other. But it was a style that we had never seen in American politics, and certainly not in our presidents ever before. And I just can't imagine the difference between each one of the presidents. And I admired greatly Ronald Reagan. I admired other presidents as well. But to watch a president who would start up a press conference just walking out to Marine One, answer any question, deal with it on a daily basis, and they weren't nice questions most of the time. They were blunt, they were charged, and they were meant to be, an ambush. He handled them all the same way, straight up and just as blunt as you please. And don't you miss that right now? A man who
Absolutely.
won't even show up for the press conference. And when he does, he's incoherent. And when he's incoherent, he has to be led off the stage. And we all pretend he's just the president. We pretend that he is in perfect health, that he does not have any cognitive impairment. We pretend that we can go to war with this man as commander in chief. And our national media does as well. And we are right now a nation of fools to put this cherished republic in harm's way against what now are the most powerful forces we have ever contended with in China and Russia and Iran and a nuclear age. This is what we're doing is utter madness. And this country is in the midst of some sort of, I believe this. I'm not clever enough to tell you what the diagnosis is specifically or even narrow it down to just one element. But we're in some kind of psychotic break right now. This is a moment of utter delusion. And again, I beg for answers. It's tough enough to formulate questions, but impossible to get answers right now.
Yeah, so Lou, I'm going to go to an audience question real quick here. Bottom right-hand corner, guys, purple button. Big purple button says, I think 8:48 right now. So we've had a lot of you guys chime in, and we want more and more because this is all I'm doing for the night. I'm spending my Friday night going through audience questions. Sounds like a great time, doesn't it? But, but Lou, one of the questions that we have here right now is, who is running the country, in your opinion, right now? Because it doesn't seem like Joe Biden is totally with us, just to be honest. Who do you think is running the country? Is this the O'Biden administration, that's actually being run by Obama? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, the answer is first part of the answer is I don't know. I have suspicions. I have scant evidence. But I do have some benefit of guessing, getting lucky when I guess things. I get luckier when I think. But the answer to your question, I think, lies in, we've talked around it a bit about who is running this federal government right now. There's no reason to think there's any difference in who's running the White House than running the Securities and Exchange Commission or the Interior Department. The deep state, as it's called, the permanent bureaucracy, whatever you want to call it, it is a power unto itself outside the oversight of the United States Congress and the U.S. Senate. It is, without question, ideologically, its bent is Marxist dim, I would call it. Somewhere far left to at best left of center. It gets no closer than that to moderate. And we're seeing it in every one of the policies. So, can I give you a specific shape and a name, where I last saw its shadow? The answer is no. But I know this. Joe Biden is not running the country, and neither is Kamala Harris. And it's got to be, in my opinion, because all of the investigations are focusing on 2 years that were critically important to all that transpired in what became the Russian collusion charges from the Clinton campaign and the DNC. They began in 15 and 16, and those just happened to be the last 2 years of the Obama administration, who famously said he wanted a third term, but he wanted to recede to the background where he didn't have to put on a tie. I think what we're experiencing right now is suspiciously similar to what he described as a dream. For us, I think it's been transformed into a nightmare, and I hope we emerge from it wiser and stronger. But first, just emerge from it. Can I ask you what you thought?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I think that right now, I mean, we have seen Joe Biden deteriorate over the course of even from 2016 when he was in office with Barack Obama. You know, Obama famously said, you know, leave it to Joe Biden to what was it to don't underestimate, don't underestimate Joe Biden's ability to F things up. Right. And that was in 2016 when he said that. And then we see 2017, 2018, 2019, and then in, 2020, the guy was totally incoherent at that point. And it's only gone downhill since then. And I know Democrats can deny that all they want to. They can say, oh, well, no, he's exactly the same as he always was. He just has a stutter. Okay. Yeah. They know that they're lying about that. They know that they're being dishonest with themselves. It's crazy, but there's no way to believe any reasonable person is going to question who is running the country right now. And I can't, even if it's not Barack Obama, and Lou, I'm sure you know this, a lot of the Biden administration are just holdovers from Obama. They're people that were unemployed for 4 years and have now been brought right back on. You have Jake Sullivan, who was one of the worst foreign policy advisors that we've seen in recent U.S. history, in modern U.S. history, that is now national security advisor. Right. And then you see things like, Afghanistan, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, and Hamas now. And these people are still in charge. I don't understand that. What is going on?
Nick, also Hawaii, the they don't, like, you're covering that stuff. They're ignoring the real tragedies here. Palestine's been memory hold. Like, it's crazy what's going on here. The guys...
East Palestine, Ohio. You're correct. I don't know if you're familiar with these. Lou, what I do is I'm an on the ground reporter. I cover domestic issues such as East Palestine, Ohio, the train derailment there, as well as Hawaii. The Maui fires. I was out there for over a month covering this. And these things do end up getting memory hold, especially under this administration. We still have not seen Joe Biden go out to East Palestine, Ohio. Why? Why is he going out to Ukraine
and Nick,
multiple times?
And Nick, let me add to your the question that Lou had asked you, and I think it's a pointed question. I mean, I agree with both your guys' sentiments. Let's not forget Valerie Jarrett, Susan Rice. Like, listen, these people have been making a lot of decisions within the Obama Democrat machine, and all those people were involved in the White House that we know that they still are. And you can see the foreign policy plain as day from a lot of these same people and the same players. So I agree with Lou and Nick on this. I just wanted to bolster your argument, Nick.
I appreciate that. And when you look at what is transpiring right now in Washington, again, going back to the point, the origin of this particular point, the administration has Valerie Jarrett, Susan Rice, et cetera, 70 out of the first 100 employees hired by the White House, 70 of them were from the Obama administration, not just the stars. And it's also interesting to think that something happened when Susan Rice stepped away from the White House on the same day that President Biden said he wanted to run again. I have the feeling that suggests that there was some dissonance there, that there wasn't something that pleased her greatly. It was papered over and, and forgotten. Another one of those memory holes that this administration is so good at either creating or finding at exactly the right moment for whatever the subject. The future of this administration right now is beyond me, because when you talk about Jake Sullivan, we're not talking about the B team in the Obama administration. We're talking about the C team in the Obama administration. Jake Sullivan, by the way, probably his grade average just fell because at the end of September, he was ballyhooing on what clever people the Biden national security team was, talking about how peaceful it was in the Middle East, how the New World Order was working perfectly, how everything was just boffo between Hamas and Israel. That was just a few weeks before the invasion and the rockets started flying. So it's a troubling connection that looks very real as we look back over the last 7-8 years.
Well, and Lou, to that point, just one more point, Nick, sorry to butt in, guys, but Obama, from my understanding, is one of the only presidents to move into D.C. after his 2 terms in office.
That's right.
I think that speaks volumes.
He's also the only president I know who could afford a fancy joint up in Martha's Vineyard and also in Hawaii. Not bad for vacation homes for a fella making $400,000 a year.
Not bad at all.
That is the question. How do they come into office, middle class or maybe even poor, and then they all come out the other end of it millionaires? I mean,
Right.
it's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be a position of public service, and they have a salary that's a generous mid-range salary that's supposed to hold them over. But what are they selling? I mean, that's the real thing. What are they selling? As far as Biden goes, I mean, his whole brain is one big memory hole. So, I mean, whoever's pulling Joe Biden's puppet strings should frankly be charged with elder abuse, because the man really needs to just be retired and give the man a break, put him in a nursing home. Like, we all know that he's not mentally qualified to be president right now, yet we're closer than at least I've ever seen to being on the verge of a possible World War III situation, or something that could escalate very quickly, and yet he's supposed to be our commander in chief. This is very unnerving for the American people, to say the least. What do you think, Lou? Do you think that we could be in a possible situation where we end up in World War III with Joe Biden?
Well, I'll answer it this way. I don't disagree with your discomfort. If anybody can watch Joe Biden on their TVs, on their web, their phones, whatever they're looking at, the video imagery, this is not a man who can walk. This is not a man who can walk up or down stairs without help. He is, I mean, there's just example after example of his incoherence and just getting lost and stopping and trying to find out where the teleprompter is. It's a disaster. And yet it isn't written that way. It isn't chronicled that way by the august White House press corps. Everybody is in on the game, so they just play the game. And the game is very dangerous indeed, because like you say, if you think that the Chinese Communist Party is in any way oblivious to what they're witnessing with their very own lying eyes as they watch this man perform or not perform, as they watch what the UK government is doing, what has happened to Trudeau in Canada, the mess that is Mexico. And by the way, the mess in Mexico is the Chinese are partners in creating that mess and that explosion of fentanyl and sex trafficking across our border that is in the control of the Mexican drug cartels. If we look at, any quarter of the world right now. China is on the move, and the United States is absolutely buffaloed and bloviating from the White House lawn. It is the darndest period, and I think, as you point out, one of the most concerning.
Lou, again, thank you for being here. Obviously, you guys want to get to the hands. I just want to say how on fire you are on tonight. I love it. I think it's great.
It is. I mean, we are so graced, so blessed for you to be here joining us tonight, Lou, and sharing your wisdom with us.
Well, you're very kind, and you're terrific to let me listen in for all this time, and I'm going to be listening in. I'm going to be a regular listener and learner. You're wonderful in your moderation, and your intelligence is so helpful to a fellow you used to watch when you were in the crib. So thanks so much, and to everyone in the space. What a wonderful experience, and one I look forward to repeating within days.
Yeah, Lou, thank you so much. Again, tremendous respect for you for.
Did he cut out for just me?
I guess, but and Lou, tremendous respect to you for over a decade now. Even when I was growing up and everything, and so it's such a pleasure to have you here, and can't wait to have you back.
Well,
your opinion is so valuable to so many people, so hopefully we can have you back very soon.
Anytime, and thank you so much, and I'll be joining in frequently and regularly. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
you,
Lou. And God bless your wife for sharing you with us tonight.
Well done. Well done. Thank you.
Dude, how cool was that? So I was sitting here processing, right, first, because we had Congressman Massey and then Lou Dobbs, just to, reset for a second. So I've been thinking about some of the stuff Congressman Massey told us, and I think we missed one of the major headlines. It's been seriously, weighing on me. I just wanted to, throw it out there before I forget. Did he really say that 8 to 10 members of the Republican caucus just left today and weren't available so that they could have a vote on Speaker Jordan this afternoon?
Yep.
Did everybody else catch that? I want to know who those people are. Outside of Corey Mills, who I believe is in Israel, actively trying to rescue hostages, which I'm cool with, right? God bless Congressman Corey Mills, right? But the rest of them who are we don't need a speaker. This is all kind of boring to me. I guess I'm gonna go home. That was infuriating. Did you guys pick up on that like I did?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
picked
no
up.
no
doubt.
doubt.
So one thing,
No,
it is amazing how bitter the McCarthy loyalists are right now. I was against vacating the motion, but these people like Van Orden, Max Miller, the 45 people who signed on to the letter calling the 8 Republicans who voted to vacate, calling them the quote unquote chaos caucus, which I kind of want to know how to join, frankly. They are so bitter about it because McCarthy truly was the last of the good old boys when you're talking John Boehner, Paul Ryan to McCarthy. They were like a triumvirate, and McCarthy even had to make major concessions to the conservatives in order to get in as speaker. And the reality was that these people in DC feel so entitled. And that's the thing is these people who got up and left, if you want to know who they are, I guarantee you just look at the non-leadership members. So of course, Scalise, Emmer, Cole, those guys, they're still there. But look at the people who don't have major leadership, caucus chairman, people like that, and see which of the regular members are the types that are the alleged next in lines to be the next Paul Ryan, to be the next Tom Cole, to be the next Kevin McCarthy. I guarantee you can pin down who those 8 to 10 members were who just went home in order to disrupt the vote.
Well,
Well,
it's
it's
so
almost
funny. What's so funny about it is that these people at the moment, and of course we still have a little time to see that Jim Jordan can actually become speaker, but they're so butthurt over not getting their way like they have for a long time. And I have to tell you this. it's hard to communicate to people how disgusted members of Congress were when the Tea Party wave happened. They immediately worked to gang up on those people, to block them out. 63 new members that came in after the 2010 elections. They worked to either consolidate them into their way of thinking or push back against them. And of course, ultimately, including my friend who I was working for, Tim Huelskamp, even kicking some of them off their committees. And in Tim's case, like, he's from the first district of Kansas. It's probably the biggest agriculture district in the nation. Tim, which is the western 2/3 of Kansas. Tim, who grew up a farmer, was a farmer as an adult, got his PhD from American University in political science with an emphasis on ag policy, was probably the most qualified person to be on the ag committee. And they knew that that was a huge thing. In fact, there had been someone on the ag committee from the first district ever since the USDA was created under the Lincoln administration. And they kicked him off. That's how arrogant they were, because he was doing the right things, and they wanted him to do something else. That, the lust for power is not a partisan thing. It's a bipartisan thing. It's a human thing. And this, we've got to keep working. And this is why I'm always so impressed with you guys, because, it's like you're committed to working this, to getting to a resolution that will be good for the country, not for yourselves. That sort of arrogance needs to be broken, and it can only be broken by the American people. Certainly having good members up there to do things is great, but if we overwhelm them with change, then that's the best way to break that hold. And it's us who have the privilege of being able to do it. So anyway, yeah, it's really just amazing
And
to
Jim,
me
I just want
watching.
to say as well, that game has not changed. I mean, there are other Republicans calling for Matt Gaetz to be expelled from Congress. Nick and I can particularly speak to this being in Kentucky, where on the last day of the legislative session, so a little bit of backdrop, Kentucky's state house is 80 Republicans, 20 Democrats. So in other words, if a bill doesn't become law, a majority of Republicans was against the bill. More Republicans were involved in being against the bill than Democrats. There were bills to ban sexually explicit performances in front of children, to ban taxpayer-funded lobbying, to loosen up our occupational licensing requirements so that way people could actually make a living without begging the government for permission. Those bills were largely in the House carried by Representatives Felicia Rayburn, Stephen Doan, and Josh Callaway, who are all Tea Party, Liberty, Christian conservatives. And because of their advocacy for those positions, on the last day of session at like 11:58 p.m., they were removed from all of their committees but one by Republican leadership, who all still have their jobs in Kentucky. This is from the same people who were mentored by the people like Terry Carmack, who was Mitch McConnell's boy, who went out to go and attack Tea Party groups and remove people from their offices, who fought like hell to stop Rand Paul and Thomas Massey from getting their jobs to begin with. And I mean, we're talking in places as hardcore as Kentucky. It's still happening. I guarantee you it's even worse. I mean, you're talking in Florida, for example, the most conservative legislator that they had there in the state house was Anthony Sabatini, and they would kill bills purely because he was introducing them, like constitutional carry. His own colleagues moved his office into a parking lot. I mean, it is obscene, the pettiness, the committee removals, actively recruiting candidates. And that's the thing that's happening right now is I guarantee you are going to see the McConnell-Schumer caucus go after Matt Gaetz, go after Eli Crane. They would rather flip those seats blue than see anyone like that return to Congress. So we
Well, and
So
look at what they did to go after Savannah Maddox, as she was even thinking about running for governor, who has been fantastic. And by the way, we have the same problem up here in Indiana. I also am well traveled in Colorado politics.
the Republican Party, which is losing their big time, same thing. Like there is a real problem of people that just have no character and are dedicated to power and influence. It's a drug to them, and it is a real problem. And TJ, yeah, it's amazing. Like Kentucky should be the bastion of conservatism, and thankfully Thomas and Rand are a couple people from there, and so you do see some evidence of it. But you're right. The hold on power sometimes that these people have is breathtaking and disturbing.
Well, this is it gets to the heart of why we deposed McCarthy, right? Which is the guy pettily, right, would not fund our America First candidates, right? Sabotaging Joe Kent, sabotaging J.R. Majewski, right, and several others like the Laura Loomer. There's a long list of competitive candidates in general elections that he won't fund. That he pettily, right, and Trash says this all the time. Mitch McConnell would rather have been elected the minority leader than lose the majority leader status, right? So he did not want to see more Rand Pauls elected because he knew we would do to him what we've done to McCarthy at this point. So here's my question I want to pose to you guys, right? I know it's not an American mission space, or a CBDC space, but based on all the information we've taken, we've had Matt Gaetz, we've had General Flynn, right? We've had Thomas Massey, we had Lou freaking Dobbs in the space, bringing us information. They all seem to be united around that Jim Jordan's the best we're going to get. Do we suck it up and start supporting Jim Jordan? Or, right, do we continue to try to make efforts to make sure we extract whatever commitments? I'd love to get the panel's take on that.
So I'm
Dustin. Oh, go
so
ahead.
I have never really cared what the name of the Speaker of the House is. I've only cared about what the rules are and the ability to enforce them. So in many ways, the floor fight that happened on January accomplished about 90% of my mission. The one thing that was unfortunate was that we had McCarthy, who really didn't. He wasn't too excited to hold up to his end of the bargain. Now I know there's ambiguity as to whether or not he completely went against his end of it, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to keep the membership satisfied. So whatever my thoughts are on it, they removed him. Time to move on. Um, thank God though, is like that's where the speaker identity might come in. Is like, where is the enthusiasm to enforce the rules? And frankly, I think as long as the January rules remain in effect, I think that if Jordan just holds true to them, frankly, if anyone holds true to the January rules, then that is largely enough because it is just the restoration of normal order where your member of Congress is now actually able to represent you, whereas back in the Pelosi Ryan days, it was that the speaker ruled with an iron fist, and if you were not the Speaker of the House or one of their favored underlings, you got absolutely nothing. Under the current House rules, any member can introduce an amendment to a bill and automatically call a vote to it. That is remarkable. And we now have a target rich environment because we know who is America first and who is Ukraine first. We know who is for getting rid of wokeism in the military. We know these things now because of this. So it's weird because in a way it's McCarthy at least held true to that. Now what I want to see it is I want to see someone who will hold true to that on the budget side of things. And I think that Jim Jordan, at the end of the day, being a founding member of the Freedom Caucus, being yeah, do I have a lot of disagreements with him on some policies? Yes, but I can promise you this much, no matter who the Speaker of the House is on a pure policy side, they're not going to be able to satisfy me because I'm about as non-interventionist, about as fiscally conservative as you can be. But as long as there's individual votes on 12 separate appropriations bills where every member can call any amendment, I am all about it at that point. I'm enthusiastic to see it because, frankly, I'd like to have a list going into 2024 of which rhinos are going to be the best targets for hunting.
Well, and TJ, one other thing about that, like it might not reduce the overall spending number. I would be hopeful that it did. But here's what it would do. It would change up the policies. And that's a great first start to get rid of a bunch of bad crap, because you put those amendments on the floor, you make people accountable to those certain policy aspects of the spending, and suddenly people are going to be held accountable for what it is that they support. Right now, no one in Congress is held accountable for what they support in any substantive way because of these big, broad bills that they pass. It hides everything. And that dynamic is one good first step to change. It's certainly not sufficient in my mind, but it is efficient in that regard.
I want to address something that Dustin just said about should we, start focusing on the concessions as much and start maybe supporting Jim Jordan. And I think we should take into consideration what Massey just said about there's a coalition of moderates forming that are talking about putting Hakeem Jeffries in the speaker seat. So I'm thinking that if we wait too long, that there's a chance that could potentially happen. So we might want to consider taking a position on a candidate, a solid position.
Well, what's really cool is Massey also said he'll get us the names. Like, he literally said that. And I know that Dustin, me, and Jen and everyone can sit in a space and whip things up and try to just get people to like do that and call. We can do that. So I just think it's something where we can kind of get grassroots activism and really help them out, which is amazing. So we can really help them cross the finish line.
Well, and I'll definitely do what I can to try to gather those people up so we all know.
And I can say this much. I forget who it was, but someone was mentioning that Hakeem Jeffries is even worse than Nancy Pelosi. He is worse on policy, and he is worse when it comes to procedure. If you want to talk about someone who would rule with an iron fist, it is Hakeem Jeffries. It is the Tom Cole types, because the reality is this: the Uniparty is the Democrats teamed up with the so-called Republicans who refuse to put America first. That is the reality. You want to know what the Uniparty is? Look at who is voting to be total interventionists in matters of foreign policy. And the fact of the matter is, these interventionists, these frankly warmongering freaks, they know that their views are not popular with their constituency. And as a result, they need a process that is closed to guarantee the predetermined outcome that their foreign interests get met rather than America's interests. That's the thing. You open up the process, it becomes a whole lot harder for the bloodthirsty to get quenched.
So the question then is, what are we gearing up for? Massey said calls on Monday make the most difference. Obviously, we'll get people like psyched and fired up all weekend to like get ready and get going and get a specific call to action. I'm just curious what that looks like from your guys' perspective after
Well,
everything
I
we've heard
mean,
from all these incredible guests.
yeah, the biggest thing and the number one thing, obviously, is getting the word out for people to make phone calls. Someone DM'd me about the number being wrong in the jumbotron. Maybe someone might want to double check that, but that's the number one biggest thing, and it'll make a bit of a difference. You'll get some intransigent people, but there'll be other reasons for them to come around. If they know that they're facing that sort of a backlash, then they will tend to respond to it. So that's the big first step.
He said it was a roll call that allowed them to see that there was 8 members missing today. So we should be able to go back and look at today's transcripts and find out who those people are, right?
Well, so
No.
He said there
clerk.gov
wasn't. He wishes there was.
Yeah.
Warren Davidson tried to get one and got shot down on it.
Yeah, clerk.house.gov has those roll call votes when they happen, but yeah, there was not one. We'll figure it out. So we'll let you.
And also another good second step on the fighting side of things as well. calling into the DC offices is a good thing. An even better thing is calling into the district offices, especially if they are your congressman. Once you know who your congressman is, look up their website. Don't just call into the DC office. Call their district office too, because that shows that these people are. You're not only mad enough to go into DC, you're mad enough to go scorched earth in the district, and the district is where you go to, to actually bag the rhinos. So it's a very, very effective way to actually make the difference. I can I'm not really going to be able to make much of a call that's going to make much of a difference. Thomas Massey is my congressman, so I already know how he's going to vote. But I can tell you if you're in if you're in Max Miller's district in Ohio's 8th district, he's one of the bitter McCarthyites. And McCarthyite used to be a good term in my vocabulary because it was anti-communist, but I guess it's changed since the 50s. But call into their district offices, and frankly, even if you don't live in their district, once that list of names is available, call into their district offices, because yeah, it's true, a lot of people are going to flat out ask whether you're a constituent or not. Not all of them will, though, and the reality is that even if they say, are you a constituent, say no, but I'm considering donating to your primary opponent. That's a term that scares the living crap out of politicians, because reality is once the primary is over, the election's over in most districts. So the primary race really decides
Well,
the election.
yeah, one thing to throw in there. So every office, there are 3 or 4 different of them, 2 major ones. Every office has a software as a service program that tracks constituent calls. So now, again, some, like TJ said, some people aren't tracking it as well, but most offices, they're taking your information, they're putting it in there in that system so that people can know a call was made. By the way, there are lots of incentives to do it, not just that a constituent called, but you can also figure out if someone is just merely being harassing. Now, that wouldn't be what TJ described. It would be a lot more than that, but it's a way to verify what's going on and to follow up when someone brings a letter in or whatever. I still would recommend calling the local office as well too. But if you flood any of those offices at all, it gets noticed and it gets talked about in the staff. Trust me, I've spent 8 years managing these staffs, and we have these things happen. So just make sure that you're calling. And most offices, I will say, only slightly disagree. Most offices will move along from someone that's not a constituent, but just getting a flood of calls is noticeable. So that's just really important. And any good member of Congress knows how many people called and on what issues, because those systems can help you report that. And they should be looking at those records. Again, not every one of them does, but if they know that their staff is really busy, then that makes an impression on them.
Ooh, what a space, man. This has been incredible.
It's because of Jennifer. I mean, just to be candid about it. No, I'm only saying that because I see your hand up. We're going to ask a question, apparently. Jen?
Oh, sorry, didn't realize you were telling me to go. If we are going to make a stink out of an issue, I think the release of the January 6 tapes needs to be top priority, just because of the importance of that footage in people's cases, and honestly, to tell the truth to the American public of what really happened that day, instead of making people think it was patriots who did that. Let's actually tell the truth of the situation. So I think if we are going to hold up and try to fight for more issues to be heard by the Congress, I think the January 6 tapes need to be at the top of that list.
Well, and Jen, I mean, to that point, right? We had Gates last night, which I discovered all of a sudden that he has an entire team dedicated to pointing out censorship and monitoring bills, and which was a huge thing. I did not know. I didn't know that. I figured I should have, but I didn't. And some of the names he rattled off are major players in that. And then we found out today that Thomas Massey and Jim Jordon both are in the group that are fighting for this as well. So I think Massey answered that question very well tonight, and I look forward to it because it sounds like they've got a coalition that seems to be one of their top priorities as well. So that was very, very encouraging to hear both of those things, both last night and today. I heard a lot of things that I was encouraging. I asked very specific questions because I wanted to get specific answers. And I think that TJ actually pointed out the reason I was kept asking the questions about the rules and the purse and why, rules committees and so on and so forth was so important. Matt Gaetz woke me up to that, many months ago. Really how important that was, and he's been banging on about it for the last 10 months, including last night. So I would say that the questions that I asked specifically, which I think are very, very important to trying to get some foothold and control back in this country to the people, were answered very well tonight. I am very satisfied with it. And I was on the fence about Jim because I wasn't quite sure. Like, yes, he has a conservative record. Yes, he's doing these committees, but what is he actually doing? What is he representing here? I would say that most of my questions were answered very satisfactorily. And just like Dustin said, I want to know who the 8 are too. Like, how dare you? All right.
Can I just follow up on that, Trash? Like, I get that Matt Gaetz and Thomas Massey have been very staunch on their January 6th, getting the videos released and Thomas Massey, having his staff go through the videos themselves. However, Jim Jordon has not been very good on this issue. And with him taking the speaker helm and saying that there's never going to be a Republican investigation into January 6th, that's completely absurd. You have Republicans, conservatives who are sitting in jail right now when they have no rights, or they have no rights, but they have no right to be there. They're innocent, and yet they're still there. And though they're holding up the release of these tapes in order for what? To protect their own friend's ass? Like, listen, like, I get Jim Jordan's a good guy, but he needs to be good on this issue. And if we have the ability to force his hand on this issue to get these tapes released, I think we need to take it.
So I think, guys, we have had a fantastic space tonight. I mean, this is so much better than I would have even imagined. We kind of started this, kind of on a whim. I texted Jim being like, oh, yeah, well, let's do a space on Speaker McCarthy, or not Speaker McCarthy, Speaker Jim Jordan, potentially. And we ended up doing it, and, we didn't have any of this planned out, none of it. We, ended up having Tom Fitton joined in randomly. We brought him up on stage. My buddy Jack Tron, who I think left the audience because he had to go to a Halloween party, he messaged me randomly, was like, all of a sudden, he was like, oh, yeah, well, how about you bring up Thomas Massey because he's in the audience? And I'm like, wait, what? So I go down there and I bring him up. And Lou Dobbs was down there from the beginning. And
I texted him, by the way, Nick. I texted him Thomas and asked him to come, so I'm glad.
No, I appreciate that. No, it was just, but it was something that we didn't necessarily expect to happen. And we had some great speakers up here. Everybody, I mean, I can name you all, but you all, who you are. You've been up here since the beginning. And we're gonna do a lot more of these, guys. We're gonna do, hopefully, we'll start off with 2 to 3 of these a week, and then work our way up to 5 to 7, maybe, if I can convince Millie and Jim to do it, and then Aaron as well. And
let's go, as Trash would say.
Let's go.
The pilot episode went pretty well, guys. So
sure did. Hey, by the way, I want to ask people, everyone in the audience, if you go up in the Jumbotron, if you flip over to the right, the next to the last one, there's a poll on, do you believe Jim Jordan will make a good Speaker of the House? Now it'll benefit me because you're going to give, it's my poll that I put up on my timeline, but I'd really like to hear your opinion and share it around with your friends because it would be interesting to see how that lays out. I already got a lot of responses. Little shameless plug there.
Man, Doc rubbing off on Jim.
Hey, I had one quick question for TJ before we close, if that's okay. Like here in Arizona, when Karen Taylor Robeson, who lost the primary to Carrie Lake, and she was a precinct committeeman instead, when she started endorsing Democrats, they censored her and took her ability to vote in the party away. So when we've got people, I guess now they're reporting it, they're actually calling it the Liz Cheney caucus, the few people who are saying like, we are not going to vote for Jim Jordan no matter what. We're going to talk to the Democrats, and Debbie Dooley is one of the people telling me that. Isn't that, shouldn't they be censured? I mean, that's what the censure is really for.
So you're allowed to. My concern is I've seen how that can be weaponized against conservatives. My friend Asa Wagner was removed as the chair of Hart County, Kentucky's Republican Party because he called out Mitch McConnell for voting on the infrastructure package that funded the Green New Deal. In this case, I think that the best kind of censure is recruiting primary challengers, mobilizing like crazy for those primary challengers, and just removing them from office straight out. A sense here is really just a formal public condemnation. And at the end of the day, is it embarrassing? Yeah, it sure can be. The best thing is like if these people in the, as you call Liz Cheney caucus, I'd say put them in the real Liz Cheney caucus, and maybe the Republican caucus should vote to remove them from their committee chairmanships or vice chairman if they have that. Like if we're going to punish them, one, we need to punish them in a way that they can't really weaponize against us. So that's part one. Part two, if we're going to punish them, we have to punish them in a way that actually has teeth. I like using words and like just screaming at politicians a little bit. Nick can tell you stories about times that I've done that, and Nick can also tell stories about times that he's been assaulted by Senate Majority Floor leaders here in Kentucky. Fun stuff. But we can tell but the reality is that if an apparent gunfight is happening right now and all the smoke clears and no one's hit after that, then the political class can be like, they're just firing blanks, right? I'm not calling for actually shooting these people, okay? What I'm calling for is killing their careers, killing their political careers, run them out of office, find your rhino, figure out their weaknesses, and bag them. Nick and I, we were involved last year with a state house candidate who voted against constitutional carry, voted to give $35 million to an abortion clinic, just ultimately has an outright contempt for every conservative value. We found a Liberty candidate to run against him. And a week before the election, a mailer went out into the mailbox of every Republican voter exposing the fact that he had an Ashley Madison account and he lost his reelection, though he held that office since 2006 by 190 votes. It's doable. And we didn't do any party tricks. We didn't censor him. All that we did was we mobilized pissed off voters to vote for someone who would be a conservative alternative. And that model does work. It's a lot more effective at the local level, but once you master it at the local level, you can take it to the federal level. Remember, the guy that was supposed to succeed John Boehner was Eric Cantor. He was taken out in the primary by a campaign on a shoestring budget that was run by a 23 and 24-year-old. So it can be done. You don't have to be like particularly experienced, but just don't reinvent the wheel is my take on it. Is like, yeah, sure, remove them. That's my take on it. Is like, I'm not necessarily against a censure, but I'm also concerned about that being weaponized against us. I would just say let's just take the election path.
Yeah, and
I
so
guess it
with
didn't do
that,
that much
we're going to go
to.
ahead and wrap.
Thanks, Nick.
And
Sorry.
I just want to thank everybody for coming, everybody for listening, everybody for speaking, Millie for co-hosting, Jim, you guys did a fantastic job. Aaron kicks ass as always. And Dustin, great questions. Everybody up here, I'm so happy with the way things went tonight, and based on the feedback in the comments section, I think the audience is as well. So you guys will be doing this a lot more often, and so definitely make sure you follow Millie, Jim, myself, everybody on the panel, and I hope you guys have a great Friday night, great weekend. We'll definitely be back here Tuesday at the latest, because that's when we expect maybe this speaker vote to go to the floor. fingers crossed anyway. We hope to see Jim Jordon be a yes or no. Hopefully get 217 votes on the floor on Tuesday. So stay tuned for that. Maybe we'll have Lou Dobbs back. Hopefully another congressman. And
Well,
you
I
never
just
know, they
want to
just randomly
say
pop in.
though, real quick, for this being a Friday the 13th space, I mean, we sure were pretty dang lucky, right?
Quit
We had
reminding me that it's Friday the 13th, Millie. Come on.
right. I mean, we had a, Congressman Representative Massey come in. We had Lou Dobbs come in. I mean, the space got over 2,000 viewers. I mean, all this stuff just randomly. And I think it really speaks volumes to everyone who was a speaker today. They've all been working so hard to, shout and yell and make as much noise as possible to get the attention of our representatives so that they will actually listen to what the American people really want. And I think that as far as spaces go, this space was amazingly successful today. And we really got to hear firsthand just how much we are having an impact inside the House of Representatives, and with our representatives, our senators, they all are hearing what we're doing. So we are making a difference, guys. Please share this space. It's going to end, but people are going to want to be able to watch it and replay it again, guys. This is important work, and you guys are all kicking butt, including every one of you guys who's listening, commenting, sharing. You guys are all playing a very important role, and we are making history.
I just love that Uncle Lou has adopted you, Nick.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. So, yep, guys. Millie, Jim, Phenom, Fake Marjorie, Jennifer, Aaron, Dustin, BY, TJ, Vinny, everybody, thank you guys for coming. And for the audience, have a great Friday night. We'll see you on Tuesday at the latest.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
What do you think is next, Jim? And why didn't running it? Doesn't make sense.
Well, so Austin Scott is not someone that anyone is sitting around